Let's go. Time to swing your sword.
Time for my daily PvP check. Let's just get this over with.
You know how it goes. You owe me one PvP attack.
Here in PvP Civilization, your entire life is measured by the amount of hits you have left with your sword. If your sword breaks, well, it's game over.
Don't think I forgot. You weren't in your room yesterday. You still owe me one more PvP attack.
Bro, come on, are you serious? I can't afford that. I only have 3 attacks left with my sword. If I give you one, I won't even be able to close my door tonight.
Not my problem. You should have upgraded to a stone sword when you had the chance.
The PvP guard was right. I had a chance for a longer life, and I wasted it.
Alright, you're good. I would say see you tomorrow, but I doubt you'll be around. Good luck.
Like I said, the amount of PvP attacks you have is your life. And that also means I only have 2 swings left of my sword before my life in PvP Civilization is over. But that's how PvP Civilization works. If you upgrade your sword, you can live a longer life. Rumor has it that people with stone swords live twice as long as the wooden swords. I can't even begin to imagine if my life was over 100 attacks long. But unfortunately, that will always be a dream, because I'll never be able to get a stone sword. There was a time when I actually thought I could get a stone sword. That's pretty much what everyone thinks when they're at the wood sword level. This massive wall in front of me is called the Red Gate. This gate is what's stopping me and all the other wooden swords from getting a better life. Truth be told, I haven't seen anyone get past the Red Gate. It's every wooden sword's goal to get past the Red Gate because that's how you get your stone sword. Opening the door is expensive. It costs 3 PvP attacks alone just to get through the gate. And that's the easy part about upgrading your sword. The hard part is the PvP battles. In order to actually get through the gate, a wooden sword needs to win 3 PvP battles. And that's why getting a stone sword is nearly impossible, because people barely fight in PvP Civilization, at least not at the wood sword level. Picking a fight is too risky. The more you use your sword, the shorter your life gets. And that's not including the fact that you could die from the battle itself. It's only when people are desperate, that's when they fight each other, because that's the only way to increase your lifespan in PvP Civilization. Defeating a player in battle causes them to drop their sword, and the winner gets the amount of hits they had left in their life. Other than upgrading to a stone sword, that's the only way to make sure you live a longer life in PvP Civilization. Unfortunately for me, neither one of those is an option now. All I can do now is save my 2 sword swings and wait for a miracle.
Hey, kid. I'm selecting you to battle in the 1v1 arena tomorrow. Be ready to fight.
Whoa, what? You're selecting me for the 1v1? I can't do a 1v1. I have 2 hits left with my sword. I can't win a fight in 2 hits.
Well, that's why I'm picking you, buddy. You should be thanking me for ending your suffering.
This is just great. Well, I can no longer wait for a miracle. This is my last day of PvP Civilization. Even if I had enough durability with my sword to win a battle, I've never won a battle before. In fact, I've never even fought anyone in PvP Civilization. So, I think it's safe to say that tomorrow, my life is over. Everyone in PvP Civilization always keeps their door shut. The reason for that is that people could catch you off guard during the middle of the night. The problem I have now is that it costs 1 attack to open and close your door. And given that I have 2 attacks left, I cannot close my door or else I'll die. So I think it's safe to say I will have a hard time sleeping tonight. I actually can't even use my bed at all. You have to pay to use your bed in PvP Civilization, which I cannot afford to. This is how my life is gonna end. I couldn't even manage to get myself a stone sword. And now I'll never be able to figure out what life is like beyond that wall. To my surprise, I woke up the next day still alive. I thought for sure someone would come into my room in the middle of the night and eliminate me, but I was wrong. Unfortunately, my fate remains the same. The PvP guard was waiting for me to escort me to the 1v1 arena. There was no point in stalling. This was the end.
Wow, I'm honestly surprised you're still alive. Alright, follow me.
I followed the PvP guard as he led me to the 1v1 sector. I took one last look at the Red Gate, knowing I'll never figure out what's behind that wall. That is, unless I somehow win this 1v1. To be honest, I don't think anyone in history has won a 1v1 with 2 hits of a sword. Even if that was possible, I haven't even hit anyone with a sword before, so I don't think that's gonna be me. This was my first time in the 1v1 sector. All I know about this place is that 2 people go in and 1 person comes out.
Just wanted to let you know that I picked an opponent with full health for you. I didn't want to make you think you had a chance.
Okay. I guess that's very generous of you. Thanks for letting me know. The whole point of mandatory 1v1s is to get rid of the players in PvP Civilization that don't fight. I guess it's a way to separate the strong and the weak. and well, I am definitely a part of the week. I made it to the top of the 1v1 arena, and the door closed behind me. There was no escape from this place. The only way I could leave is by winning the 1v1. Whoever made this place made sure that a jump from this height couldn't be survived. But as I was looking over the edge, I heard a door close behind me, and I turned around to see my opponent staring face to face with me. This is gonna be quick. Hey man, so look, the guard told me you're at full health. I'm also at full health, so I know this is gonna be a tough battle for both of us. And you know, with me being super experienced at PvP, if you want to surrender, I'm okay with it. Whoa. Okay, wait, just wait. Look, I have a wife and I have a kid back home, okay? Okay, I have two kids back home.
Stop this right now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have a wife or I don't have kids, I'm just panicking.
Tell me, why is it you think we are here? Am I correct in assuming you also have no memory of before PvP civilization?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know how we got here, but does it really matter? I mean, this is the life that was given to us. Why are you asking me that?
Because none of this makes any sense. Fighting with no purpose, being told that our swords are our entire lives.
But our swords are our entire lives. If they break, our lives are over.
No, I don't think that's ever been true.
In that moment, my opponent violated the one rule of PvP civilization and dropped his sword.
We don't have to fight. We can live without PvP.
But just as those words were spoken, my opponent served as an example of why you never drop your sword in PvP civilization. Okay, what just happened? I walked over to the floating sword sitting on the ground, and after standing by it for a couple of seconds, the sword merged into my own and the doors to the 1v1 arena opened again. I won the 1v1, but that's when I looked down at my sword and saw that my life was now 39 attacks long. That guy had almost a full durability wooden sword? Why would he just drop this? I mean, with 39 attacks, I could do anything. Maybe my dream wasn't gone after all. Maybe I actually could become a stone sword. Despite winning the 1v1, I wasn't safe yet. I was still at half a heart, and PvP civilization is a dangerous place. I was gonna need to fix this problem soon.
Wait, what? How are you still alive? It was physically impossible for you to win.
Yeah, well, I used my 2 hits pretty wisely, I guess, but honestly, thank you for sending me in there. My life is so much longer. You kind of saved my life.
Well, that's just fantastic. I had a bet worth 5 PvP attacks with one of the other guards that you would lose, so thanks for that.
Oh, sorry, man. Wait, you bet with the other PvP guards that I'd die? What is wrong with you?
Just be grateful you're alive, kid. Like you said, I practically saved your life, remember?
Okay, so PvP civilization is much worse than I thought it was.
Alright, well, I guess enjoy your longer life for now. I'll be here tomorrow.
The guard brought me back to my home, a place just a few moments ago I thought I would never see again. I left this place with 2 PvP attacks. That's all I had. I mean, I didn't even have enough attacks to close my own door. And now, well, I can afford to close my door a lot of times. Which is good, because if someone in PvP civilization wants to fight me, let's just say I'm not gonna last a long time with half a heart. For now, keeping my door shut and staying locked inside my room sounds terrific. I don't even know what I should do now. I mean, a few minutes ago, I had quite literally a 0% chance of survival. And now I'm practically rich in PvP civilization. Alright, time to log all of this in my video journal machine. Hi everyone. This is day something of being in PvP civilization, and let's just say my life has had some crazy changes. To start, I got my first win in PvP civilization. I never thought I would see a number that wasn't a 0 next to my name. Granted, it wasn't actually a win. My opponent dropped his sword and said some ominous things before sacrificing himself. But, I mean, a win's a win if you ask me. I don't make the rules of PvP. So now, I have 39 hits with my sword, which is insane, and I can't help thinking that maybe this could be my chance to finally rank up to a stone sword, to find out what life is like behind that wall. Alright, I'm probably gonna sign off there. Oftentimes, I wonder if talking to this machine is even worth it, but no one has friends in PvP civilization, so it's all I got. Now, I gotta focus on the important thing, and that's staying alive. If I actually have a chance at getting a stone sword, I'm not gonna be able to do it at half a heart, which means I can't hide behind my door anymore. I have to go get food if I want to live. Oh no, that's not good. Right when I opened my door, I noticed that the person living across from me had their door open. Whoever lives there wasn't hiding in their room anymore. This could only mean one of two things. One, they were going to the PvP marketplace, or two, they're looking for a fight. Honestly, they could be doing a bit of both. A lot of fights take place in the PvP marketplace, which is why getting food is one of the most dangerous things to do in PvP civilization. But at this point, I'm left with no options. I need food. I might have extended my lifespan by getting more sword durability, but that doesn't mean I can't die by starvation. I made my way over to where the PvP marketplace gate was. Given that I didn't see anyone on the way over here, it's very likely that someone is inside the PvP marketplace right now. Maybe I'm leading myself into a trap, but that's a risk I'm gonna have to take. I paid one attack to open the gate, and I was now in the PvP marketplace. This is where every player in PvP civilization buys anything they want or anything they need. Players only usually come here when they're desperate, which is why so many fights take place here. The dangerous part about the PvP marketplace is that there are a lot of places to hide. Someone could be hiding around a corner for hours, waiting to strike at any moment. And if you aren't careful, your life in PvP civilization could be over in an instant, which is why I'm taking the parkour route instead of the ladders today. I have one goal, and that's to get food and get out without being spotted. I took a big risk going up the parkour way, and it is impossible. I can't make this jump without sprint. Maybe if I was a parkour god, I might be able to, but I'm not. Time to find a new way. But right as I went down to find a new way, I saw another player. My suspicions were confirmed, and I was not alone in the PvP marketplace. The only advantage I have is that I saw them before they saw me, so I still might be able to make this work. If that player is still up there, I should be able to take the ladder on the backside of the marketplace without being noticed. The best part about going up this way is that it gets me extremely close to buying the raw chicken or raw pork chop. I got to the top of the ladder expecting an ambush, but I was still in the clear. The good news is that I still had eyes on the player, and I was right in front of the shops where I could get food. If I played this right, I could get the food and get out without being spotted. I quietly climbed up the ladder and took cover behind one of the shops before I was seen. Okay, step one done. Now I just need to buy some food. I could either get raw chicken that costs 1 attack, or I could go behind me and get the raw pork chop that costs 2 attacks. Wait. Bro, what? The pork chop's kind of a scam. I'm just gonna buy a lot of chicken. I swung at the armor stand one time and I got 1 piece of chicken. Okay, that's 1. Let's see if she sees me. No! Okay, she sees me. I am so dead. What do I do? What do I do? I have nowhere to go. I'm so done for.
Just so you know, I spotted you right as you walked in, if that makes you feel any better.
Well, don't get any closer, okay? I've won a lot of PvP battles in my life, so I wouldn't try anything.
Relax. I already have 3 wins and I'm getting my stone sword tomorrow. I don't need to fight you.
Wait, what? She didn't try attacking me. Let's go, I'm still alive. That was now the second time where I thought for sure my journey in PvP civilization would be over. But it's far from over. I got 5 pieces of chicken now, and I still have 31 hits left with my sword. And that's all because that woman decided not to attack me. In all my time in PvP civilization, I've never met someone who didn't try to attack me. Actually, I take that back. There was the guy from the 1v1 arena that didn't want to fight me. That was also the guy that said we could live without PvP. But this woman is different. I think the other guy was crazy. I mean, why would he drop his sword? I mean, even though no one here seems to know a thing about where we are and why we're here, everyone understands that PvP is your life. I remember my first day here, and that's when I realized you had to PvP to survive. My first day, I woke up inside of a room, much smaller than the one I have now, but we'll get to that later. I had no memory of anything before. All I knew was my name, and all I had on me was this wooden sword. But little did I know was that this sword determined my entire life in this civilization. I walked over to the wall to see a sign next to the picture of my face. It said that the number of wins I had was 0, and honestly, that number did not change for a while. I mean, it literally changed today. After being stuck behind my door for a while, it didn't take long to figure out that PvP meant everything in this place. PvP was used to open doors, to close doors, and to keep you alive. Obviously, I did not know that back then, so I wasted a lot of swings just opening and closing my door. So after I was done done, probably making my life a few days shorter, I decided to explore the place that I found myself in. And let's just say, I really wish someone would have told me that my sword durability was my lifespan before finding out about the PvP marketplace. This place single-handedly made my life very, very short. I walked around the PvP marketplace and I stumbled upon the realization that PvP was not only used to close and open doors. You could use PvP to buy items. PvP was like a currency in here. So, with that being said, I bought a furnace for 2 attacks, without having any food. I also bought a chest for 2 attacks without having any items to put in it. And one might think I would have bought raw chicken or raw pork chop when I saw it, given that I was buying everything I could see. But no, for some reason I decided not to get any food, and instead I bought a journal machine for 3 attacks. Obviously, looking back, it was not a very smart decision, and I honestly don't even know why they sell these things. I bought 1 piece of coal, because why not, and that's when I saw the large house. And I think anyone can assume what I did when I was faced with such a large purchase. So, it is pretty safe to say that the PvP marketplace kind of ruined my life. But it's okay now, cause we're back on track, and this time I actually learned to spend my swings on food and not physical items that serve no purpose at all. I made my way back up to my house, and I realized that the woman from the PvP marketplace made it back to her room as well. She said that tomorrow she's getting her stone sword, which means if she's gonna rank up, she already has 3 victories. I started cooking my food and I loaded up the video journal machine to talk to, myself. Alright, so crazy update in PvP Civilization. I met this girl in the PvP marketplace, and I think she might like me. I mean, she made eye contact with me for at least 2 seconds. But anyways, I figured out that she has 3 wins in PvP Civilization, which means she knows how to fight. So, that being said, I have a plan, and it might help me get a stone sword. So, after I eat all of this cooked chicken and get some more health so I won't die in one hit, I am gonna try to talk to her and see if she can help me rank up. So, if anyone's watching these video journals, which I'm guessing no one will, wish me luck. Alright, well, if this works, I might be able to figure out how to get 3 wins. Hello? This is the, guy from the PvP marketplace. We met a few minutes ago. Pretty good looking.
Yes? What do you want?
Wait, she didn't say I wasn't good looking. Okay, stop. I gotta focus. Look, I was just thinking maybe you could try teaching me how to rank up to become a stone sword?
And why should I help you with that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I just figured that since you were one of the only people to not attack me in this place, maybe you were different from the others. Maybe you could actually help me.
Listen, kid, don't you know by now you're not supposed to trust anyone in PvP Civilization? And that includes me.
Look, I know we're not supposed to trust anyone in PvP Civilization, but honestly, it's a risk that I'm willing to take. As a wooden sword, we can only live for 59 days, and getting a better sword is the only way to live a longer life. I just want to be able to experience that one day. At that moment, I heard the swing of a sword, and I turned around to see that the woman's door was open.
Fine. I'll teach you how to win battles. Let's just make this quick.
Thank you, let's go! Wait, does this count as a first date?
Please never say that again.
Sorry, I couldn't believe this was happening. I was getting PvP advice from someone who has defeated 3 players in PvP Civilization. Hey, where's your armor stand for your bed? Why do I have to pay to sleep? Alright, whatever. I'm ready for my PvP lesson. So, is this gonna make me a PvP master?
Tell me, what do you know about PvP Civilization?
Well, we have to PvP to survive, can't run out of sword swings, and no one knows how we got here. That's pretty much it.
Exactly. So let me make this clear. The only thing I care about is staying alive long enough to figure out what this place is. So that means if you try something, I won't hesitate to take you out.
Oh, well, thanks, I guess.
Alright. By the looks of you, I'm guessing you've never damaged another player before, so try swinging at me.
Wait, what? I'm not gonna swing my sword at you. I only have 30 attacks left. I don't want to waste one. Plus, obviously you could die.
You have all the attacks you need to rank up. Plus, you couldn't defeat me if you tried. Now swing.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay, that was fine. Now let me teach you a critical hit. Try jumping and on the way down, swing your sword. It will do much more damage.
Wait. You're telling me you can jump and swing your sword at the same time?
I can't even believe you just said that. Yes, you can jump and swing your sword at the same time. Now, let's go. Try a critical hit.
Okay, so I just jump and swing at the same time. Let's go. All right, I think I got it.
I didn't say jump in place. Try it against me.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Right, of course. I don't know why I did that. I tried jumping and swinging my sword, and just like she said, I landed a critical hit.
There. Now you know something. Pretty much no one with a wooden sword knows how to do one, so winning battles should be easy. Now, I need to get ready. I'm leaving tomorrow and ranking up. So that means get out of my house or else I might change my mind about fighting you.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, thank you, and good luck. This was crazy. I learned how to critical hit. With this skill, I actually can win PvP battles now. I could actually get a stone sword. For the first time in my life, I felt like I had a future in PvP civilization. I woke up the next day excited for the day ahead. I had plenty of sword swings and didn't have to worry about the daily PvP check. As long as I used my PvP attacks wisely, I could get past the daily PvP checks and keep my door closed for a good 2 weeks or so. And let's just say I had enough swings to pay for some extra information, if you will. And by that, I mean bribing a PvP guard with an extra PvP attack.
Oh, okay. So you want a little inside information now. I might be able to help with that. Just make it quick.
Okay, so here's the deal. You PvP guards know a lot, right? And there's this woman who's about to rank up to become a stone sword, and I was wondering if you could give me her phone number.
Alright, buddy. Why would you even ask that? No one in here even owns a phone. So what good would a phone number do?
Shoot. Yeah, I guess that doesn't really make sense when you say it out loud. I don't know, I just thought that was kind of a thing that people say, you know?
But what I can tell you is that I think one of the players is going to try to sneak attack her when she tries ranking up to a stone sword. Not sure if that information is of any value to you, but that's all I got.
Okay, that is actually some crazy news. So do I warn her about this now? Or should I? Wait, I have an idea. If that player is actually going to try to ambush her when she tries ranking up, I could pull a sneak attack of my own and possibly get my second win. Okay, the plan is simple, but I'm still very, very scared. All I have to do is close my door and wait till I hear people coming down the ladder. Well, I really hope this works. I waited for about an hour until I heard the sounds of someone going down the ladder. The attack was happening now, and it was time to launch my plan. If I fail, the only friend I've made in PvP civilization might be gone. So I can't do that. I saw the player at the bottom of the ladder, and both players were running towards the red gate. At this rate, the woman wouldn't make it through in time. I had to get down there now. I didn't have time to think about the fact that this was the first PvP battle I've ever engaged in. I snuck up behind the player and I swung my sword. What the? How did you just do that? That did so much damage. Let's just say it's called a serious hit. Wait, serious hit? No, that doesn't sound right. What was it called again? Serious hit, important hit.
A critical hit.
Critical hit. I knew I messed it up. I don't care. I got my second win in PvP civilization. And I can live for a little longer now. I just realized that I only need one more win and I could be going through this gate one day too. The woman swung her sword for the third time and went through the gate. Wait. I just wanted to say thank you.
Don't mention it. Maybe you do have what it takes to get here one day.
And in that moment, the gate closed, and that woman now knows what it's like on the other side of the red wall. She actually did it. I've never seen someone in PvP civilization go from a wooden sword to a stone. Maybe, just maybe, I can be the second one to do it. I have enough hits left with my sword to do it. I just need one more win. Alright, back again with my video journal update. The latest is that my girlfriend left me. I mean, she didn't leave me. I don't know if we were actually dating in the first place, but she got her stone sword, and now I have 2 wins, and I could actually get a stone sword of my own. And to do that, I just need one more PvP win. So, my plan this time is to wait again by the door until someone comes down the ladder. Eventually, someone will have to go to the PvP marketplace, and when they do, I'll be waiting for them. Not in like a creepy way. I mean, not in a nice way either, because I am trying to PvP battle them, but I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. Anyways, this PvP battle could be the end of my journey, or it could be a ticket to a long and luxurious life. After signing off the video journal that no one will ever see, I saw the player I was going to battle at the bottom of the ladder. Just as I suspected, the player was heading towards the PvP marketplace, which could be really good for me because like I said before, players only buy things in PvP civilization when they're desperate. So there's a good chance that this player is low on hunger, low on health, or both. Honestly, this could be the easiest fight I've ever had to deal with. I ran around the bottom before going up. I wanted to try to spot the player before I made any moves. Realistically, Eventually, the player is probably buying food, so the parkour route is probably the best way to go. And this time, I actually have the sprint to get up this way. I ran around the corner and I saw where the player was at. If I jumped across to his side, I would start the fight. And that's what I was planning on doing. I jumped across, but that's when I realized I heard footsteps and the player was right around the corner. The player started coming towards me, but I swung my sword and got in a hit. I was in a bad spot. If I got hit off now, I would probably die from fall damage. I rushed forward to resume the fight, but the player had backed up to another platform. I must have done enough damage in that previous attack to make him retreat. Now, I just gotta play it safe. One hit could determine my future in PvP Civilization. Both of us were at a stalemate. Neither one of us wanted to jump across the platform and hit each other. The player started going down the ladder and I took my chance. I got one successful hit in without taking any damage, but the player was now on the run. I thought the player was gonna try running back to his room, but instead he went up another ladder. I got to the top thinking I was safe, but the player was waiting there for me and I got hit once. Come on, I have to win this battle. Nope, I missed my hit. Oh no, this isn't good. I waited around the corner and I landed 2 more hits on the player. I don't know how he was doing it, but the player was still alive. But after I heard the sound of fall damage, I knew he must be extremely low. One more hit could decide this battle. All I have to do now is not get hit off the platforms. It's time to end this battle. That was until the player pulled out cooked chicken. Of course, the player's been healing this entire time. I'm so done for. I knew I made a mistake. From the beginning, I thought this player would be weak, but he had cooked food on him the entire time. And now I am in big trouble. I needed to find somewhere to go fast. The player was closing in on me, and I knew I had to do something risky. I jumped off the platform, managing to catch myself on the ladder without taking any fall damage. But that wasn't stopping the player, and they were right on my tail. I was running out of options, and I couldn't help but take more fall damage. In a few moments, I would be cornered and there would be nowhere left for me to jump. But that's when I realized something. I was in the PvP marketplace and I still had a good amount of swings left with my sword. I climbed to the top of the platform and I saw that the shop I was in sold health potions for a cost of 3 attacks. I had 24 hits left with my sword. I could afford to do it. I swung 3 times at the armor stand and I gained 2 hearts of mine back. But that wasn't enough. I needed more to win this fight. I ended up buying 3 health potions and I got back up to full health. Now I could stand a chance in this battle. I tried swinging at my opponent from above, but he had the advantage and I couldn't hit him from here. The player must be low. I just need to find a way to connect one more hit. And that's when I remembered something.
Try jumping and on the way down, swing your sword.
Am I really doing this? Yep, it looks like I'm doing it. I jumped off the platform, swinging my sword in midair. I thought I was done for. I thought the fall damage would have been the end of me, but I was still alive, and I didn't see the player above me. I climbed back up the platform to see a floating wooden sword on the ground. It was over. I won the battle, and this wasn't just any battle. This was my 3rd win that I needed to rank up to become a stone sword. I actually did it. Now I just need to get out of here without dying from fall damage. That would be tragic. I can't believe this is my only way down. Oh, that was really close. I realized that next time I should probably be bringing food to a fight. Somehow I got back to my room safely, and I got to lay my eyes upon something I never thought I would see. The number 3 next to my name. I couldn't believe it. I was actually going to rank up to become a stone sword. This was all that I have dreamt about for, well, not that long, probably less than a month, but still, as long as I could remember. This calls for one last journal log. Well, this is it. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I'm gonna become a stone sword today. So, after I eat this chicken, heal up a bit, I'm gonna walk down there and go through the red gate into a better life. If the rumors are true about stone swords, my life could be over 100 hits long, and that's the life I always dreamed of having. So, unless they sell video journal machines beyond the wall, this is me signing off on my last journal log. After I ate my 2 pieces of chicken, I went over to the wall. There was no reason I should be spending any more time in this place. I had my 3 wins, and it was time to rank up. I swung my sword 3 times, and the gate opened up. This was it. There was no turning back now. When I go beyond this wall, I'll get to live the life that I deserve, that everyone deserves, and I'll never have to return back to this nightmare of a place. After taking one last look at PvP Civilization, I stepped inside the wall and the gate closed behind me. And I finally got to see what was behind the red gate. I was in some giant hallway and I turned around and the door was sealed shut. Okay, I don't know what I was expecting, but this is not what I had pictured in my head. I continued down the hallway until I stopped at what looked like to be some sort of entryway. When I walked over the smooth stone, the wooden sword that used to be in my hand disappeared, and in its place was something else. It was all that I had been hoping to get, a stone sword. I walked over to the red blocks in the middle of the room. Entry to level 2, what does that mean? I looked over the edge and all I saw was a giant drop that led to nothing. No ladders, no staircase, and I couldn't see the bottom. Wait, so down there is where level 2 is. Does that mean people with stone swords have been living under us the entire time? Okay, that is crazy. I was not expecting that. But that's when I took a look around and realized that there were shops inside of this room. A leather chestplate for the cost of 20 attacks? How many attacks do I even have? I looked down at my sword and saw that my life was over 130 hits long. 130? Are you serious? I can live forever! I don't know why there were shops here, but I'm guessing that it was a chance to prepare for what life was like at level 2. This was crazy. I not only had a stone sword, but I had armor now. I wish I had these for my PvP battles earlier. Wait, what is this? Blue leather chestplate for 25 attacks? Wait, I should have bought this one. A blue leather chestplate is so much cooler than a regular one. Wait, what is this? A green leather chestplate? Okay, that's my favorite color. A black leather chestplate? That's my second favorite color. Obviously a purchase. Okay, I'm not gonna make the same mistake as last time. I'm actually gonna get food. Golden carrot? Or a golden apple for 20 attacks? That's nothing. I'm rich now. Bro, this is so cool. I just want to buy everything. What is this? A video journal machine? Bro, this is insane. Now I can record what it's like at level 2 of PvP civilization. This is PvP Civilization, where your entire life is determined by the amount of hits you have left with your sword, which means my life is only 58 attacks long, unless I make it past this wall, which will give me a stone sword, doubling my lifespan. But the thing is I already made it past the wall, and I died. In PvP Civilization, if your sword breaks, it's game over, and mine definitely broke. So the question is how am I standing here alive and with a full durability wooden sword? Part of me wants to think that getting a stone sword and dying was just a bad dream, but I know it was real. The sign in my room still says I've won 3 PvP battles, which means every fight I had and everything I went through had to have happened, which means I definitely died.
Let's go. Get out here. Time for PvP.
And I forgot about the daily PvP checks. At least I got a new wooden sword now. Surviving the daily attack won't be an issue.
You know the drill. You owe 1 PvP attack, just like every day.
You are just the person I need to talk to. I don't even know how to say this. How exactly am I still alive?
I am so glad you brought that up. I ask myself that question every single day. You have 0 PvP skill. You leave your door open all the time. You talk to yourself. You think you have a girlfriend, but she is most certainly not interested in you. You act all cool like you're the main character or something, and then the plot armor? Don't even get me started.
What?
You're not even that good looking.
Okay, bro, can you stop? That's not at all what I was talking about. All of that was very unnecessary and kind of mean. Also, the girlfriend part, kind of debatable in my opinion. But anyways, no, I mean, I actually died. I got a stone sword and it broke and I'm back here.
I don't even know what to say to that. If you're gonna try to make up a crazy story to get out of your daily PvP attack, it won't work.
No, you don't get it. I'm not making this up. After I won the 3rd PvP battle needed to rank up, I went through the red gate. I was in some hallway, and when I walked towards the end, a stone sword appeared in my hand. And that's when I realized everyone with a stone sword has been living under us this entire time. But before I could go down there, well, I bought 4 chest plates, I tried buying a video journal machine, and then I died.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You got your 3 wins, you got your stone sword, and then you bought 3 leather chest plates?
It was actually 4 leather chest plates, but continue.
And then you decided to buy a video journal machine.
Well, I mean, I had to keep up with my daily journal, especially after I ranked up to a stone sword.
And then your sword broke and you died. What happened after?
And then I woke up back here in my bed like nothing ever happened.
Alright, buddy. I'm gonna need 2 attacks now to make up for all that pain and suffering for listening to all that. Please keep it to yourself next time.
I didn't expect the PvP guard to believe my story. I didn't even believe it myself when I said it out loud. All I know is somehow I was revived in PvP Civilization. It's kind of unfortunate how me coming back to life leads to me paying double what I would usually pay in a daily PvP check, but all things considered, the most important thing is that I'm alive. I thought my journey was over, but I might still have a chance to figure out what PvP Civilization is, to figure out why we're even here, and if there's a way out. The only thing I know for certain is that a stone sword gives me a longer life. And of course I had to go and break it in 2 minutes. Not exactly my smartest moment. Wait, what am I still doing here? I have 3 PvP wins. I could rank up right now. To get a stone sword in PvP Civilization, you only need 2 things. You need to win 3 PvP battles, and you need 3 hits of your sword to open up the gate. Fortunately, I have both of those, so there's nothing stopping me now from ranking up. Actually, if I remember, the food on the other side of the wall was expensive. I might be the only one who knows that. Usually no one would be able to come back to this side of the wall after you go through. Wait, I might be the smartest person in PvP Civilization. I'm just gonna buy food here because it's cheaper, and then once I rank up, I'll have a stone sword with full durability and tons of food to survive level 2. Let's go! I went to the PvP marketplace to carry out my plan, but it quickly went downhill. Ah! Wait, I'm sorry, I'm leaving! Okay, on second thought, I don't need food, I just need to rank up. Ah, this is really bad. Ever since I came back to life, I completely forgot where I was. This was PvP Civilization, a place where people are forced to fight each other for a better life. And because I let my guard down, I don't have time to rank up now. The only way out of this is a PvP battle. Alright bro, this is your last chance to step away. I've already got 3 PvP wins, but I'm not afraid to make it 4.
Wait, just a second. I don't want to fight, I just want to talk.
Right, so you attack me and now you want me to trust you? That's never gonna happen.
I'd put my sword down if I could, just listen to me. I know you died and I know you came back.
What? What are you talking about?
I saw you go through the gate to get your stone sword, and I heard the story you told to the guard.
Let me take a guess. You thought that believing my story would get me to trust you? I mean, what did you hope to gain from all of this?
I thought this might be important. The other day, I overheard you talking with a woman.
Oh yeah, that was actually me and my girlfriend.
I highly doubt that.
It's up for interpretation. Anyways, continue.
You said something that stuck with me.
Hey, where's your armor stand for your bed? Why do I have to pay to sleep? Alright, whatever. I'm ready for my PvP lesson. Okay, talk about invasion of privacy. Anyways, so why exactly did that stick with you? And why go through all of this to tell me that?
If you want to talk more, I live on the top floor on the right. You don't have to trust me, and I don't expect you to. All I want to say is, ask the guards if you have to pay to sleep in PvP Civilization.
And that was the last thing the player said to me before he turned around and went back towards the houses. Why should I ask a guard if I have to pay to sleep in PvP Civilization? Maybe the player was trying to stall me from ranking up? I mean, there's nothing stopping me now. I guess it could be some sort of trap. Or the player knows something that I don't, and asking a guard is the only way to find out. Alright, I guess I can wait a few more minutes to rank up. Hey, excuse me, guard, could I ask you a question?
Please, not you again. If I hear another fake story from you, I think I actually might die.
Okay, I don't know how listening to a story could possibly be that bad, but anyways, no, it's not a story, just a question. Do players have to pay to sleep in PvP Civilization? You know, like pay a tax to sleep?
Why would you have to pay to go to bed? I mean, the conditions in PvP Civilization are bad enough already. That would just be cruel.
So why is there an armor stand next to my bed?
Okay, if you're gonna talk to yourself, please just step away from the door and do it somewhere else.
I watched as the guard disappeared behind the doors that only PvP guards have access to. He said that no player has to pay to sleep in PvP Civilization, so that means I'm the only one with an armor stand in my room next to my bed. But why? I'm guessing that that player that told me to ask the guard knows something. Once again, this could be an elaborate trap that I'm falling for, but if I rank up to a stone sword, I might never be able to come back here. So this could be my last chance to find out what the player knows. Alright, if this is a trap, let's just hope I can PvP my way out of this. Hey, look, it's the guy from a few minutes ago. Before you do anything, do not open the door. We can talk like this. So now that that's clear, I asked the guard the question you told me to ask.
And I'm guessing the answer you got made you curious.
I don't get it. Why would I have an armor stand in my room? I mean, I have to pay 3 attacks to sleep. That's kind of a scam if you ask me. I've only slept once in PvP Civilization because of that.
That's what I'm trying to piece together. Armor stands are powerful. They can't be broken, and they basically control all of PvP Civilization. But most importantly, hitting armor stands always gives something in return.
That's right. Armor stands are used to buy things.
So the question I have is, when you hit the armor stand in your room,
what was I actually buying? Because if sleeping is free, then I paid 3 PvP attacks for something else.
Exactly.
At that moment, I knew that that player and I were thinking the exact same thing. Okay, crazy idea, but you don't think that that armor stand in my room is what allowed me to respawn, do you?
Maybe. Or it could be nothing. Of course, you would need to die again to test it out, but I hope it doesn't come to that.
The player was right. The only way to know for certain if the armor stand makes me respawn is if I die again. And to be honest, I'm not too sure I want to test that willingly. Because if I'm wrong and the armor stand does nothing, then I obviously run the risk of being gone for good, and whatever second chance I got would be thrown out the window. The best course from here on out is to treat this like my one and only life. Maybe this armor stand was responsible for bringing me back to life, but if it wasn't, then I only have one more shot to make it out of PvP Civilization. And this time, I'm not gonna waste it. I waited in my room until nighttime came around. Tomorrow was the day I rank up to become a stone sword, and it will be the day where I figure out what life is like when you can live for over 130 attacks. There's no questioning that life on the second level is gonna be dangerous. It's a very real possibility that I don't even survive my first day, which is why I'm taking a chance with this mysterious armor stand in my room. No one knows a thing about this place and why we're even in here, so maybe it's not too crazy to believe that this armor stand could save my life. Alright, been a while since I've done a video journal log. Hello, we're back again with a video journal. I guess I should address the elephant in the room. I'm alive. Yes, I know I broke my stone sword before I even got to level 2, but we're just not going to talk about that anymore. The point is I'm on my way to get my stone sword for real this time, and I'm not going to break it in the first 2 minutes. I know I traditionally have a problem with spending all of my attacks very quickly, but I can promise that's not going to happen again. I mean, that guy was the old me. I'm a changed man now. When you die and come back to life, I can't explain it, but it just makes you value the important things in your life more. Like my girlfriend. She got her stone sword a couple days ago, and honestly, she's probably worried sick about me. That is, if she survived level 2. But given the fact that she actually knows how to fight, I'm sure she's doing just fine. Anyways, let's talk strategy. Once I drop down to level 2 of PvP Civilization, there's no coming back. There is a chance that the mysterious armor stand in my room causes me to respawn, but I'm not counting on that. As far as I'm concerned, this is my last and only chance to survive and make it out of PvP Civilization. Which means this time I'm not spending my attacks on chest plates. I'm buying 3 pieces of cooked steak for 18 attacks. I know, the prices are bad, but I can't risk going to the PvP marketplace again. I just need to rank up. And the only other thing I'm buying is, well, let's just say the next update will come from level 2. Alright, signing off. Okay, as planned, buying a video journal machine for 30 attacks. I still have 113 attacks left. Yeah, I'll be good. Besides, I don't know how I could live without this thing. I walked over to the giant hole in the ground that would lead to the second level of PvP Civilization. I couldn't see anything at the bottom. For all I know, I might not even survive the drop. But I know that there's only one way to find out. I jumped, not knowing if I would ever come back. I thought my feet were never gonna touch the ground again until I heard a huge splash, and I looked up to see I was completely submerged in water. I've never seen this much water in my life before, let alone any water in PvP Civilization at all. I came up to the surface to take a look at my surroundings. All I saw were 4 identical hallways. This was it. This was the start of my new life as a stone sword in PvP Civilization. It was pretty clear that this was a one-way trip. There would be no way back up to the wooden sword level. But who knows, maybe I'll never want to go back up again. Maybe getting a stone sword was a ticket to paradise. Or even better, this could be the end and the way out of PvP Civilization. I walked to the end of one of the hallways and I was met with a door. Except I know these doors. These doors weren't the ones that players with swords could open. These doors were only opened by PvP guards. Oh wait, there's a button. I pressed the button that should have opened the door, but unfortunately it did not. Well, this is perfect. I guess level 2 of PvP Civilization is broken. So what now? But all of a sudden, I heard the door open and a PvP guard was standing right in front of me.
Just for future reference, you only need to ring the doorbell one time. Anyways, welcome to level 2. Follow me.
Oh, it was a doorbell. That kind of makes sense. Well, here we go. Time for level 2 of PvP Civilization. The door closed behind us as I followed the guard with a different colored shield down the ladder. In a matter of seconds, my new life would begin. The guard opened the door in front of us and we walked out into level 2 of PvP Civilization. This was life as a stone sword. It looked almost identical to the wooden sword level, which I didn't have a problem with. The problem I had was that by the looks of it, it didn't look like I was escaping PvP Civilization anytime soon.
Since you just ranked up, you're under my protection until we get to your room. follow me.
Let's go. I'll take protection from a PvP guard any day. No way. I get a top floor room too? Maybe this is paradise.
Alright, this right here is your room on the top floor to the left. It's a standard 1 room, 1 bed, but of course if you're looking for something bigger, you can always buy the large house from the PvP marketplace.
Let's go. I can buy a bigger house here too? I am definitely getting one of those. Well, thank you for the protection.
Look, I know you're new here, but players usually leave a PvP tip for our services, you know, for getting you to your house safely.
Oh, a tip? Yeah, for sure. I got you. Sorry, I didn't know tipping was a thing here.
Thank you very much appreciated. Well, good luck in PvP Civilization. I hope you survive.
Thank you, I guess. That doesn't sound too good. Well, here we are. My life is now 82 attacks long. I always dreamed for a time when I could have a stone sword and live longer than 59 hits. And now I'm living that dream. The question now is, where do I go from here? I looked at the sign on the wall next to the picture of me. It said I have 0 wins. Well, that's odd. I should have 3 wins. I guess information travels slowly in PvP Civilization. I took a look around the stone sword level. Just like at the wooden sword level, there was the same red wall with the same door. But something was different. Something changed about the design on the walls. And that's when I realized the truth of PvP Civilization has been around me this entire time. I never questioned as to why the walls were designed the way they were. Why there was wood only at the top. But now seeing the new gray stones filled in underneath, I now realize that the walls were never just designed. They were all of the levels of PvP Civilization, and there were 5. All of a sudden, I heard the swing of a sword right behind me. Oh, this can't be good.
I should have known that was you talking.
No way.
But seriously, stop talking and get in here. It's like you're trying to die.
You know what? I don't even care about the fact that I just found out that there might be 5 levels to PvP Civilization, and the fact that I'll probably never escape this place, because I got a room across my future wife. Let's go. Don't worry about the door. I'll get it. It's just what gentlemen do. Anyways, so long time no see.
I'm gonna ignore that first part. Well, congratulations. Looks like you had what it took to rank up after all.
Yeah, well, I couldn't have done it without your help. I mean, you taught me everything I needed to know about PvP, and I have a longer life because of it. But anyways, let's talk about the important stuff. Like how crazy it is that your room is across from my room? I mean, if I had to guess, it's like the universe wants us to be together.
Alright, kid. The only reason you got that house in the first place is because I defeated the person who was living there before you.
Oh.
And you were about to be my second victim if it wasn't for that weird thing you do where you talk to yourself.
It's called monologuing, and it's good for the story. Anyways, so what do I need to know about level 2?
PvP Civilization goes even deeper. You need 5 victories here to rank up to an iron sword, but I don't know when it ends.
5 victories for an iron sword? There's no way I'm good enough at PvP to win 5 more battles. I died already. Can't the suffering just end?
I'm sorry, did you just say you died already? What do you mean by that?
Oh, yeah, funny thing. So I actually got a stone sword a while ago, and for reasons that won't be said, it broke and I died, but I woke back up on the first layer.
You're saying I can take you out right now, and you'll come back.
Whoa, what is wrong with you? No, we're not gonna test it out. All I know is that there's an armor stand in my room at the first level. No one else in PvP Civilization seems to have one, so that's my only guess on how I came back to life.
Not even sure if you're telling the truth or not, but if someone did have that power, they could be the strongest one in PvP Civilization.
The woman was right. If I had the power to respawn, I could practice PvP without worrying about dying, and eventually I would be the best in PvP Civilization. That also means that I would have enough chances to get to the last level, or better yet, find out the truth about this place. Alright, I don't know if I'm ever gonna respawn again, so what should I do?
You should go find a chestplate. It's unlikely you'll survive a battle without one.
Right, buy a chestplate. I totally don't have a rocky history with buying chestplates, but the woman was right. I'm not that good at PvP, so getting a chestplate means that's probably my best chance of survival. I thanked the woman for her help again, and I told her that if she was ever ranking up to an iron sword soon, I would be totally comfortable with a long distance relationship. She didn't respond to that part, but you know, that's her thing. She's so serious all the time. It's fine. Anyways, before I go get a chestplate, and actually before I do anything in PvP Civilization, I need to do quite possibly the most important task of all time, and that's find a good place for my video journal machine. I bought this thing for 30 swings of my sword, so I have to make good use of it. Alright, this seems like a great spot. This is my first video journal as a stone sword in PvP Civilization, and I will say things are off to a great start. I have cooked beef to tie me over for a while, and I have around 80 swings left with my sword. On top of that, my girlfriend lives right across from me. How crazy is that? And she's insane at PvP, so she'll protect me, hopefully. But for now, I'm on a solo journey, and that's to buy a chestplate. Yes, I know the obvious question is, am I scared that my shopping addiction is gonna get the best of me again? Given the fact that last time I bought 4 chest plates, breaking my sword, and dying. But no, I will not be tempted this time because now I'm actually focused on my survival. Anyways, that's the end of this video journal log. Hopefully, I will be around to update it again. I made my way over to my first new room at the stone sword level. When I walked in, I saw a structure that I've never seen before. If this was the PvP marketplace at level 2, it sure looked a lot different. I had to be careful. I was in unexplored territory, meaning players could be hiding anywhere waiting for a sneak attack, especially on players that have never been here, like me. I climbed up the vines and hopped on to the first level of the structure. And sure enough, I found myself in the PvP marketplace. This is where every player goes to get what they need to survive here. And I need a chest plate to survive. No! Okay, I am not a fan of this design choice for the PvP marketplace. From what I could tell, the first floor of the PvP marketplace was only food, which means the chest plate that I'm after should be at the top. Looking back, I should have just gotten a chest plate before I came down here. If I had done that, my life would have been a lot less stressful. But now I know what to do if I respawn. Alright, what do we got here? PvP guard protection, 60 seconds. It costs 50 attacks plus expected tip. Wait, that's awesome. Can I afford this? 77 attacks left. No, I can't buy this. But I'll come back for this one day. I walked over to the next armor stand and stumbled upon exactly what I was looking for. Here we go. Leather chest plate for 20 attacks. And I'm only buying one this time.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh man, that's not good. I slowly turned around to see a player with a leather chest plate standing directly across from me. If this was gonna end in a PvP battle, I don't know if this was one I could win.
Bold move coming up here thinking you could get a chest plate without a fight. But that's what all the new stone swords do. They come here unprepared and fall right into my trap. And I get the easiest PvP victories of my life. And after I've taken out you, I can rank up to become an iron sword, so thank you.
Of course, this guy has a leather chest plate and 4 wins already. And there's no way down to the surface except through the middle, but that's not an option now. The path is blocked and the only way through is to fight. This will probably be my last PvP battle. I will give it my all, but let's just say I really hope that respawn thing is an option. The player walked towards me and I pulled out my best trick in the book.
Wow, a new stone sword player that knows how to critical hit? You might actually win this.
Come on, I just gotta land one more. Wait, what was that? How did you just hit me so many times?
It's called a PvP combo. You actually have to be good at PvP to do it. Now let's get this over with.
This guy was too good, but he also talked too much. I saw an opening and I took it. I jumped off into the center of the PvP marketplace, just barely catching myself at the bottom of the vines. It didn't look like the player was after me, but still, that was way too close. I didn't achieve my goal of getting a chest plate, but all I needed to do now was get back safely. Fortunately, I did that part successfully. Okay, now I'm just gonna take a break. I do not want to explore any more of PvP Civilization. I've got one piece of steak left, which should tie me over for a while. So, in the meantime, I will talk about my feelings. Alright, back again. Video journal log number 2 here. And a lot of unanswered questions about PvP Civilization. Why are we here? How do we get out? Why are we forced to fight each other? And then there was that thing that guy just did to me. What was it called? A PvP combo? Yeah, I wonder what that's all about. How do I do one of those? Every day it just seems like I know less and less about the world. Oh man, there is just so much to wrap my head around. Oh, and don't even get me started about the PvP guards. What's up with them? I mean, can guards rank up themselves? How do you become a guard at level 2? And those doors that only they're allowed to open, where do those go? And why do guards accept bribes in the form of PvP attacks? I don't know how getting attacked by players helps them in any way, so that's just another thing that doesn't make any sense. And then there's the woman that lives across from me. Oh, talk about a complicated relationship. She's been a little distant lately, you know, winning PvP battles and trying to find the truth about this place. But I feel like we're gonna get married someday. I wonder if they sell engagement rings in PvP Civilization. Alright, that's enough of talking to myself. A lot of unknowns, a lot of unanswered questions, and no guarantee that I'll survive the next day. As of now, I have a little over 70 hits left of my sword to try to get to the next level. If I got an iron sword, who knows how long my life would be. But if I'm gonna rank up to an iron sword, I can't just stay in my room forever. I have to PvP. I fell asleep against the door of my room until I woke up from the sound of voices. Just outside my room, I could hear the PvP guard talking. All I heard was 1v1 and let's go, followed by the sound of people climbing down a ladder. If my suspicions were correct, the woman across from me was selected for a mandatory 1v1. Sure enough, I opened up my door to see that the woman's room was open. This was really bad. I don't care how good she is at PvP. If you get selected for a mandatory 1v1, only one person comes back alive. And if she gets matched up with someone that has a chest plate, she could be in huge trouble, which is why I have to try to help. I followed the guard into the next room, and sure enough, I was in the 1v1 arena at the stone level. Okay, I gotta try to get in here somehow.
Whoa, buddy, let me stop you right there. If you're looking for a 1v1, there's only two ways you can get up there. You either get selected for a mandatory 1v1, or you can buy a ticket.
A ticket, yes, perfect. That's exactly what I need. Do you have any on you? How much does it cost?
Do you really think I look like a guy who sells tickets? No, I don't have any on me. You have to buy one from the PvP marketplace. They're kind of pricey though, just a heads up. You can find them at the top level.
The PvP marketplace. Okay, I'll be right back. I had to hurry. If I don't get this ticket in time, I might risk losing the one person I can trust in PvP Civilization. However, if I'm gonna have any chance at joining that fight, I need to win a fight of my own first. I got to the top where I saw the player with the chest plate standing directly over the armor stand I needed to get to. This was it. No running this time. I had to see this through till the end.
Well, looks like you've come back to give me my 5th win. Once I have my iron sword, I'll remember to thank you.
Alright, this is it. No time for caution. I can't hold anything back. I charged at the player and swung my sword. I didn't even know what I was doing. All I knew was that I had to win this fight. I managed to get it hidden without being touched. But just a second later, I lost the advantage and I was on the run. I climbed up above one of the armor stands and I was officially trapped. There was nowhere for me to run. I had one chance to win this fight and I was gonna have to make it count. As of now, I had the high ground advantage and the player was waiting for me to come down. Come on, if this is gonna work, I just have to land one attack. I kept running up to the edge, trying to make my opponent think I was gonna jump. But then I went for it. I jumped over the player, swinging my sword on the way down, and the player went flying off the edge. I looked down at the ground and the battle was over. By some miracle, I was still alive. Okay, there is a lot going through my head right now, but I do not have time to think about it. All I will say for now is I am lucky to be alive. I walked over to the armor stand where I could buy a 1v1 ticket. It costed 30 attacks and I had 65 left, but I just eliminated someone, so if I pick up their stone sword, I should get some back. 30 attacks later, the 1v1 ticket was in my possession. I was debating leaving the sword on the ground, but after buying one more piece of steak, I didn't have enough swings left with my sword to go into another fight. I needed this sword, and of course, it was stuck on top of a tree. Alright, double checking, there's no easy way up. Of course there's not. Looks like I have to go the hard way. I jumped off the lowest level of the PvP marketplace, taking a huge amount of damage. But I found the sword, and after it combined into my own, I gained 30 more attacks. I should say 24 more attacks because now I have to go buy another piece of steak. I ran back to the 1v1 arena hoping there was still time. Okay, I have a 1v1 ticket.
Good for you. Once this 1v1's over, you can put the ticket into the dispenser and go on up.
What? No, I bought the ticket to go in now.
I didn't know this needed to be said, but this is a 1v1 arena, not a 1v1v1 arena. You can't go up until the fight's finished.
There's gotta be a way up there. Alright, didn't want to have to pull this out. What do you say you let me in now?
You really think you're gonna bribe me with PvP attacks? That's not gonna work, pal.
We'll see about that.
2 attacks? Alright, there might be a small chance I'm willing to accept a bribe.
How do you feel after 2 more attacks?
I feel like I am very much willing to take a bribe. Keep going.
Let's go! Bribing always works!
Wait, 1 second.
Oh, am I good to go up now?
No, not yet. I just need to catch my breath. I got a little low on health there. Just wait a few seconds for me to get some hearts back.
Bro, what? This is like the longest bribe ever. Okay, look, I'm kind of on a time crunch. Are you good now?
Alright, I'm good. Continue.
I paid the guard 4 more attacks with my sword until he finally broke.
Thank you very much. I am now much closer to ranking up because of you. Alright, you can head on up.
Let's go. Thank you so much. Also, way to pull out a crazy lore drop at the end right there. I'll have to come back to that. I opened up the dispenser and dropped in my 1v1 ticket. The door blocking the ladder opened and I was free to go up. Now, I had to hope that I wasn't too late and that I still had time to save the woman who I owe everything to. Let's do this. The door opened up and I saw the woman and a player with a chest plate engaged in heavy battle. It's time to put an end to this. Don't worry, my love. I'm here to save you.
Say that again and I will actually jump off.
Yep, understood very clearly. Oh, what is wrong with me? Anyways, I'm here to help so we can both get out of here alive. The woman told me that she was out of food, so this was her last stand. Unfortunately, the other player showed no signs of running out of food. Alright, well, what are we waiting for? It's 2 versus 1. Let's get this over with.
This guy is good. Play it smart.
You don't have to worry about me. With how good I've become, I bet I'm probably better than him.
No, you're definitely not.
Okay. Okay, way to boost my confidence going into the most important fight of our lives. It's whatever, we'll work on our teamwork skills after. But now, let's fight. The player with the chest plate charged at me. We both landed an attack on each other. Then, the woman came in to help, clearly doing a lot better than I was. But this player was extremely strong. Not only was his chest plate weakening our stone swords, but him constantly being at full hunger means he's been regenerating health this entire fight. This fight was getting too close. I ran up and swung my sword too early, letting the player get a critical hit on me. I watched as the woman went in for another attack, but she got hit herself. This battle was falling apart. I was at 1 heart, and I could tell the woman was probably 1 hit away from dying too. But the player hasn't approached either one of us yet, leading me to believe that he was also very low. At this point in the fight, I knew it was unlikely that both the woman and I make it out alive, which is why I have to take a stand. If I can get 1 more hit on the player before dying, I think the woman will be able to win. So that's what I'm gonna do. I charged the player swinging my sword and somehow hit the player twice in a row. I don't know how I did it, but within a matter of seconds, the player was gone, and there was nothing left except the stone sword on the ground to collect. We won the fight. Did I actually just learn how to do a PvP combo? That was insane. I was only trying to hit the player once, I'm not gonna lie. All right, well, let's get out of here. Wait, what's going on? The battle was over, and both doors were still sealed shut, and that's when I got a grasp of the situation. This was the 1v1 arena, and those doors will never open until 1 player remains standing. That means from the beginning, only one of us was gonna be able to come out alive, and I already knew who the person leaving would be. I shouldn't even be alive. I'm not a guy who has the PvP skill to survive in this place. If I left this arena, I don't even know if I would make it till tomorrow. But you have the PvP skills to survive this place, which is why you have to be the one to leave.
How confident are you with your ability to come back to life?
What?
You said you died and came back. Can you do it again?
I don't even know. I mean, the armor stand thing is just a theory, and there's no way to know if that's true or not. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You have to be the one to leave this place. And if this is my last life, well, I have no regrets about coming here, because I know you'll make it out of PvP civilization one day.
Hopefully, I see you again.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to accept the fact that this could be the end of my story. And what better way to end a story than a true love's kiss?
No.
All right, worth a shot. If someone could respawn in PvP civilization, they could be the most powerful player to ever exist. So why was I given this power? It will never make sense to me how a single armor stand upon a pedestal is the difference between life and death. And I might never know why I'm the one player who gets more chances at life, while the other players who are better at PvP with more talent, more skill, have to risk their one and only life fighting for a cause that they don't even know. Everything I've learned leads me to believe that this armor stand being in my room was a mistake. I shouldn't be the one with this power, it should be somebody else. But there's nothing I can do about it now. The power is mine to use, and I'm gonna use it to figure out the truth about PvP civilization. No matter how many times I die, if I keep coming back, I'll eventually make it to the bottom. And who knows, maybe I might just get pretty good at PvP along the way.
Let's go. Time to PvP.
Alright, here we go. It's time to escape PvP civilization. And I know just how I'm gonna do it.
Let's make this easy. Just give me 1 PvP attack and I will leave. Please don't talk to me.
In PvP civilization, if you don't pay your daily attack to the guards, it can cost you your life, which is what I'm looking for. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna pay today.
Oh, and you started talking again. Of course. Alright, buddy. You know what's gonna happen if you don't pay your attack, right? Because I can promise you, a fight with a PvP guard is a fight you have no chance of winning.
Oh yeah, I understand. I just don't feel like giving you an attack today.
Listen, buddy. This isn't a joke. Unless you're prepared for your life to end, pay an attack.
Yes, sir. I am prepared for my life to end right now. Wait, am I? 56 attacks left? Okay, nope, I'm definitely not ready. Just give me a second, I'll be right back. Oh, I can't believe I forgot to do the only thing that's keeping me alive. As far as I know, I'm the only one in PvP civilization with this armor stand. And as long as I hit the armor stand 3 times, I'll come back to life. I don't know why I was given this power, but I do know that I'm gonna use it to escape this place. Which is why I'm doing this. Alright, I'm ready. I've never seen anyone die by a PvP guard, but I now know it is possible. Lucky for me, dying was a part of my plan. This PvP guard didn't believe my story before about dying and coming back to life, which is why I have to convince him. Nice work, man.
Whoa, what in the... How are you... died right there.
I already told you I have the power to come back to life. So, once you're done wrapping your head around that, I'm gonna need your help, because I'm getting out of PvP Civilization.
This whole time you were telling the truth about coming back to life, huh? Man, I can't believe this. Wait, does that mean you actually have a girlfriend too?
That's what I've been trying to tell you, except I am starting to think the relationship might be a little one-sided, considering she was the one who caused my death, and she didn't seem too hesitant about it. We'll discuss our relationship status when I see her again. Anyways, there's 5 levels to PvP Civilization, and I've only managed to make it to level 2.
So, can't you just keep dying until you get to the bottom level?
Well, yeah, it's probably gonna turn out that way.
If that's the case, then what do you need my help for?
I need you to be there to open the doors when I rank up. I can't have all of the other guards seeing me respawn over and over again. The less people that know about my power, the better. And since we're pretty close, I trust you.
Whoa, what do you think you're doing? Look, I've been very open about not liking you, but you need to chill.
Relax, I'm helping you rank up to be a guard at level 2. At least I think I'm helping. I hit the PvP guard 2 more times and all of a sudden, his helmet broke.
Well, would you look at that? My helmet's gone. I guess I can rank up now too.
Okay, just like I thought. When a guard's helmet breaks, they can rank up. That's why they're so willing to take extra hits from players. Okay, well, I don't know if you have any other plans today, but I'm ranking up right now, so I kinda need you to be there. I climbed down the ladder and made my way towards the wall, where I would rank up to a stone sword for the 3rd time in my life. Hopefully, this time will be the last. I said goodbye to the guard as he made his way over to, well, wherever they rank up through. Hopefully, he'll be there to get me on the 2nd level, and I made my way over to the red gate, the one place you can go in PvP Civilization to increase your lifespan. As of now, my life is only as long as the amount of hits I have left with my wooden sword, which is only 59, but getting a stone sword increases your lifespan to 131 hits, which is why I need to go deeper in PvP Civilization. Who knows how long you can live if you have an iron sword? You could probably buy whatever you want down there without worrying about your sword breaking. Speaking of, I actually do need to buy something before level 2, and that is a leather chestplate. Except I can't go to level 2 with a boring leather chestplate. I gotta get the green one. 5 extra attacks for added style? Yes, please. This leather chestplate would be the key to ranking up to an iron sword. I need to win 5 PvP battles to get to level 3, and having this chestplate is the best chance to guarantee my survival. But at the end of the day, it's not about the armor you wear. It's about your PvP skill. And if I'm not good enough to get 5 wins, well, then I'll just keep respawning until I do. Because I'm gonna get out of PvP Civilization. I jumped down into the water and I was now at level 2. Alright, time to see if the PvP guard will uphold his end of the deal. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this PvP guard doesn't like me too much. Let's see, he bet on me to die, he basically called me unattractive, and he said I have an insane amount of plot armor, whatever that means. Wait, why did I trust this guy? I waited at the door for a PvP guard to show up, and finally, the door opened.
Check this out. I'm officially a stone sword guard now. You know, you might be weird and have no friends, but I gotta give you credit for helping me out.
Okay, once again, that was unnecessary, but it doesn't matter. Let's go. This was my 2nd time making it to level 2, and I was already off to a better start. I had a chestplate, and I had a guard on the inside who I could trust. At least, I think so. Hey, what's behind this door right here? If you got me in there, there could be a shortcut to the bottom of PvP Civilization.
That would be a terrible idea. With the amount of guards in there, there's no chance you make it out alive going in there.
Okay, that could be a valid excuse, or the creator of this place has nothing built behind there and they're stalling for another episode. Alright, let's run this back. I made it back to the stone sword level of PvP Civilization, and this time I wasn't gonna die at this level. Okay, actually I should not say that, but point is I'm making it further this time. If I can just get the woman's help, we can get out of here and she's gone. Well, that's just great. I am on my own. But you know what's not gone? My video journal machine. It's been a while since I've made an update. I should probably get back to that. I walked over and looked at the sign on the wall. I had 2 wins at the stone sword level of PvP Civilization, and I would need 3 more to rank up to an iron sword. As of now, I have 106 attacks left with my sword to get another victory, and over 100 attacks should be plenty to defeat an enemy. I mean, at least I hope so. If I can't defeat someone in over 100 attacks, I probably don't deserve to be here. Alright, it's time to fight so I can get to the bottom of PvP Civilization. My first plan is to go over to the PvP marketplace. If I'm gonna find someone, it's probably gonna be here. No way. This stage just got so much better. Not for that guy, but for me. Let's go. So, good to see you again.
Looks like you can come back to life. Sorry about before.
No need to apologize. It was the obvious choice to make. I had to be the one to die. But anyways, I really think we should talk about things between me and you and our relationship.
The day you and I end up in a relationship will be the day my sword breaks, which means I'll be dead, so it's never happening.
Well, gotta respect the honesty. Look, all I'm saying is we live in a world where everyone is constantly fighting. So what if the solution is love? Yeah, okay, I knew that didn't make any sense. Well, it looks like true love might not exist in PvP civilization after all. Next video journal's gonna be sad.
Can you stop talking? Let's go.
Sorry, I thought you were just gonna keep walking. After facing the tough truth that I was single in PvP civilization, we made it back up and went into the woman's room. I walked over and looked at the sign on the wall. No way, you already have 5 PvP victories? That's insane. You can rank up to become an iron sword. So what are you doing here still?
You have a power that can help us both. So get your 5 wins, because from here on out, ranking up as a team is the best way to survive.
All right, well, that I can do. I just need 3 more wins, but don't worry, I'll get right on it. Let's go. We got a lot of important stuff coming up in this adventure, so before I do anything, I have to update the video journal. All right, we are back at level 2 of PvP civilization. I got a chestplate this time, so I'm already off to a better start. That is physically, at least. Emotionally, I don't know if I'm doing that good. I just found out that the love of my life isn't the love of my life. So that's always hard to hear, but what can you do?
What are you doing? I told you to get your 5 wins, not talk about being single.
I know, I will. Can I just finish this video journal, please?
I can't believe I have this joke for a teammate.
Okay, well, on that note, it looks like I'm being pressured to wrap this up, so let's get back to business. I need 3 more PvP wins to rank up to an iron sword. Now, I'm not the greatest at PvP, but I think I have a couple tricks up my sleeve that could get me these victories. All right, until next time, signing off. All right, there's got to be someone in here. Let's just hope this works. Hello?
Who's there?
Pizza delivery.
I didn't order a pizza.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I have the right room. All right, this is definitely not gonna work.
Okay, I did order a pizza. Just leave it at the door, please.
No way it actually worked. Okay, I left the pizza here. I'm leaving now. All right, time to PvP.
Did you take my pizza?
Yeah, there's no pizza. Sorry, what even are you? Are you a rock?
My name's Gonk.
All right, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think this conversation would go on for this long, so I'm here to fight. I tried to ignore the fact that I was fighting a literal rock and tried to focus on not dying. Luckily, my chestplate gave me just enough protection to survive the battle. I earned my 3rd victory, and the durability of my stone sword went back up to full. Just 2 more victories to go, except before I can go into another fight, I need to get food from the PvP marketplace. Surprisingly, I came back from the PvP marketplace with only food. For once in my life, I didn't buy every unnecessary thing there is to buy. I think it's safe to say that my shopping addiction is getting better. Now, I need to find someone else to battle.
Excuse me?
Oh no, please don't have a chestplate.
Hey, look, I don't want to fight. I'm just looking for my friend Conk. Have you seen him?
Oh, this is gonna be weird.
We both just ranked up. He lives right across from me.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen him, but hey, if you show me a picture of him, I could probably help you find him.
He's a rock. He looks just like this.
Okay, so your friend, this Conk guy who I've never met, is a rock. I mean, I feel like I need to ask the obvious question, but how can you be sure this isn't him?
Well, yes, but no, that's not him. He's like a person.
I don't know. I mean, if you ask me, this looks like it could be him.
Conk's not around anymore, is he?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, he's not around anymore. Alright, well, cameo's over, time to fight. My second battle of the day had begun. This time, I felt much stronger in the battle, and I managed to win the fight with 5.5 hearts left. I had 4 wins under my belt, and I only needed 1 more to rank up. Let's go, let's get this 5th win and rank up to an iron sword. Wait, what the? At that moment, I realized I picked the wrong person to fight for my 5th victory. But the good news is I am practically immortal in PvP civilization, so I can always try again. Man, those were some good combos you had in that fight.
What the? I just defeated you. How are you back?
I really don't know. Hopefully I'll get the answer at the end of the story though. 2 hits later, I had my 5th victory as a stone sword. Just a little bit ago, I thought I would never be able to get 5 victories, but now I'm here. I can't believe this. We're actually gonna get to level 3 of PvP civilization.
Well then, let's get going. There's no time to waste.
You are absolutely right. There's no time to waste, which is why we need to update the video journal right now. And this time, it's not gonna be me doing the update. It's gonna be you.
Are you serious? I just said we don't have time to waste. I'm not doing this.
Look, we don't know what's gonna happen at level 3. This might be your last chance ever to do a video journal update.
Fine.
All right, just say your thoughts and your feelings.
I think that this machine is a complete waste of money, and I think no one wants to hear every single thought you have at any given moment.
Not bad. You just gotta add an intro next time, like, hey, what's up?
This is ridiculous. I'm not doing this anymore. If you're still talking in 30 seconds, I'm sending you back to level 1.
Aw, man. Well, at least we got something out of her. Alright, I guess I'm down to 30 seconds. Both the woman and I are about to rank up to become Iron Swords in PvP Civilization. We know nothing about what life is like on the layer below us. It's only a matter of time before we find out how long Iron Swords can live for. The thing is that I'm gonna be the one to find out first, because I'm going in alone. Both the woman and I agreed that since I have the ability to come back to life, I should be the one to go in alone, and if I'm not back in 5 minutes, she'll rank up herself. But if things go poorly, which I'm not gonna lie, things usually don't go as planned here, I can come back to life and both the woman and I can rank up together so we can face whatever threat lies beyond this door. Alright, well, that's the plan. Hopefully a video journal machine exists at level 3 because I need to make more updates. Signing off. I walked into the hallway that looked exactly like the hallway at level 1, except this time the entry was made with white concrete, and I knew exactly what that meant. I walked through the doors and my stone sword transformed into an iron sword. This was the beginning of an entirely new life in PvP Civilization. Okay, it looks like there are things to buy here before going to level 3. I just gotta remind myself that every swing of my sword counts. I just have to be smart. I walked over to the hole in the middle of the room. Once I jump down, I'll be at level 3, and there's no coming back. That is, unless I die, but I kinda don't want that to be the new norm. I went over to the armor stands to see what items were available to buy. An iron chestplate for 50 attacks? That seems expensive, but how many attacks do I even have? I swung at the armor stand once and looked down at my sword to see that my life was now 250 attacks long. This is insane. I bought a chestplate for 50 attacks, and my life is still 200 PvP attacks long. Oh man, imagine how long people live for at level 4, or even level 5. Alright, what do we got over here? Green iron chestplate? Oh, okay, I'm definitely already making a bad decision. Let me do the math. 200 minus 75. It doesn't matter. I'm buying it anyways. Let's go. Look, I'm not proud of these purchases, but committing to the Evbo brand and always wearing green is very important to me. Unfortunately, me buying multiple chestplates kind of opened the gates to buy more stuff. A water bucket sounds cool. A flint and steel also sounds very cool. The toughest decision I've ever had to make in my life. A video journal machine or a PvP mansion. Okay, I've decided. I'm getting the PvP mansion. I'll go back and get a new video journal machine, and then and my brand new iron sword already broke. Man, how does that happen so fast? Okay, my excuse is I died in a very intense PvP battle.
Look, buddy, you keep dying every 5 minutes. I'm gonna have to rethink our arrangement.
Look, I'm trying, man, okay? Conditions are tough at level 3. I mean, you've never been there, you wouldn't know.
Please just get better.
Sorry, I'll try to die less. Hey, hold up. Random question. Are we friends?
No. What on earth would make you think we're friends? I literally only care about ranking up, and you happen to be the best option.
I guess I can live with that. I'm just trying to figure out if the woman and I are friends. I don't even know what makes a friend, to be honest.
Well, for starters, friends usually know each other's names. Why would we be friends? You don't even know my name.
Whoa. That goes both ways. You don't even know my name, and you've never asked.
Your name is Evbo. You literally have a floating name tag above your head.
People can see that? Weird, I guess. It's kind of like this entire thing revolves around me. Alright, well, thanks for that. Maybe I'll ask you your name sometime in the future. But right now, I have some serious explaining to do. Let's see how this goes. Okay, I'm just gonna lay everything out there. I don't want to hold anything back. I don't want to scare you. It's very dangerous. There are a lot of enemies behind the wall.
So that means you bought a bunch of stuff you didn't need and broke your sword, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, I wasn't lying. In my case, armor stands are dangerous. After my first run, I lost my privilege to get an iron sword by myself. So this time, I'm going with the woman. I'm a little scared because she's personally overseeing everything that I buy before level 3, but in all honesty, I probably need the supervision. Both of us now had iron swords in our hands, and we were ready to go to the next level of PvP Civilization. The woman decided to get herself an iron chestplate, which makes sense considering this is her one and only life. However, my request to get a green iron chestplate again was denied, with the potential punishment being death by the woman's sword, so that was off the table. Look, just think about it. If it's 100 attacks, it has to be awesome.
This isn't just affecting your life, you know. We need to survive, and a PvP mansion doesn't help with that.
I don't know. I mean, one might argue that a PvP mansion could help us survive. Okay. I'm not gonna get it. I promise I'm not gonna get it.
Out of all the people it could have been, the power of immortality went to the shopping addict.
All right, level 3. Here we go. Whenever you're ready, you jump. I'll be right behind you.
When we get to the bottom, be ready ready to fight. Let's go.
Okay, she can't come back up. Now it's time to get my video journal machine. I promised I wouldn't get the mansion, but to live in PvP civilization without the video journal machine, I would rather die. All right, now I'm ready for real. My life as an iron sword in PvP civilization starts now. I jumped into the hole and landed in a giant pool of water, just like at the stone sword level. All right, no enemies, no people with iron swords. That's a good sign.
Do I need to ask why it took you an extra 30 seconds to get down here?
No, you don't need to. I mean, you can. You're just not gonna get an answer you like.
The fact that I could have died over a video journal machine is ridiculous.
Trust me, once you see the videos that come out later about my life in PvP civilization, you'll understand the vision. We walked to the end of the tunnel, but something was different about this level. There were no PvP guard doors blocking the way out. The path was open, and we were free to go on through into civilization. Okay, well, no point in waiting any longer. I followed the woman until we got to the ladder at the end of the tunnel. The door was open, and we stepped in to level 3 of PvP civilization. Everywhere I looked, there were trees that I've never seen before, and the walls of PvP civilization were filled in with white rocks, letting us know that we had made it to the iron sword level. So what now? There's no PvP guards anywhere. All of a sudden, both the woman and I were ambushed by a player with an iron sword. But after hitting us both one time, the player just left. What just happened? Am I crazy, or did that person just speak with sword noises? I am so confused.
I apologize for him. He was just testing to see if either one of you were the chosen one. But the legends say that the chosen one is too powerful to be touched by a sword. So, I guess that rules the both of you out.
Okay, what is going on? If you're looking for a fight, just remember it's a 2v1. So I would think carefully about what you're gonna do.
Relax. The iron swords of PvP civilization don't fight. This is a level of peace. You two are safe and are free to live long lives here.
Wait, the iron sword people don't fight? Okay, wait, why did that guy sound like a sword?
That guy speaks PvP. It's hard to understand.
Did I just hear that right?
I suggest you both claim a house for yourselves, and if you have any questions at all, feel free to visit my mansion and we can talk.
And with that, the mysterious player ran away, leaving us to question everything he just told us. Okay, that was a lot of information, but I can tell we're thinking the exact same thing. How do we learn how to speak PvP?
What? No? More like who or what is the chosen one?
Right, yeah, that was probably second on my list of questions. Just like the player told us, the woman and I climbed up the ladder to find 2 open rooms at the top. It looked like once again we were living across from each other, so I had the added protection. But did I even need protection if no one fights here? Why would people not fight at the iron sword level of PvP civilization? After hitting the armor stand and closing my door, I had claimed this house as my own, but something was different. This house didn't have a sign next to my name saying how many victories I had. It looks like people don't fight at this level after all. Life was getting super confusing, so of course when that happens, the best thing to do is to vent your thoughts and talk to yourself. The iron sword level of PvP civilization was nothing like I expected. I thought this would be the most dangerous level so far, yet that player told me we're safe to live long lives here. While that sounds nice, I'm concerned with the fact that there was no mention about the next layer. So my next questions are, what is the next level and can I even reach it? Well, the only way I'm gonna find out answers is by exploring. So I'm signing off again. I walked out from my room and for the first time at this level, I saw a PvP guard. Wait, don't go. I need to ask you a couple questions. Wait, hold on. You're the guard that I bribed at the stone sword level. I see you ranked up now. Congrats.
Oh yeah, thanks man. I couldn't have done it without you. Congrats to yourself for getting an iron sword. So, what do you want to know?
All right, well, give me the rundown. Is there a daily PvP attack I need to do? How do I get to the next level? Just anything I need to know about this level, I'll take.
Well, you're in luck. I got good answers for you. No daily PvP attack, no requirements to rank up to the next level. The only thing that's really expected of you is to pay respects to the Chosen One over through that door. It's not mandatory, but everyone here believes in the Chosen One. If you don't pay your respects, people might not like you because of it, but that's pretty much it. Alright, I'll catch you later.
So no daily PvP attacks, no requirements to rank up to the next level, and the only thing expected is to pay respects to this so-called Chosen One? What is the Chosen One? I walked through the door the guard told me about, and I looked upon a massive statue in the middle of the room. I have no idea what's going on, but already 2 people today have told me something about the Chosen One. I walked around the statue and I saw a staircase on the back side of it, so I made my way over. When I went over, I saw someone with an iron chestplate going towards the top, so I decided to follow them up. When I got to the top, I realized that the person standing there was the same person who attacked the woman and I when we both ranked up. And all he did was swing at an armor stand. Hey, excuse me, what were you just doing up here? Did you buy something with that armor stand? What is that for? Okay, I don't speak PvP. Okay, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I walked over to the armor stand myself to see what it was. Is this what the guard meant about paying respects to the Chosen One? Maybe this armor stand is the Chosen One, I don't know. Well, I have 177 swings left, so I guess I can spare one. I swung once at the armor stand that may or may not be the Chosen One. That's unconfirmed as of right now, and nothing happened. So that's one wasted PvP attack, but it's okay because I have a lot left. I went through a second door and I realized that this was the direction the player told me to go to find him at his mansion. The only question is, where are the PvP mansions? No way that's the PvP mansion up there. They say PvP doesn't buy happiness, but all I'm saying is, if I lived on the top floor like this, well, let's just say I don't think PvP civilization would continue, because I think I would just stay here forever. Hello? Anyone here? I heard the swing of a sword and the door opened.
First time seeing a PvP mansion, I take it? Be my guest. Have a look around.
Oh, I most certainly will. No way. Double bed, open floor plan, video journal. Oh man, this can't get any better than... And it has a pool. And it has a pool. I actually need it. I actually don't think I've seen anything this great. Please tell me how the pool is. It has to be great, right? Is it heated?
We live in a world where we're forced to fight the people we care about in exchange for survival. Having this luxury doesn't put my mind at ease.
Whoa, that went dark really fast. Jeez, I was just asking about the pool. Okay, time for real questions. Why are we safe here? Why aren't people fighting each other to get to level 4?
Because no one survives at level 4.
No one survives level 4? But why? What's so different about down there than any of the other levels?
Ranking up to a gold sword would be throwing your life away. Your life is diminished to all of 30 hits, and one misplaced PvP attack is all it takes to end it, which is why we wait for the Chosen One to guide us forward.
Who is this Chosen One? Okay, am I following you? I guess I'm following you. The player that went by the name of Parrot led me back into the room I was just in before. He said that this was the Chosen One.
The Chosen One is said to have an unbreakable sword, a never-ending life to lead us all out of this nightmare.
The Chosen One has a never-ending life. You seriously got all that just by looking at this statue?
It's written in the stone. The Chosen One will be born at the wooden sword level.
Parrot motioned at the head that was carved into the rock. The head that was made out of wood. I couldn't help but think about the obvious. I was born at the wooden sword level, and I can come back to life. There's no possible way that the Chosen One is me, right? But if it is, and people find out that I am the Chosen One, I don't even know what I'd be getting myself into. Man, the Chosen One, that seems like a big responsibility. Just glad it's not me, right?
Yeah, that's right. We already went over the fact that it can't be you. The Chosen One is said to be the best at PvP.
Okay, well, let's not jump to any conclusions, okay? I'm sure the Chosen One has had some off days at PvP, if they're out there. Okay, if I actually am the Chosen One, I'm gonna need to get much better at PvP. I don't get it. I mean, even if getting past the gold sword level is nearly impossible, isn't it worth the risk to at least try? I mean, shouldn't we all be trying to get out of here?
At the end of the day, what do we know about life outside? I mean, hey, maybe life in here is a gift and shouldn't be taken for granted.
And with that, Parrot ascended into his mansion, leaving me to think about the unanswerable question. Is life outside of these walls better than it is in here? But as I thought it over, the more I realized that that can't be the case. Because I know that a life of resorting to violence to survive could never be a gift. Apparently, the so-called Chosen One is so good at PvP that they can never be hit by a sword. Evidently, I am not at that level yet. Alright, we're good, I'm gonna die. Good practice though. I feel like I'm getting better. Okay, you owe me some golden carrots now. While the rest of the people with iron swords are content with staying at this level forever, I am not. Which is why I'm practicing. You sure practicing is a good idea? I mean, at this point, you're just wasting hits with your sword. And that is your one and only life.
If the gold sword level is as hard as they say, I need to be better.
She was right. Parrot said that no one ever makes it past level 4. Whatever life is like down there is something completely different than anything we've seen in PvP civilization. The problem with that is, how do you prepare for something that you know nothing about? But I think I have the solution. I think I'm done waiting. As long as I have the gift of coming back to life, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna go through the red gate and get my gold sword. Everyone at this level seems to be on the same page, and that they're all waiting for the Chosen One to guide them forward. Maybe I am the Chosen One and they're waiting for me to do what I'm I'm about to do. But even if I'm not the chosen one, the answer is clear to me. There's no requirement to rank up to a golden sword, so there's no reason to keep staying here. Also, another random thought I just had, there's really no reason to close my door if no one at the iron sword level fights. I guess I'll save the extra attack. Alright, well, time for the Evbo tradition of video journaling right before I rank up to the next level. So, I'm about to enter level 4 of PvP Civilization. Am I scared of dying? I mean, not really, because I should come back to life. Am I scared of potentially being the chosen one? Definitely. If the entirety of PvP Civilization is counting on me to be their savior, I don't know if I'm good enough to do that. Well, at least not yet. Also, what happens if I let these people down? I mean, everyone here worships the chosen one. If I let them down, there's a very real chance they could turn on me, or something worse, I don't know. Probably best to not think about it. But anyways, if I die at the golden sword level, I definitely am getting a PvP mansion when I get back. Well, that about sums up everything. I'm gonna go to the golden sword level, figure out why no one's been able to get past level 4, and if I die, I'll come back and try again. Alright, long update today. Wait, why does this say share? Didn't know video journal machines could get updates. Okay, I hit share. I don't know what happens now. Wait, maybe someone outside of PvP Civilization can see it. Alright, I don't know, it's probably nothing. Hey, you didn't happen to get a copy of my video journal, did you? No? No? Okay. Well, it's time to go. If anyone says anything about where I've gone, just say I'm trying to learn how to speak PvP somewhere privately. I don't know. Just make up whatever you want.
Hey, good luck down there.
Hey, before I go, I've never asked you this, but what is your name?
Wow, I'll try to forget the fact that it took you 3 full episodes to ask, but I'm Tabby.
Tabby. Okay, well, I got my first friend in PvP Civilization.
I never said anything about being friends. You know nothing about me. You literally just learned my name. Why would we be friends?
Well, that's not what the guard said. Okay, whatever. We'll talk about it when I get back. I made my way over to the Red Gate, the one wall in PvP Civilization that symbolizes ranking up. When I got over to the armor stand, I only hit it once and the door already opened. It turns out that the intel I had was correct. There are no requirements to rank up to a golden sword. If there were, well, then I wouldn't have been able to get through these doors. But sure enough, I was through the Red Gate, and I saw the golden entryway that would allow my iron sword to transform into a golden sword. If what Parrot said was correct, getting this golden sword means that my lifespan will be shortened. I no longer have the luxury of living for 250 attacks. I now have to survive with half the amount of attacks I would have had as a wooden sword. So, I'm about to enter level 4 of PvP Civilization. Am I scared of dying? I mean, not really, because I should come back to life. Am I scared of potentially being the chosen one? Definitely. In the hallways before level 4, I noticed something different. There were no armor stands to buy anything to prepare for the level below. No food, no armor, and no video journal machine, which is probably for the best if I'm being honest. This golden sword would be the only thing I can take down to level 4. That means that the only thing that will determine my survival is my PvP skill. Supposedly, the only way to survive at the golden sword level is to make every single attack count. So that's what I have to do. Well, that about sums up everything.
Why share this with me?
My descent into level 4 begins now. I jumped off the ledge with hopes that I'd find out why no one makes it past level 4. And within a few seconds, I already figured out why. I woke up back in my bed at level 1 of PvP Civilization. For once, I didn't die in battle. I didn't die by buying stuff I didn't need, but I died from fall damage. In every other level of PvP Civilization, there's water at the bottom to break your fall. But getting to the gold sword level is impossible. No one could possibly survive that fall, which is why everyone thinks that getting past level 4 is impossible. The truth is that people don't even make it to level 4 to begin with. And the only reason I know that is because I have the power to come back to life. I couldn't help but think about all of the people that thought they were ranking up, but they never had a chance in the first place. Because PvP Civilization was designed to never make it to the bottom, which is why I need to use my power to find out why. I'm gonna go to the golden sword level, figure out why no one's been able to get past level 4, and if I die, I'll come back and try again.
If Evbo's the chosen one, then he'll have to die.
PvP Civilization has 5 levels, each level giving you a better sword, allowing you to live a longer life. That's what I thought at least, until I realized that this whole place was built upon a lie. Whatever this place is, people weren't meant to get to the last level. Everyone in here still believes that there's a way out, but they don't know the truth. People use up their sword swings buying items they think will help them survive, or buying items that are purely for entertainment, if you know, you know. But whatever happens, the path to level 4 is a path that leads to death. And the only way I know that is because I am the chosen one of PvP civilization. Only I have the power to come back to life, which is why I'm the only one who knows that trying to get a golden sword is impossible. No one can survive the fall, as of now that is. But I'm gonna change that because I'm escaping this place. I'm telling you the truth, man. I dropped down to level 4 and there was no water at the bottom. I just died to fall damage. It just doesn't make sense. This place is already a nightmare. Why make it impossible to escape?
Part of me wants to ask if you just missed the water at the bottom, because you know, you're not that bright. But I believe you, and that concerns me.
Look, I brought this up last episode. I'm gonna give it a shot again. I think the way to get to level 4 has to be through the PvP guard doors. Unless, of course, the creator is still stalling.
We already went over this. Someone with a sword will never be able to beat someone with a shield. And that's one person. In there, all the guards will be on you in seconds. And what about me, huh? You might be able to come back to life. But what about my life?
You know what? I'm done with the excuses. Just tell me straight up, does the creator of this place have anything built behind that door?
Alright, fine. I wasn't supposed to say anything, but there's nothing built behind the door yet. The creator strategically hides certain areas to allow him to continue building throughout the series.
I knew it! I knew there was nothing built behind the door. We all knew, really. It was pretty obvious.
But rest assured, it's being built right now, and it should be shown later this episode.
So, what do you think? We'll probably get to see in 10, 15 minutes from now, right?
Oh yeah, I would say a safe 15 minutes, depending on how the plot goes.
Let's go! This is what we need from now on, you know? Meeting audience expectations. No shortcuts. Alright, but let's get back to business. I quickly ranked back up to an iron sword, with the hopes of this time finding a way to actually survive the trip to the golden sword level. Now that I know that people don't fight at the iron sword level, I don't need to spend any attacks on armor. Just one of the perks of coming back to life, I guess. Wait, but now I also know how insanely awesome the PvP mansions were. Look, the second I stepped foot in Parrot's mansion, I knew I was gonna get one, so let's just get it over with. I spent 100 PvP attacks and picked up a PvP mansion key. Am I scared of Tabby's reaction when she finds out I bought this? Yes, very much so. It's very likely she'll start attacking me, and I might find myself back in this exact spot in a few minutes. But at the end of the day, I'll get an indoor pool, and that's all that really matters. Okay, but setting the pool aside for a second, I need to start thinking about the important stuff. Like why there's no water to jump into at the golden sword level. If it was truly impossible to rank up, then why are all of us in PvP civilization in the first place? It just doesn't make sense. There has to be a way to keep going. And I'm guessing it's through the guard doors, but I guess we have to wait 10 to 12 minutes for that. Oh, my patience is running out. It's like, come on, if you're gonna make a multi-part series, just have everything built beforehand. By the looks of it, no one saw me attempt to get a gold sword, which is good because I can't have people knowing I'm the chosen one. I would try to rank up again to see if I can find a way down, but there are just a couple of things I need to do first. Number 1, I need to make sure no one stole my video journal machine while I was gone. Oh, thank you, it's still here. Okay, that was the most important thing. Number 2, talk to Tabby, my only friend in PvP civilization who is always really disappointed in me, likes to point out all of my flaws, maybe a bit too often.
Why can't you ever start off a conversation normally? Alright, tell me what happened. What's the golden sword level like?
Right. Well, I didn't actually make it to the golden sword level. And before you say anything, no, I did not break my sword buying a bunch of stuff I didn't need. There wasn't any water to break my fall at the bottom. I jumped down and I instantly died from fall damage. I didn't even get the chance to see what it looked like down there. I don't know, maybe I missed something.
I have to ask this. You sure you didn't just miss the water? I mean, if someone were to do it, it would be you.
What? No, I didn't. That's also the second time I've heard that today, which is not helping my self-esteem.
There has to be something you missed. I doubt we're being put through all of this just to be stopped at level 3. You have to keep trying.
I will. As long as I can keep coming back to life, I'm gonna keep trying to find a way down. The good news is that I now know PvP civilization goes deeper, so at least we know there's something beneath us. I'll keep trying, I just have to do one very important thing first. I can't say what it is, but let's just say it's a matter of life and death.
So, buying a PvP mansion is a matter of life and death?
Okay, I guess I'm more predictable than I thought. Well, yes, if you're materialistic like I am, then having a mansion is really that important. There are a lot of unspoken things about PvP civilization. One of them being no one tells you where to find your mansion when you buy it. You kind of just have to look around until you find it. I wonder how many people at the Iron Sword level actually have PvP mansions. So far, all I know is Parrot having one, which brings up the question, how did he buy a PvP mansion? I guess I'm not the only materialistic one in here. Let's go. I went into a new section of the Iron Sword level and I saw another PvP mansion way up at the top. Like I said, the rules of PvP civilization are kind of up in the air, so I don't really know if anyone owns this or not. But as far as I could tell, there was no one living here. I put the key to the PvP mansion in my left hand and all of a sudden, the door opened. The key was gone from my inventory, and by the looks of it, I was now the owner of one of the most luxurious places in PvP civilization. Look, I know I'm the chosen one, and that comes with a lot of responsibilities, you know, having to save everyone in here, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think it's a crazy thing to say that the chosen one needs a double bed, a couch, and an indoor pool to stay relaxed. After all, I need a clear head if I'm gonna save the world. I'm not gonna lie, this pool is making me think that life in PvP civilization isn't actually that bad. Okay, I need to get out of the pool. What am I thinking? Life is terrible in here. Alright, let's focus up, find a way down to the Golden Sword level, and let's make sure that I'm looking fresh, because I'm gonna be logging all of this in my brand new video journal machine. Yo, we are back with another update, of course. You might notice the background looks a little different, and that would be because I got myself a PvP mansion. Only cost 100 swings, nothing much. But anyways, I'm gonna give another shot at ranking up to a golden sword. Despite what Tabby and the other guard thinks, I am pretty confident I did not miss the water at the bottom. But in the off chance that I did, I'll be able to double check this time. Now that I'm anticipating that there won't be water at the bottom, I'm looking for anything that could possibly be a clue as to how to survive the fall. Well, I guess I'll let you guys know how it goes after I probably die again. Signing off. I looked at the drop to level 4 to see if I possibly missed anything from last time, but I didn't see anything. I even took a look around the other 4 entrances to see if there was a secret path or anything like that. But as far as I could tell, the giant hole in the middle of the room was the only way down. Alright, well, it looks like I'm not gonna find anything else, so the only thing left to do is to jump. I was beginning to doubt my memory and I thought that maybe there was actually water at the bottom, but nope, just like I remember, no water. We are back with another update, so I'll fill you in on what happened. To sum it up, I died a lot of times and still did not find a way to the Golden Sword level. It got to the point where I was trying some pretty unconventional stuff. Hold on, every time I've jumped so far, I've jumped forward. What happens if I go backwards? I'll save you the details. The backwards jump did not exactly work. I'm a little ashamed to admit this, but that wasn't the only unconventional jump I tried. I think I'm onto something. What if this time I go for a 360? Wait. Why does this feel familiar? Yeah, the 360 wasn't really a good idea. I don't know why I even tried it. But nevertheless, I am still determined to find a way down there. Hopefully, I'll find the way down soon, because I don't want people knowing that I'm the chosen one. I don't really know what would happen if they found out. Alright, well, hopefully something changes soon. Signing off. I'm telling you, I jumped so many times. I jumped backwards, I did a 360. It's just not possible. I don't know what I'm missing. And I promise you I'm not missing the water.
Can you be serious and stop parkouring? If we don't figure this out, we'll die at this level.
I can't help it. It's leftover from the last series. But you're right. This is serious. We need to get to level 4. I have a feeling that getting to the Golden Sword level will completely change our understanding of this place, given the fact that no one's actually made it there.
Hold on. You know all of that useless stuff you always buy whenever you rank up and get a new sword?
Yep, I am quite familiar with my purchases, yes. But before you roast me again, I promise you I only bought a mansion this time.
Well, aren't you disciplined? What I'm trying to say is that maybe there's a chance that all of those items aren't useless after all. There could be something to buy that's needed to rank up.
Wait, you might be onto something. What did I buy when I went on my first shopping spree? A green chestplate, a flint and steel, and no way, I got a water bucket. I can't believe I didn't think of that before. You are a genius. So, I need to get back there somehow. I guess you can do the honors. After a few critical hits with the sword, I died and came back to the shopping area before the Iron Sword level. For the very first time in my life in PvP civilization, I was actually encouraged to buy things. Granted, this thing could help me and everyone else in here survive and escape this place, but it still feels pretty good not having to feel bad about a purchase. I can't believe I didn't think about this solution to begin with. I mean, the answer seems so simple. There's no water at the bottom at the Golden Sword level, so why not just put it there? After I tested that I was actually competent enough to place a water bucket down, I went back and got my Golden Sword again for probably the millionth time. But if all goes as planned, this time should be different because I'll actually make it to the bottom. Let's go. If I want to make this story cool, I'm gonna have to water bucket clutch at the last second. Or I could just place it here at the top and swim down, and I'll tell the video journal I made the clutch, because who's gonna fact check that? I placed down the bucket of water and jumped in, and started making my way down to the 4th level of PvP civilization. I couldn't believe it. After so many unsuccessful attempts, I was finally gonna make it to the... Wait, what just happened? Where did the water go? And I'm back at the 1st level. I don't even know what just happened. 1 second I was swimming down the waterfall, and then the next thing I knew, I was falling without a bucket in my hand. Okay, time to get back there and see what's really going on. At this point, I started to believe everyone that thought I was dying because I was missing the water. But upon further investigation, it wasn't my skill that was the issue. And yes, I do know that I have skill issues in general, but whatever this was definitely not my fault. I swam to the bottom of the drop, or rather halfway down the drop, and I couldn't really believe my eyes, but the water was just stopping in the middle of the air. For some reason that I couldn't explain, the water bucket that I placed wasn't going down to the bottom. So that meant that my plan to get down to the bottom was a waste. What didn't make sense is why my bucket disappeared in my hand when I jumped. I needed to figure out what was going on. I needed to buy more items to see what would disappear, which meant I had to die again. I came back this time equipped with an iron chest plate. If the water bucket disappeared when I went past this invisible barrier, it's time to find out if armor does too. But I soon realized that a golden sword might be the only thing that makes it down to level 4. After I found out that the chest plate doesn't survive the drop, I came back with another water bucket to try to place it lower on the walls, but still, it was no use. The water would only place above this certain level. While I was still determined to find a way down, I had to face the fact that it looked like nothing could make it past this barrier. I gave one more attempt and tried dropping the water bucket from my inventory, and yeah, even if it did get to the bottom, I don't really know how that would have helped me. Well, that was a lot of work for nothing. I'm beginning to think there actually is no way to level 4. Well, a lot to unpack here. We now know that there's an invisible barrier between level 3 and level 4, and nothing can go past it. No items, no water. It seems like the golden sword is the only thing that makes it through. Super weird if you ask me. I wouldn't be surprised if the creator of PvP Civilization did this just to watch me suffer.
I'm still very much convinced your lack of coordination is causing you to miss the water at the bottom.
As you all just saw there, my inability to get to level 4 is ruining my image. So there's nothing left to do except just keep trying. Alright, signing off. This goes without saying, but I'm gonna be really upset if I can't get a video journal machine at level 4. You know what I could do? I could just die, come back here, film an update, and go back down to level 4 every single day.
Evbo,
Oh, this can't be good.
stop. If people find out that you're the chosen one, you could be wasting our one chance to get out of here.
What? Me, the chosen one? I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm flattered, really, but seriously, where'd you get that idea?
I watched the video journal you shared with me. Now come on, stop trying to rank up.
So that's who I shared it with. Wait, you didn't watch the whole thing, did you? Oh, I really hope you didn't watch the whole thing. I talk so much about my relationship problems. Look, I just want to address this now. Tabby and I are on good terms, great terms even, and I have very much recovered emotionally since then.
Relax, that's not important right now. What's important is that we figure out the best way to use your ability. Bro,
I'm listening. What's up?
can you get out of the pool? This is a serious discussion.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I thought this was gonna be like a casual conversation. I don't get it. I thought everyone here believes in the Chosen One. Why would they want to come after me?
You must have forgotten that not everyone can respawn. Most people here aren't waiting for the Chosen One to lead them out. They're just looking for any chance they can get to live longer. And if the world finds out that you can help people live forever, they'll forget about wanting to escape this place.
You're right. They would just keep defeating me over and over for my iron sword, so their swords will never break. That's why I have to get out of here, so I can prove to people that there is a way out. Obviously, to do that, I need to make it to level 4, but it's a bit tough to do that since there's no way to rank up, apparently.
Wait, what do you mean there's no way to rank up?
Oh yeah, I probably should have mentioned that every time I try to rank up to a golden sword... Whoa, getting up close and personal. But yeah, there's no water at the bottom. I've died to fall damage too many times to count.
That doesn't make any sense. There has to be a way to rank up.
I know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And I have to keep trying, even if it means people might find out that I'm the chosen one. It will be worth it if I succeed.
Look, just be careful out there. You don't know what these people are capable of.
Will do. And just for future reference, if I accidentally share a video journal with you, please do me a favor and don't watch it. I talk a lot about my feelings and stuff that should only really be seen by me, and maybe millions of other people when I share this in the future. Alright, time to break the bad news to Tabby that someone might have found out I'm the chosen one. With that being said, we can all assume I'm gonna die in 3, 2, 1, here we go. So, I got some bad news, and she's not even here. Tabby? Hello? Well, this is strange. If we were at another level of PvP civilization, I would assume she's out fighting. But no one fights at this level, so where could she have gone? Is she using the video journal? No, she's not. Yeah, I knew that was unlikely. All of a sudden, I heard the sound of breaking glass. I blacked out for a second and my vision started to get blurry. By the time I turned around, it was too late. I was already gone. When I regained consciousness, I had no clue where I was. I looked all around and I was in a room that I've never seen before. Whatever this was way smaller than any of the houses in PvP Civilization. What is this? Is this a PvP apartment? I didn't know they had those here. Not really my style. I prefer my mansion. As I stood there, someone appeared right in front of me with an iron chest plate. Ah, not this guy again. Look, bro, I already told you I don't know how to speak PvP. I have no clue what you're saying. I really thought this conversation wasn't gonna go anywhere, but then the guy who speaks PvP pulled out a sign. Oh yeah, that'll definitely work. Okay, so why exactly am I here? The person with the sword wrote down his response on the sign, and it said, "You are the chosen one." Well, that's just great. Now everyone probably knows. Wait a minute. You were the one who threw that thing on me. I remember seeing you right before I passed out. Why are you doing this? What do you want from me? And what they wanted from me was exactly what Parrot warned me about. PvP Civilization found out I was the chosen one, and they were gonna use me to live forever. Alright, buddy, how exactly are you gonna do that? Because if I die, I'll respawn back at level 1. So why would I bother coming down here just to die for you all? But the response I got made it clear that they had a plan after all. The reason Tabby wasn't in her room is because she was captured herself, and they were gonna use her as bait so that I would keep dying over and over. Alright, hear me out. This is a one-time offer, so think about it. If you let her go, I'll help you live forever, and I'll even give you the key to my PvP mansion. Haha, let's go! Just like I thought, a PvP mansion will make anyone change their mind. Wait, no? Bro, what? Have you even seen a PvP mansion before? I mean, the square footage is insane, and the view, oh, don't even get me started about the view. Wait, please just consider, no. Oh, you can't be serious.
Step back, please. Sorry about this, Evbo. I wish the circumstances could have been different, but at the end of the day, we have to make hard choices.
You're in on this too? Why? I helped you rank up. Why would you do this?
That was before I knew you were the chosen one and had the power to come back to life. Listen, you're just a kid, I don't expect you to understand, but this is the lives of everyone here we're talking about. You might not get it now, but once you see the number of swords you stopped from being broken, you'll understand.
This is insane! I didn't ask for any of this! You really think farming me every single day over and over for my sword is gonna save lives? What about my life? What about Tabby's life? Do those not matter? As crazy as it all sounded, there was nothing I could say that would change his mind. Which means I was gonna have to bring fighting back to level 3 of PvP Civilization. I quickly jumped up and swung my sword at the guard, but he saw it coming and blocked his shield.
Look, buddy, there's no point in fighting back. You're already being used to save lives. If I were you, I'd want to be remembered as a hero.
And with that, the guard closed the door, leaving me to think about everything that was just said. So, this is my life now. Every player and every guard in PvP Civilization, all working together to make sure I die over and over again. And of course, I can't do a thing about it, because they have Tabby, and if I refuse to die, she suffers the consequences. So, there's really no decision making for me, is there?
Sorry, I didn't mean to end off our conversation sounding like a villain. Anyways, there's someone here to see you.
What? Okay. At that moment, someone new appeared in the doorway.
Well, now that he's gone, we can have a real conversation. People with shields just can't relate to us, you know?
Standing in front of me was someone I recognized from the wooden sword level. This was the guy who gave me the idea to use the armor stand in my room to respawn. If we didn't have that talk, I probably wouldn't be alive now. No way! Look, dude, you were right about the armor stand thing. I can respawn, but you gotta get me out of here.
Oh, I know you can respawn. I've seen it. It took a while to convince the others, but now we all know.
Hold on, what?
You really expected me to keep your power a secret from everyone? Especially when you can save us all?
You were the one who turned all of PvP Civilization against me? Why would you do that? I thought you could be trusted.
Right, you trusted me so much that I had to keep the door closed when we talked. But anyways, what matters now is that everyone in PvP Civilization has the chance to live on. You should be happy. This is a good thing. People are going to live long lives because of you.
This isn't right. You know this isn't right. We can't be focusing on living here forever. We have to focus on getting out of here. Don't you see that? This doesn't solve anything.
This is the way to save everyone. I'm sure if your friend knew, she would agree too. I promise, after a few times of dying and coming back, you'll forget it's even happening.
This conversation was over. At the end of the day, I was trying to convince people with days left to live that they don't need to go down this path. But their survival is at stake, so they'll do anything. Alright, so what happens now? When am I gonna die?
We'll handle that in a few minutes. Just remember, fighting back will only cause less lives to be saved. And if you forgot, your friend's life over there is one of them. I trust you'll come to your senses.
Alright, just hang tight there. We'll have someone with the sword come over and finish this off quickly. It'll be over before you know it.
The door to my cell closed and I was free to wait here until it was my time to die. The sad part about all of this is that Parrot was right. Once everyone gets comfortable with getting new swords every single day, why would anyone want to leave? Which means there's a good chance I'll be stuck here forever. You know, the least they could do is give me a video journal machine to pass the time. This is getting boring.
Hey, Evbo,
Hello?
are you in there?
Why does that voice sound so familiar? It sounds like my guard friend.
Because it is. I'm here to break you out.
No way, he can hear my inner monologue.
Or it's because you're speaking out loud.
Oh, alright, I guess that does make a lot more sense. Wait, am I actually getting out of here?
Alright, let's move it. It's only a matter of time before someone notices you're gone. Now come on, follow me.
Let's go. The audience finally gets to see what's behind the PvP guard doors. Okay, that was a lot to take in, but I'm glad we're out now. Wait, hold on. We have to go back in there. No one even saw anything.
No can do. I just broke you out. There's no way I'm gonna bring you back in there.
This is ridiculous. You think people are gonna be satisfied with a cutscene that completely skips over all of the interior? Come on, we gotta see.
Look, there's no time for that now. The guards will already be looking for you. So that time has passed.
No, that's so lazy. That's so lazy. Alright, well, you promised we would see the inside. You didn't say how much, I guess. Well, it's time to get back to business. Man, I can't believe you saved me. How did you even find me?
I heard word from the other guards about the Chosen One being found. So I knew you must have been caught.
Well, alright, looks like you're a guard at level 3 now. But I seriously need to figure out what to do. The guards and iron swords are gonna be looking for me, and if they catch me with you, then they'll know you're working with me. Also, if I'm gone for too long, something might happen to Tabby. So basically, I need a way to get to the golden sword level, but just not for long. But I still don't know how to get there. Is there anything the iron sword people say about level 4?
Let me think. The only thing the Iron Sword people ramble on about is that thing where you must pay respects to the Chosen One until their sword breaks. If you ask me, I can firmly say you aren't worth dying for.
Alright, thanks for the added input. Yeah, I already know people pay respects until... Wait, hold on. What was that part you said at the end? Breaking their swords? What does that mean?
I don't know. Some philosophy they have about the Chosen One. They think they'll be saved by breaking their swords at the statue.
They'll be saved if they break their swords at the armor stand, but no one has, because then they'll die. Okay, that might have been very helpful. Stay safe. I'll see you around, I guess. I made my way over to the statue of the Chosen One. Oh, you know, now that I think about it, how awesome is it that I get an entire statue to myself? Let's go. Sorry, I get sidetracked easily. Anyways, I never thought twice about the armor stand people swing at to pay their respects. I thought it was pointless. But if we go back to episode 2, armor stands are always used to buy things. And maybe this armor stand is used to buy something big. And I mean 250 attacks big. Only someone who can come back to life can risk breaking their sword on this armor stand. Which means whatever this is was meant to be bought by the Chosen One. After what seemed like hours, I finally broke my sword on the armor stand. I didn't see anything happen, but when I turned around, something appeared in the open space of the statue. The ground transformed, showing a square with only one block missing. I only had a few seconds to figure out what this was because soon after, the effects of my sword breaking kicked in, and I was back at level 1, not knowing why I just paid 250 attacks to look at a square. I was right, the armor stand was used to buy something, I just didn't know what. I made my way back to the statue, but when I got there, the square that appeared in the ground was gone. If I was gonna have another look at it, I was gonna have to pay 250 attacks again and die. But I didn't have time for that. Luckily, when I was standing on top of the statue, I think I realized what it might mean. The square that appeared in the ground was something that I had seen before, and it was something that was gonna help me rank up to level 4. I went through the red gate and got my golden sword. The reason I recognized what the square was is because I would stare at it every single time I would fall to my death. The pattern that appeared on top of the statue was the same exact pattern as the stone below. except for the fact that the pattern on top of the statue was missing one block, and I think that was the block I needed to land on. I don't know how this is gonna work, but I think what I paid for is the way down to level 4. This could be the key to surviving the drop, or I just paid for absolutely nothing. I guess let's find out. I jumped and aimed for the missing block. When I landed, I expected to wake back up in my bed at level 1, but I didn't. Instead of hitting the ground and dying, I sunk right into the block I aimed for without taking any damage. This one chiseled stone brick block was the key to ranking up to level 4. And I'm the first one to figure it out. This changes everything we know about PvP civilization. Maybe we're not trapped in here after all. It's just gonna take a lot of convincing to prove there is a way to rank up. And if I can't do that, which is likely, I can hopefully at least get the people I care about to follow me. Now, the question is, what is level 4 of PvP civilization like? If no one has ever ranked up to this level, are there even people here? Alright, well, I guess it's time to be a pioneer of PvP civilization. I made my way down to the ladder at the end of the hallway, and for once, I didn't see grass at the bottom. The floor was all sand. What also caught my attention was the fact that the place where guards usually go wasn't there at this level. It was time to see what I was up against. I stepped out into level 4 of PvP civilization. All around me, the bright golden blocks lit up the walls, indicating that I was at the golden sword level. To think there was a time when I actually thought PvP civilization was just one layer. And now I am one layer away from being at the very bottom, level 5. And I don't care how long it takes, I'm gonna make it there. I started walking around and I saw just an armor stand in the middle of the room. And when I mean just an armor stand, I mean literally just that. Because where there were usually houses, there was nothing here. As of now, there was no sign that people lived here, or even could live here at all. Another thing that caught my eye was the fact that there was no way to go to other sections of level 4. All the walls were just completely blocked off with no armor stands. Speaking of no armor stands, I looked over at the red gate, the one wall in PvP civilization people need to go through in order to rank up. And there were no armor stands here, which begs the question, how am I supposed to rank up to level 5? Well, as of now, it doesn't seem like there's anything I can do except for hit this armor stand in the middle of the room. Alright, I have no clue what this does or how many times I need to hit it, but let's try it out. I swung at the armor stand and looked down at my sword just to see how long my life was. And that's when I remembered what Parrot told me.
Ranking up to a gold sword would be throwing your life away. Your life is diminished to all of 30 hits, and one misplaced PvP attack is all it takes to end it.
Parrot might not have known that people were dying before they were getting to level 4, but he was right about the golden swords. Having a golden sword reduces your lifespan to 32 hits, which means I definitely used one very important attack on nothing. But that's when I stepped away from the armor stand and a player was standing across from me. Someone with a golden sword. Hello? I didn't know anyone else was here. I guess there's two of us. Do you know anything about this level? How do we get out of here?
The journey ahead won't be easy. Are you ready?
Am I ready for the journey ahead? Wait, what does that mean? Hold on, who exactly are you?
I'm the one that decides if you have a future in PvP civilization.
That doesn't sound good. Well, time to fight. Whoever this was asked me if I was ready, and I thought I was, until I realized I knew nothing about PvP. When my life began in PvP civilization, not dying was the only thing I cared about. Alright, fine. If you want me to get specific, I started caring about that after I used all of my sword swings in the first few days, but you get the point. Once I realized how short life is here, I only cared about trying to stay alive. But now, dying seems to be the only thing I live for. Every day so far has just been kind of the same two patterns over and over. The first pattern, a guard waits for me down at the iron sword level, brings me to my prison cell, or whatever this is, and I get to be the so-called hero of PvP civilization. An iron sword will come by and essentially harvest me for my iron sword, because I am immortal, in a sense. I die over and over again to help people live longer, because that's all I'm good for in this world. Now, I did say that my days usually go one of two ways. On the other days, I'll drop down and get picked up by a guard, except not one of the bad ones, but my friend, who is still on the inside.
Well, any progress?
No.
Seriously? I know you're terrible at PvP, but like, even the worst players should be able to land an attack.
Bro, you don't understand. This guy's like not even human. He's some machine that's like programmed to land these crazy PvP combos.
Just figure out how to win already. The more and more people start noticing that you're gone longer only when I'm the one picking you up, they'll for sure know I'm working with you.
I know. I promise I'm doing everything I can. I just need more time.
Keep in mind, your incompetence is putting Tabby's life at risk too. So hurry up and find a solution. Let's move.
And this is where the other daily routine starts. If my guard friend gives me the signal that the coast is clear, I run over to the red gate and rank up to become a golden sword. See, I found the way to survive the fall to level 4, but I haven't found the way to survive at level 4. At this point, I am starting to believe it is quite literally impossible to get to level 5. Every time I get here, I jump into the water and fall down onto the block that allows me to not take fall damage. I will admit there are times when I do miss that block and die from fall damage still, but we don't need to talk about those. I'm dying plenty of times already. But anyways, the day continues and I walk out into the golden sword level. I pay one attack with my sword to the armor stand and I summon the player with the gold sword. To be honest, I don't even know if this player is real or not. I don't know what I'm fighting. All I know is I have to win to actually get somewhere and I can never land a single hit. Not one. I haven't landed a single one. So yeah, that about sums up my entire life as of now. I get one chance every now and then to try to progress at the golden sword level. I obviously fail. I get picked up by the bad guards. I can't even see my own PvP mansion that I paid 100 attacks for. And yes, I asked if I could use my pool for a few minutes, and I was declined. These people aren't even trying to hide the fact that they want to make my life miserable. As if my life wasn't bad enough already, being seen as a tool and not a person with actual feelings. Somehow my guard friend is the only one who actually treats me alright.
I'm starting to think I should just turn myself in. You're a lost cause.
I never said he treated me well, I just meant comparatively better than everyone else here. But he's not entirely wrong. I mean, this is just embarrassing at this point. I'm supposed to be the chosen one of PvP civilization. I'm supposed to be the one to lead people out of here, and I haven't done a thing with that title. Remember when I said people want to make my life miserable? Yeah, well, this is one of those times. These people know I can't even fight back, and they just like to make my suffering longer. The only peace of mind I get is that by going through this cycle every single day, I at least know that my friend Tabby gets to survive. That's the sole reason I'm stuck in this loop in the first place. The thing is I'm letting her down by not progressing at the golden sword level. No iron sword would dare come down to the golden sword level, which means if I get to the bottom, I can bring Tabby with me and we'll be free. So, I need to beat this player. Here we go, time to get put into a combo that will have me actually floating. The player charged at me, but for the first time in my life, I think I accidentally swung my sword at the right time. Okay, I landed a hit. Well, I'll accept my progress and I'll die now. But that's when the unexpected happened. Instead of finishing the fight, the player said nothing and just disappeared into thin air. Okay, that's something new. But that wasn't the only thing that happened. One of the doors to the next room had just opened. For the first time in a very long time, I was now going into unexplored territory at the golden sword level. I walked into the second room to see not just one armor stand, but a lot of armor stands. They were all organized on this square platform with a red pathway weaving through them. Well, this is sure very different than the room before, but it's gotta be the same premise as before. I just gotta hit the armor stand and do whatever challenge it takes to get, and I'm dead. Okay, I've never died by an armor stand. Without my sword breaking, you know what I meant. That is a sad way to reset all of my progress. Except, to my surprise, my achievement for hitting that player one time wasn't forgotten. The door was still open, and it seemed like I had unlocked this challenge for good. I just gotta get through it now. I tried hitting the armor stand at the beginning of the red path, and it worked. I survived for a few seconds longer than last time. We are back with a video journal update. They thought they could silence me, but joke's on them. I have a video journal machine at every single level of PvP civilization. So anyways, here is what I think I figured out. The challenge I'm on operates on some sort of time-based system. I have to hit the armor stands in order, and I have to get to them fast enough, or else you get the point. I think I'm on my 52nd attempt or something. I don't know. I think I lost count a while ago, but anyways, I think this one will actually be the one where I make it, so signing off. Well, you heard the journal. There's been a lot of deaths, but I think I was ready to beat this challenge. Alright, let's do this. I sprinted through the course, hitting every armor stand as fast as possible. Every single attempt so far, I failed to get to the last armor stand, but now I finally made it. I was half expecting to die spontaneously, but instead, the door to the next area opened. Oh, thank you. That is a relief. I will say, for the first time in my life, I actually feel like I've gotten better at something PvP related. I made my way into the third room of the Golden Sword level. By the looks of it, everything looked the same as the first room, with the exact same pedestal and armor stand. I can already tell where this is going. Time to summon the guy again, and die many, many more times. I swung at the armor stand expecting to summon the same player as before, but to my surprise, that player didn't show up, and it was someone new. Oh, thank you, this is good. Wait, what if this player's even better? Before you destroy me, can I just ask some questions?
Of course you can, but I'm not here to fight you.
You're not?
No. But I am here to see if you have what it takes to become a diamond sword. Wielding a diamond sword comes with a lot of challenges that you'll need to be ready to handle.
A diamond sword? Okay, how do I know if I'm ready or not?
You need to start paying attention to what you've been learning. The last trial focused on your sword timing.
Sword timing?
Swing your sword too early, you'll deal no damage. Swing it too late, and you'll get hit. A diamond sword knows the perfect rhythm to stay in between. Now, show me.
I ran up to the player and swung my sword 3 times. What do you think? Pretty good, right?
Truthfully, your timing is a bit too slow, but Frey's right. You've gotten better and you have potential.
Foray? Who is Foray?
That would be the one you died to. Many, many times.
Okay, I do know Foray. Please just tell me I don't have to fight him again. The woman who was named Julie led me over to the next red wall.
Your next trial will focus on enhancing your movement. You'll need to be fast and accurate if you want to succeed.
I don't get it. Are you guys even real? You don't drop swords when you die.
If all goes right, you'll see us soon. Good luck.
Julie disappeared into thin air, and a few seconds later, the door to the next area opened up. All I'm hoping for now is that if there are any more people at this level, I hope they are more like Julie and less like Foray. I walked into the 4th room of the Golden Sword level. Just like Julie told me, this trial would focus on my movement skills. All of these challenges were preparing me for what life was like at the final level of PvP civilization. If I was gonna get a diamond sword, I was gonna have to earn it. Luckily, movement is kind of my strong suit. Alright, I mean, maybe my movement could be better. Update, my movement is not good at all, I'm not gonna lie. So far, it's been multiple attempts, to say the least. I'm not gonna say the specific number, but all I can say is it's pretty high. This trial's kind of like the last one, where I have to hit all of the armor stands in order under a certain amount of time. Except this trial has like tunnels, parkour, and well, a lot of stuff that I'm just not good at. But I guess that's to be expected. I'm not really good at anything except for shopping. That I am an expert in, but all jokes aside, I've gotten a lot better. And I think today's the day I finally complete the course. Here we go. I said it myself. If I want to become a diamond sword, I'm gonna have to earn it. If you were to go back and tell myself as a wooden sword that not long in the future, I would be hitting armor stands mid-air during parkour jumps, I probably wouldn't have believed it. I mean, think about it. I was a guy who wasted half of my lifespan basically in the first day I was here. I am arguably still that same guy, but now I'm a little better at PvP. After that last PvP attack, I dropped down into the water and I officially finished the course. I made it through the movement trial and the door to the next area opened. After seeing only a pedestal and an armor stand in the middle of the room, I couldn't help but notice the obvious pattern. Just please let this be someone I can talk to and not have to fight. I swung at the armor stand and summoned a player that was not Foray and it was not Julie. I guess I'll take a new player. A 50-50 chance they either fight or they talk.
Evbo, pleasure to finally meet you. I've only gotten to watch you die a lot of times. But you're getting better. You're understanding sword swing timing, your movement is looking faster. Only a matter of time before you'll be fighting like a real sword.
Okay, looks like we're talking. That's a good start. Sorry to ask the obvious, I guess. How have you been watching me die? I've never seen you before in my life. It seems like you know me already.
Short answer, video journal machines. Long answer, I'll just explain it to you later.
At this point, I think the entire world has seen my video journal logs.
But don't worry about that, just keep going. The next trial focuses on your reflexes. Us diamond swords are quick to react in fights.
What do you mean, us diamond swords? Are you a diamond sword?
That's right, all 4 of us. Hopefully 5 if you succeed. Good luck.
The player known as Wembu disappeared in front of my eyes. So everyone I've been talking to so far are all the diamond swords of PvP Civilization. And apparently they've all seen my video journal logs. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Hey, but Wembu did say I was getting better. That's probably the first time in my life that I've heard words that were actually encouraging. Alright, now I'm motivated. I walked into the next room and something appeared in my inventory. Whatever this trial was, required a water bucket. Yeah, I can already tell this one's not gonna go too well. Like Wembu said, this trial was to test my reaction time. I had to hit both armor stands midair and break my fall with the water bucket. Yeah, you've probably picked up on the fact that I'm talking about this trial in past tense, which means I'm talking to my video journal, which also means I died the first time I tried it. But it's kind of weird, like, yeah, obviously I don't want to die, but when I do, I get to come back here and update my video journal. Really weird situation. I mean, yeah, it's good for the content, but I'm also wasting time. I could be saving Tabby's life, my life, and everyone else's life. Alright, yeah, less video journal updates, more world saving. Alright, so yeah, to my surprise, the water bucket trial was easier than I thought. Maybe it's because I'm actually getting better, or maybe it's because I have history with landing attacks while falling. Probably a bit of both, but either way, I successfully passed the third trial at the golden sword level. The red door opened, and I could only assume that I was about to talk to the fourth and final diamond sword of PvP Civilization. I walked into the room, and the water bucket disappeared from my inventory. Alright, so far, 2 of the diamond swords were pretty chill and just talked to me. One of them, not so chill. Hopefully, this one is on the cool side. I mean, it does seem like the diamond swords of PvP Civilization have my best interest in mind. They want me to get better. What I don't understand is why.
You've come a long way since your wooden sword days. One more trial to get through and you'll be a diamond sword like us.
The last diamond sword said his name was Minutech. Luckily, it seemed like he was on the chill side, so I think I was done with the fighting. Alright, I feel like I need to ask some questions because they're really weighing on me now. You guys say you're diamond swords, but you have gold swords. You just spawn out of nowhere, and why are there only 4 of you?
All will be explained in due time. Right now, the only thing you need to worry about is improvement.
Oh, I better be getting a PvP mansion at the bottom level to make this worth it. Just then, Minutech pulled out an item and held it in his hand. It was a flint and steel, something I've actually owned for a short amount of time.
Being able to use secondary items effectively in battle can be the difference between life or death. Once you understand this, calculating the optimal course of action during a fight will eventually become second nature to you.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that actually sounds really cool. Look, I appreciate the guidance, but I don't even know who you people are. As far as I know, pretty much everyone in PvP Civilization just wants to use me for my ability. So how do I know you're not on the bad side? How do I know I can trust you?
You can't, and you shouldn't. The only person you should trust right now is yourself. Do what you think is right.
And with that statement, Minutech disappeared. I'm supposed to trust myself and do what I think is right. The problem with that is I usually make the wrong decision. But to be honest, what choice do I really have? All of PvP Civilization is pretty much against me anyways, so if the diamond swords are bad, I guess nothing really changes. I walked into the 4th and final trial, and I got a flint and steel as an item. This is the last trial I need to complete to become a diamond sword. After this, I'll be able to see what it's like at the last level of PvP Civilization. I'm pretty excited, to be honest. I'm a little scared at what I might get roped into when I get down there, but I'm confident I'll get a lot of answers to all of my questions, which is all I'm really after at this point. Okay, I know now that I'm back on my video journal machine, you're probably wondering how many times I died in this trial. But wait, get ready for this. I actually didn't die. I completed the challenge first try. That's some real improvement if you ask me. So yeah, once the trial was over, I went through the door that opened and I was back in the room I originally started in. Only this time, the doors to the red gate were open. I passed every single challenge I needed to do to rank up to become a diamond sword. There was nothing stopping me from going to level 5. So yeah, I know what you're thinking. Why am I talking to my video journal machine at level 1 and why am I not at level 5? That would be because there is something stopping me from going to the bottom. And that reason is because of my friend Tabby. Her being captured is the only reason why the iron swords have leverage over me in the first place. Now that I opened all the doors at the golden sword level, I can break Tabby out and bring her with me. I'm hoping the doors stay open though, or else my plan, well, yeah, I mean, that would just be really bad. But anyways, if I can get this done, then I can break free of the endless cycle that I was in. I won't have to die over and over again, and I can actually focus on getting out of here. So yeah, that's the plan. Hopefully it works, and hopefully there's video journal machines at level 5. Signing off. If I'm gonna pull this off, I'm probably gonna have to get myself into some PvP battles. And that means I have a legitimate reason to go shopping. Let's go. I got myself an Evbo branded iron chestplate, and I bought a flint and steel, because now I actually know how to use one. one. That's all I can afford for now, though. Who knows how many swings I'll need when I get down there. Alright, here we go. I'm supposed to be the chosen one of PvP Civilization. I guess I might as well start acting like it. First things first, I gotta find out where Tabby is. Let's go, bro. Wake up and get some energy. We're breaking Tabby out, and we only get one chance at this.
Whoa, look at you. You're all geared up now. If you're wearing a chest plate, let me guess. Today's the day, right?
Yep, today's the day. I got past all of the obstacles at the golden sword level, so if Tabby comes with me, she should be safe, and both of us will become diamond swords. But we have to move fast. I've been gone for a while already, and if people catch on, we lose our only chance. Alright, tell me where I'm going. Bro, are you serious? I said we need to move fast. Why are you just walking?
I mean, can you blame me? You say today's the day, like, every day.
No, what? No, today's like actually the day. Let's go. Bro, why do I still pay this guy? I followed my friend through the guard doors of PvP Civilization, and we made our way towards the cell where Tabby was being held. Just a few blocks away from my own cell, we stopped at a door. Okay, is this the one?
Yep, if she's alive, she should be in here.
Well, let's just hope your knowledge checks out. Alright, open it up. Let's get her out of here. If Tabby wasn't in here, well, goodbye to the plan. But fortunately, when the doors opened, Tabby was still here. Let's go, you're still alive. Alright, for real though, we gotta get out of here.
Should I be concerned that you're the one who made this plan?
Probably, to be honest. What choice do you have? Come on, let's go.
I'm seriously gonna regret this.
We just gotta make it to the red gate. If we make it...
Evbo, we, might be in some trouble.
I slowly turned around, and at the end of the hallway, there was one of the iron swords.
Yeah, so if you ask me, we should probably run.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. My guard friend bought us some time by closing the guard doors, but that won't hold forever. Let's go. We gotta get to the golden sword level.
That's your plan? Remind me again how many times you died trying to survive there?
A lot, I know. There was also a lot more when you were gone.
Speaking of the plan, what am I gonna do? That guy in there, Prince Zam, he definitely saw my face. My cover's gone.
Nice subtle name drop. Yeah, you gotta get out of here. Look, just find somewhere to hide. Take my mansion if you want. The door should be open. If all goes well, I'll find a way to escape, and I'll come back and get you.
Your mansion? Oh yes, please. Good luck, guys.
Okay, it's confirmed. He definitely just wants my pool. Alright, let's go. Tabby and I ran over to the red gate to rank up to become golden swords.
I'm risking my life by going in here, so if you're wrong about there being a way down...
You just have to trust me. I found a way down and I know that we can survive. I wouldn't be breaking you out if I wasn't confident.
Fine. I guess I'm trusting you then. I'll see you on the other side.
Tabby turned around and the door closed behind her. Alright, time to pay my attack and go on through myself. But just when I was about to go through, I was ambushed. Clearly the iron swords weren't gonna let me off easy. The fight that I had prepared for was here, and there was no running. Once I healed up, I turned around and engaged in battle. I was holding my ground until Prince Zam landed a 3-hit combo and I was on the run. His sword skills were better than mine. I wasn't gonna beat him with the sword alone. Okay, it's time to see if I can use this thing. Just like my training, I used my offhand to light a fire on the ground. The counterattack completely caught Prince Zam off guard and he backed off. After that, I think I had the upper hand in this battle.
Well, this is a shock. Looks like those bottom feeders actually taught you how to fight.
Bottom feeders? Wait, how do you know who they are? But before I could think about it, Prince Zam charged again. I placed another fire with my flint and steel and went back in with my sword. Both of us were equally trading hits and I was starting to get low. Just when I thought it was over for me, I landed one final hit and I was left standing with 1.5 hearts. One more hit and that fight would have been over for me. Well, temporarily, I guess, but if I had to go back to level 1, the iron swords would definitely not let me get to level 4. I just gotta be thankful that that fight went the way it did, and get out of here before somebody else finds me.
Evbo, what's going on?
Just then, I thought my life was over, but luckily, it was just Parrot. Hey, what's up, man? Look, so I just broke Tabby out, and I kinda need to get through these doors before I die. But if you wanna come with us, I found a way down, so you don't have to stay here forever.
I can't. I can't respawn like you. It's way too risky for me to go.
Look, I get it. That's your choice. But if you change your mind, just remember this. The chiseled stone brick block on the right. That's the block you want to aim for if you want to survive the fall. Alright, I gotta head out of here, but I hope I see you again, man. Thanks for being one of the good guys, I guess. It's nice to know that even though practically the whole world turned on me, there are still a couple people out there that are looking out for me. And those people, Tabby, Parrot, guard friend, probably not so much. I feel confident enough to call my friends.
Evbo, I know you'll see this eventually. And when you do, I don't expect you to trust me ever again. But you need to hear this. I'm not who I say I am. No one here is really. I just want to tell you my story.
Okay, let's get this back on track, shall we? Good news is that no one's gonna follow us here, so we should be done with the fights.
Are you good? What took you so long?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I kinda got ambushed by Prince Zam, but let me tell you, he was not ready for how good I've gotten. Safe to say, he's not coming back, but oh man, I wish you could have seen how good I was fighting. You would be so proud. But anyways, I do need food though. Tabby threw over some golden carrots and we got ready to jump down to level 4. Again, it's the chiseled stone brick on the right side of the floor. If you land on that block, you're not gonna take any fall damage, I promise you. But if you miss it, well, you're gonna end up like Prince Sam. Too soon? Alright, yeah, it's too soon. He's probably gonna haunt me in my dreams for that one, but whatever, let's go.
Alright, time to wrap this up for good. Now, I just gotta wait. If only Evbo knew that he was on his last respawn.
Oh, this is so scary to watch. Oh, okay, that was close.
So this is the only block you don't take damage on?
Yep, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how it works, but I'm just glad it does. Tabby and I walked into the golden sword level, and fortunately for us, all of the doors that I opened were still open.
So what was this level like? What did you have to do?
I mean, there was a lot of stuff I had to do. Most of the things, though, actually helped me a lot in PvP. Except for arguably trying to fight this one guy. Let me just tell you, just be glad I opened the doors. He was so good.
Against you, anyone's good. What was his name?
His name's Foray. He's one of the diamond swords, actually. I'm not even kidding, though. I actually could not hit him for the longest time. So let's just hope that the diamond swords are on our side when we get down there. We walked through the door into the hallway where both of us would become the most powerful swords in PvP civilization. As an iron sword, my life was 250 attacks long. As a golden sword, well, a lot shorter than 250. But now, I'm officially a diamond sword. And with all of the challenges I've had to overcome to get this sword, I feel very confident that my lifespan is much longer than 250 attacks. All that's left to do now is head to level 5. I'm kind of conflicted. I hope there's some really cool stuff to buy at level 5, but I also don't want to spend all of my swings my first day. I might have gotten better at PvP, but I'm not exactly sure if I've cured my desire for a luxurious life. Alright, we ready?
You tell me. I mean, what if there's no water at the bottom? Like how it was at the golden sword level?
I guess that is a possibility, but at the end of the day, we really have no choice. If there's no water, I'll die, and I'm not going to be able to get back down here, and you'll be stuck forever unless you jump. So, what's the point in waiting? Might as well go now, right? Alright, let's do this. If there's no water at the bottom, it's been nice knowing you. I jumped off the ledge down to level 5. When I saw the water below me, a sense of relief came over me. Not only did I know that I would survive, but that Tabby would survive too. Oh hey, isn't this awesome? We survived. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm drowning. I need to go up. So this is the bottom of PvP civilization. I took a look around the gigantic room. Every wall was lit up with the diamond color, and giant statues in each corner stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Waterfalls were flowing from the center into giant canals that led to... I don't know where they led to. All I knew was that this was the bottom, and people weren't supposed to make it here. Well, we made it. I guess there's only one way to find out if there's actually a way out of here.
Well, look what we got.
All of a sudden, I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Congratulations to both of you for becoming diamond swords.
Okay, I'm gonna need an explanation on how you just disappeared and showed up as a diamond sword, but I can wait. Tabby, this is Wembu. He's one of the guys I fought at the golden sword level, and he's a diamond sword like us. Alright, Wembu, give me some answers. What is this place? Is there a way out? What are all these statues? Are you on our side? Are you even real? Sorry, I just have a lot of questions going through my head right now.
It's a lot to take in, but don't get overwhelmed. As far as you're concerned, you're in paradise. Just do some exploring for yourself, and we'll get you caught up soon.
At every other level of PvP civilization, people have described it as a nightmare. But this is the first time it's been described as paradise. Well, you heard Wembu, let's go exploring. I'm just hoping that whatever is at this level of PvP civilization doesn't make me forget my goal, and that's to get me and my friends out of this place.
Evbo brought her down with him just like you thought. You think she knows who we are?
Of course she does. I'll bet she's calculated every move up until this point.
She's been by his side from the beginning, for his whole life practically. He doesn't know us at all. If we act now, Evbo turns on us, and all the efforts will have been a waste.
Indeed, the situation could collapse very quickly, but we bought ourselves some time. She doesn't know where Foray is.
True. She's not gonna try anything unless she knows for certain Foray isn't a threat.
All we can do is observe for now. When Evbo finds out she's not who she says she is, who knows what will happen.
Throughout my life in PvP Civilization, I would always get distracted by the unimportant things. Video journal machines, different colored chest plates, I don't know, I guess it's who I am. The point that I'm getting at is I was scared about what might distract me at this level, and I was right to be. Because when I swam out of the water and saw a massive statue of an armor stand with windows carved into it, yeah, I definitely forgot about leaving this place. I would call myself an experienced homeowner in PvP Civilization, and my expertise would suggest that this was in fact a PvP mansion. So naturally, the most optimal thing to do here is to find out where to buy one. I gotta say, Wembu was right. This place did seem like paradise. All of the doors to other rooms were completely open at the Diamond Sword level. Alright, not having to pay an attack to go to other rooms means I can spend more on myself.
Let me be the one to go. You have a longer life than I do, and you don't deserve to die yet.
We're all gonna die if we don't get that sword, and you know I'm the only one good enough to get it.
I don't doubt that, but how will you handle your emotions? You'll need to make a friend to survive, and betraying someone close to you
Will be easy because the mission is the only thing that matters. I know who I am, and I know where my loyalties lie. I will always be in.
Tabby, you have to come check this place out. It's insane. Look, I'm just gonna say it. After looking around for a few seconds, I don't think we need to leave.
You can stay here all you want. I'd rather leave by myself anyways.
Okay, well, now that you put it that way, I will leave. But I have made up my mind. I am buying a PvP mansion here first. And you won't be able to convince me not to invest in prime real estate. I made my way over to the next room where I found the PvP marketplace at the Diamond Sword level. Above the armor stands, there were giant statues that showed all 5 swords, along with a statue of a 6th one. I wasn't sure what that meant, but I couldn't help but be reminded about the statue at the Iron Sword level, the one that talked about the unbreakable sword. I'm sure that will be cleared up eventually, but for now, I just need to find this. The last house I need to buy to be able to own a house at every single level of PvP Civilization. Golden Sword level aside, of course. I'm still a little upset there's nothing to buy there.
Care to put a little more time into making this decision? We still have no idea if we can trust the Diamond Swords, which means wasting 200 attacks on a house could be a mistake.
Okay, you're right, fair point, but we can't make a decision until we know exactly how many attacks we have left. I swung at the armor stand with my diamond sword for the first time, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw how long my life was. With 1,500 attacks, I could buy this mansion and it would change nothing. Okay, so after doing a financial analysis, I'm buying the house. I wonder if any of the other diamond swords have mansions of their own. I kind of feel like I'm the only one in PvP Civilization who even bothers to upgrade their house. Like, sure, it's taking weeks off my lifespan, but why not live a little, right? Parrot would understand. He's a fellow mansion owner like me. I put the PvP mansion key in my offhand, and the door to my brand new house opened. This was now the biggest purchase of my life, and something that important means it needs to be recorded, which means it's time to go back to my roots and open the video journal again. Let's go. There was no doubt in my mind this place would come with a video journal machine. Wait, no way. Indoor waterfalls that lead to an elevated double bed? Oh man, leaving PvP Civilization is gonna be harder than I thought. If there's a way out, of course. But what if I go outside and there's no mansions out there? Then I'd kinda wanna come back in here, but what if I can't come back in here? Bro, this situation is so complicated. Okay, enough stalling. I need to go journal. It's been so long since I've made a video journal update. I feel like I've lost a part of myself. I opened up my video journal machine to make my first update at the Diamond Sword level, but that's when I noticed something. I got a message. Okay, I've never gotten a message before. This is new.
Look, I let you get your mansion, but now it's time to get serious. Let's find a way out of here while we still have the chance.
Okay, fine. Wait, but I got a message. Please, you gotta let me read the message first. It could be super important.
You know what it's gonna say? It's gonna say stop making journal updates and go outside more. Now come on.
Okay, it's not gonna... Wait, do you actually think it's gonna say that? Tabby and I walked over to the second room that we found at the Diamond Sword level. Up ahead, there was a giant structure, and it was nothing like I've ever seen before.
You go check it out. I forgot to buy golden carrots. You should be decent enough by now to survive a few minutes on your own.
No way, that was the first somewhat encouraging thing she's ever said to me. Okay, well, if the diamond swords are not on our side and that guy Foray shows up again, I think the fight will be over in under 30 seconds. But Tabby's not completely wrong. I've gotten better and I actually feel confident enough to hold my own in a fight. After all, I'm a diamond sword of PvP Civilization. It's time to start acting like it.
Evbo, I know you'll see this eventually, and when you do, I don't expect you to trust me ever again. But you need to hear this. I'm not who I say I am. No one here is really. I just want to tell you my story. I'm not a natural born sword. I was born with a...
I walked up to the top of the structure to see 4 identical armor stands in each corner. Well, if I know one thing about armor stands, it's that they always give something in return. And since I have 1,300 swings left of my sword, I'm willing to spend a few to find out what this is.
I know you like hitting every armor stand you see, but don't bother with these ones. They won't do anything. For right now, at least. Unless 3 more diamond swords show up.
I thought it was like a universal law that all armor stands do something.
Just let me explain. We called this the battle simulator. It's how Foray, Julie, Minitek, and I fought you at the gold sword level. While you were up there, we were down here.
You guys were down here the whole time? Okay, so you guys are real people. That's reassuring to know. So you're saying if I hit one of these armor stands, I can fight people at the golden sword level but still be down here?
That's one of your responsibilities as a new diamond sword, to test and train new players that are trying to rank up.
Wenbu said once 4 diamond swords join the battle simulator, the doors at the golden sword level are sealed shut until each diamond sword decides a player can go on through.
A diamond sword can only enter the battle simulator once, so the doors won't be closed until 4 new diamond swords fill the spots. Once those spots are filled, we're supposed to go out into the world.
So you guys can't leave until 4 new diamond swords take your places. Okay, well, you have Tabby and I. We just need 2 more and then you guys can leave, right?
Well, the situation is complicated, is all I can say. But follow me, I want to show you something.
I followed Wenbu into the next room of the diamond sword level, and I saw something that looked like the red gate, except this time it was on the outside wall. Wenbu was waiting for me, standing in front of 4 armor stands on the ground. Look, Wenbu, you've shown me 8 armor stands now, and my urge to buy something is at an all-time high. But I'll be disciplined and ask, what are these for?
This right here is the way out of the sword civilization.
Little did I know I was standing in front of the one place I've been trying to get to for my entire life, the outside, and it was here, right behind this red wall. Wenbu said the cost for opening the door is 100 swings on each of the armor stands. If I wanted to, I could open this door by myself and leave right now. Okay, I think I can piece it together, so you guys could leave, but you won't because you need 4 more diamond swords to take your places.
Yes, along with the fact that our world isn't one we exactly want to go out into.
What does that mean?
Well, I'll go into detail later. I need to talk to Julie real quick. I'll be back.
Okay. Just as Wenbu ran off, I turned around to see Tabby finally made it back.
What was he saying? Anything useful we need to know?
Actually, yeah, there was a lot of stuff, but long story short, this is the way out of PvP civilization. If what he said was true, I guess it makes sense why they can't leave yet, but he also said that the world outside isn't exactly one he wants to go into. I don't know, it didn't sound like he really wanted to leave.
To me, that sounds like they're trying to keep you here for the same reason the people above wanted to keep you. To use you to increase their lifespans.
I don't know, it doesn't feel like that's what they're trying to do. If they truly were just gonna use me, I don't think they would have helped me get better at PvP.
But if you're wrong, then you bringing me down here with you just cost me my life. So I say we plan for the worst and start hitting the armor stands so that the second something feels off, we'll leave here. Together.
You're right. I guess having a backup plan isn't a bad idea. Alright, I'm down. Tabby paid almost every PvP attack needed to open the door. So, if the unfortunate situation comes about where the diamond swords turn on us, we only need to hit the last armor stand a few times to make our escape. Tabby and I walked over to the next room of the diamond sword level, and on the ground there was what looked like to be a giant map. You have any idea what this is supposed to mean?
No clue.
It could just be like an abstract art piece. After all, PvP civilization does thrive off of its interior design choices.
You two.
Wait, no way, it's Julie!
Come with me. I want to show you something.
You think she's gonna tell us about the origin of our universe?
Why would you assume she would start with that?
I don't know, it's been weighing on me.
I want to tell you about the origin of our universe.
I told you.
You want to be a wooden sword again?
Sorry. Okay, Julie, just hear me out. I have a video journal documentary kind of going on right now, and that story you just told me is literally blowing my mind, and I need to update it right now. Wait, you should join me. You could be the first diamond sword I've had featured on my video journal.
You coming with?
Trust me, I've had to suffer through many of those already. I'll just wait here.
Fair enough. I think I can spare one journal update.
Let's go! This should only take an hour. Alright, we are back with an update. It has been way too long, and there's been a lot of development so far. Obviously became a diamond sword, learned about the battle simulator, even found a way out of this place, but I think I just learned the biggest lore drop of all, and that's the origin of our world. According to Julie, who you don't know, verified diamond sword, can back up my claims, our universe began with the 5 items of PvP. The sword, the axe, the bow, the trident, and the shield. These 5 items are known as the eternal weapons, and they created the universe as we know it. But check this out. Not only mind-blowing to know that there are 5 items out there that control our entire universe, but there are people with items just like them. I guess when people come into this world, they're born holding one of the 5 items. So me, for example, I am a natural-born sword, but people can be born with shields, axes, everything else.
I don't mean to interrupt, but how long is this gonna go on for?
Let's see, I haven't even gotten to the emotional reflection part yet, so I would say 30 more minutes.
Then that is my sign to leave. Also, MinuteTech wants to talk to you in the Video Journal headquarters.
Wait, did you just say Video Journal headquarters? Okay, on second thought, my emotional reflection can wait. I hope you all can understand this decision, but if there's a Video Journal HQ, that requires my immediate attention. Signing off. Wait, I totally forgot about the message I got earlier. I guess I can spare a few minutes. Wait, message deleted. I didn't delete this. Where'd it go? Okay, that's weird. Maybe my Video Journal machine's broken. If that's the case, they must have tech support at Video Journal HQ, right? I don't have an answer as to how my message got deleted, just like I don't have an answer to what the Black Sword statue is in the PvP marketplace. But just 5 minutes ago, I learned the origins of our entire world. So I'm pretty hopeful that in due time, I'll find the answers to those unknowns. I climbed up the ladder to one of the most glorious places in PvP civilization, the Video Journal machine headquarters, an entire building dedicated to the most important machine ever made?
I imagine this must all be overwhelming for you, but give it time. Not too long ago, we were all just like you, slowly piecing together what we know about life.
I mean, before today, I thought there were just people with swords and people with shields. I kinda just wish someone would have been there to tell me all of this from the beginning. Why did I have to make it all the way down here to know all this?
Our world is complex, and flooding a newborn wooden sword's mind with all of that information would distract them from focusing on their own survival. But you seem to have been successful with handling the many truths of our world, as seen by your video journal logs.
So that confirms it. You guys have been watching my video journals.
Your strategy of breaking down new information and venting your thoughts to your journal seems to have helped you come to terms with the realities of life.
I never thought about it that way. Can't say it was intentional, but, you know, I'll take a compliment where I can get one. MinuteTech showed me around the Video Journal HQ. There was a machine here that would allow you to watch the live feed of any user's Video Journal machine. There was also a machine that makes copies of every Video Journal entry that's ever made. As soon as someone records a Video Journal entry, for example, me a few minutes ago, the copy will show up directly into this Video Journal machine, available to take. And once those copies are made, I guess the Diamond Swords just throw them into these barrels. Oh man, who knows how long they've spent storing all of my video journals.
You're free to take any of these recorded journals and watch them back. That is, if you find value in rewatching your old journals, since you're the only one in here with a video journal machine.
Okay, I guess that confirms I'm the only one in here who doesn't think a video journal machine is a waste of... Wait, I'm not the only one with a video journal machine. Parrot had one of his own. Wait, if these are all the copies of every journal entry ever made, then the message I received has to be here. The message I got must have been sent between my last 2 video journal updates because I would have seen it before completing the Golden Sword level. Sure enough, I opened up the second to last recorded entry and it was from Parrot. Parrot's the one who sent me the message. Well, I guess I got indirect tech support since I can now watch my deleted message. Alright, Parrot, what do you got for me?
Evbo, I know you'll see this eventually, and when you do, I don't expect you to trust me ever again.
What?
I'm not a natural-born sword. I was born with a bow. I know much of this won't make any sense to you since you have no concept of the outside, but there is a struggle for power in our world. The bows, axes, and tridents, all plotting against each other to achieve immortality. As of now, all 3 of our civilizations farm the natural-born swords of this world to extend our lifespans. But true immortality is what everyone is after, and that could be made possible by obtaining the Eternal Sword. The Eternal Sword is everyone's mission, along with wiping out the rest of the Diamond Swords. The last 4 living Diamond Swords have been hiding at the bottom, protecting the Eternal Sword. Before today, no one from the outside has found a way down to the Diamond Sword level. That was until you showed Tabby the way. I don't know what she is, but I do know what she's not, and that's your friend. You can choose not to believe anything I just said, but believe me when I say Tabby will be ready when she makes it down there. There are two types of people that come here from the outside civilizations. Those who are sent here as punishment, and those who willingly come here because they've been training for their entire lives to succeed. My guess is that she's the second type, which means that she'll have a plan for everything. She'll know where to be and when to be there. She'll know the perfect moment to make her move, which would be when she's found enough time away from you to operate unnoticed. She'll have a plan of attack and the resources to make sure she can win. The diamond swords will think they can stop her, and that's because they'll believe she lost all of her items when she dropped down to the golden sword level. But Tabby will win, because she has something the natural born swords don't have: knowledge. When she's retrieved the eternal sword, she'll make her escape, which was only made possible by using her greatest resource: your trust. I just want you to be prepared for what's to come. If Tabby takes you out with the eternal sword, you won't be coming back. Not even your armor stand in your room can change that. I know I have no reason to earn back your trust, but let me end this off with why I'm here. You know how I said that there were two types of people that came here? Well, I'm the first type. I was sent here as a punishment for speaking out against my own kind. I never believed in farming the swords for a longer life, and I wasn't going to sit by and watch an entire civilization be pushed to extinction. So, whether I have your trust or not, I'm gonna spend the rest of my life trying to make a difference in this world.
The video journal machine shut off, and I was left standing there with a million different thoughts running through my head. I didn't even know where to begin. Parrot was asking me to suspend my belief in everything I thought I knew. And believing that Tabby, the one person who stuck by my side from the beginning, is a traitor, is something I just can't do. I don't even know what to believe anymore. Parrot's been lying this entire time about who he is, so why should I trust him now? Tabby spared me. As a wooden sword, Tabby was the only one who cared enough to let me live. So fine. Parrot deceived me and made me think that he was actually someone who cared about me too. I can live with that mistake, but that doesn't give him the right to make me question everything Tabby and I have been through. She's my friend, and I'm not gonna be convinced that she's not. The problem with hearing a lie is that you can do everything in your power to forget about it, but it will always occupy that small space in the back of your mind. And that tiny piece of the lie that's left will be just enough to make you start looking for ways to prove it's the truth. Which is why I'm standing here, wondering why the door to leave PvP Civilization is open. Tabby said we would leave together, so for the life of me, I can't understand why she would open this without telling me. Unless Parrot's right about everything.
Go find Evbo. Make sure he's isolated.
Where did she go?
She's gone, and she has the sword.
Leave together. That's what we're doing, right? You said we would open this door and leave together.
Please be here, please be here, please be here. Evbo, time to pause the journal. We need to... No. Are you serious? Why would he not be here? This is literally the only thing he cares about. Okay, no need to panic. He's probably just journaling at the house right now. What is this, stone sword level? Bro, he has so many. I don't even know which is which anymore. What? Why is there a shield in his bed? Okay, gonna ignore that. Alright, this should be the one. Please just be here. Of course, the one time I need him to be journaling. This is bad. He's gotta be looking for Tabby. Wait, what? Who is this? No. How did they get into Evbo's room? He's just waiting for him. He's not gonna let Evbo respawn.
Were you ever gonna tell me how you lied? Or were you just gonna, go back to wherever you're from, not say a word, and let me die? Probably the second one, right? I mean, that always was your style. You never did talk. I see you got a new sword, too. Care to explain?
Move.
I have to admit, I was holding out hope that there would be an explanation. But now I know Parrot was right. It's like you flipped a switch, and the Tabby that I knew isn't even there anymore. It must be nice not having to feel any regret at all from turning on the people that actually care about you. I mean, this is easy for you. Tell me how you do it.
It's easy, because what I'm doing is for the greater good. What I'm doing will save lives.
For the greater good? As in, what, wiping out all of the natural-born swords? Or farming us for infinite durability?
I'm giving you one more chance to move. Think about how you want this to end.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tabby, but I'm not gonna do that. Because you're my friend. And if you want me to move, you're gonna have to prove that I don't mean anything to you. So why don't you just do it already? Do what you came here to do. If you truly believe all of the swords shouldn't be alive, you take me out with that sword, I'm not even gonna respawn. So get it over with. Show me I mean nothing to you. maybe I was never Tabby's friend. I mean, to be fair, she did say we were not friends, but she had a choice. She could have gotten rid of me and never seen me again. So why am I still here? I don't think she's keeping me alive to use me for my power. She won already. I just have to think that some part of her wants to keep me alive because she cares. Oh, this next video journal is gonna be— what the— This is bad. I need the armor stand.
I'm not dying like this.
Let's start this whole thing over. Maybe I'll call this, I don't know, the beginning of the PvP Journal Chapter 2. When I first started this journal, I didn't even know who I was. I didn't know what I was. But now I know who I am and why I'm here. I'm here because I was born as a sword in PvP civilization. And in order for me to go out into the world, I had to prove I was strong enough to survive by becoming a diamond sword. That's what this whole place is for. To give wooden swords a chance to become stronger so they could endure the battles with the other civilizations. Seems simple enough to understand, but the problem is that almost everyone in here wasn't or isn't even a sword at all. Wooden swords that spawn into this world aren't making it to this place. And that's something I'll explain in a few minutes. But let's talk about what happened after I almost died for real. Prince Zam apparently wasn't afraid to hide the fact that he was a trident. If he is still alive, I'm not sure how, since the trident he threw is still stuck in my wall. But I don't know, maybe there's still more I need to know about our PvP universe. But after Prince Zam revealed his identity, more people started to follow suit. The guy who spoke the PvP language was apparently an axe. Who knew? Once again, I'm still not familiar with the universal laws of PvP. I thought I would be able to use the axe myself after winning the fight, but all it did was just add durability to my sword. It took a couple times of dying and coming back to defeat all of the people who were against me at the Iron Sword level, but I can't say I didn't have some outside help. The last thing I heard from Parrot was that he would try his best to make a difference in this world, and from what I can tell, he was doing just that. But I wasn't ready to talk to him just yet. I still needed to piece together my feelings towards him. I did go talk to my guard friend, however, who, not surprisingly, was found in my pool, but talking with him made me realize I never questioned where the shields came from, and to my surprise, my friend didn't even know himself. To him, his life started in this place just like mine did, which means he's only just at the beginning of his self-discovery journey. Speaking of self-discovery, remember when I said I knew who I was? Well, there was a point in time when I thought I was the chosen one, but I've come to realize I was always just a guy in the right place at the right time. Apparently, there was another chosen one, and it was Foray. For reasons I won't understand, he supposedly gave up the power that I have, and I only have the room with the armor stand because of that decision. Don't worry, I don't plan on giving up this power anytime soon. I still am very unconfident with my ability to survive. But anyways, now that I'm a diamond sword, let's talk about where we go from here. Starting with my mistakes, did I know that the diamond swords were protecting one of the 5 eternal items? No, and none of them blame me for helping Tabby escape with it, as far as I'm concerned. But the fact remains that Tabby has it, with the intentions of trying to create immortality for herself, for her civilization. I don't really know. Point is, it's probably not good, considering all outside civilizations seem to be against the swords. Which brings me back to the point I made about wooden swords not making it here. Apparently, every new player spawns at the center of our world, and somehow makes their way to their own civilization depending on what their weapon is. Which means, somewhere along that journey, the natural born swords are— well, if Parrot was right, they're being farmed for their durability, just like I was in here. How I made it here, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever know. But the bigger question is why? Why are the swords the ones being farmed for longer lives? I framed that like I don't have an answer, but I do have some explanation, so don't worry. The story takes us to the statue in the PvP marketplace, the black sword that I always wondered about. At first, I thought it was a symbol of the eternal sword, but it wasn't. What it shows is the true power of being a natural born sword, and that power is the ability to level up beyond a diamond sword into a sword of netherite, one with infinite durability. I know, right? Isn't that crazy? I could be immortal plus have infinite durability. I don't know how I get there, but whatever. Long story short, any natural born sword has the ability to achieve immortality, which is why all the other civilizations are doing everything in their power to stop that from happening. A lot to take in this time. This has quite possibly been the most lore-dense journal update of all time, but we gotta start off chapter 2 right, and most importantly, start it off with all of us on the same page. Can't leave anyone behind. I don't know what life is like outside of these walls. Parrot once said life in here could be a gift, and given the fact that he's from the outside, I'm gonna assume the worst. But we can't stay in here anymore, not while Tabby is out there with one of the most powerful items in the universe. She knows I'm alive, and I'll bet she knows I'm gonna come looking for her. What am I gonna do when I see her? I have no clue. I guess I'll figure it out when I get there. But until then, I'm gonna be the guy with the shopping addiction, the guy that talks too much, the guy who trusts people too much, the guy that isn't half bad at PvP, and the guy that believes there's more to this world than fighting to live longer. Ooh, that sounded pretty cool. Alright, good way to end it. Signing off.
Open up. It's time to shoot your bow.
Great. Just when I thought the mandatory PvP checks were over. Alright, let's get this over with. Depending on how this goes, this might be my last day alive in PvP Civilization.
You owe me 1 PvP attack. That is, if you want to survive another day.
Now that I'm a bow in PvP Civilization, my life is determined by the amount of shots I have left with my bow. If my bow were to break, well, then my life would be over, which means my life is essentially 381 days long, just over a year, because I have to pay an attack to the PvP guards every single day, if I want to live.
Not putting up a fight today, I see. Smart choice for someone as fragile as you. Man, I'm shocked you can even lift up that bow. Your arms look like sticks.
Okay, bro, are you serious? What is wrong with you? We went over the script, and that was definitely not in the script, because I would never write something like that.
It's called improv. You were the one who told me to get into character.
Alright, I'll admit, that would be something you would say. Let's just run it from the top again. Just say your lines right, okay?
Nope. I told you I would do this whole pretend thing one time. So that's the best you're getting.
Bro, come on. We have nothing better to do. It's not my fault the entire bow civilization turned out to be empty. I don't know how long Parrot's been gone for, but clearly things have changed since he got sent to the sword civilization. Fine, just do whatever you want. I'm gonna go journal. But just a heads up, this will be a long one, so please no interruptions. Bringing a video journal machine to the bow civilization was quite possibly one of the smartest things I've ever done. I might have died of boredom if I hadn't. Alright, this is my first video journal update as a bow and PvP civilization. It took sacrifices to get here, some of them being unnecessary. I don't want to talk about it.
Evbo?
Oh, I told you, I need peace and quiet. I'm talking about emotional things.
And I'm gonna need a solid reason as to why I should keep you alive. Video journal machines only come from the sword civilization, which means if you're a natural born sword, I'm being generous by giving you 1 minute to explain yourself.
Okay, there's a lot we need to catch up on. Let's just run it back a little bit. The story takes us to a few days ago where I was in the PvP marketplace following Tabby's betrayal. Obviously, this was an emotional time for me, so I had to do some shopping therapy, retail therapy, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But that's when I stumbled upon something magnificent, an item that was almost too perfect for an irrational spender like myself. A PvP speaker system that cost 300 attacks. As far as I'm concerned, this was the most expensive purchase in PvP Civilization. It's probably bad that I view that as an achievement, but, well, someone's gotta buy it. I found the perfect spot in my PvP mansion to place down my new PvP speaker system, right next to my video journal machine.
No way, you actually bought the speaker system for 300 attacks?
Look, it's a part of my healing process, but fine, I'll hear your lecture on spending.
No, this could be good for us. The vibes have been off ever since Tabby stole the Eternal Sword.
Oh, thank you, you understand. Oh, that's a relief.
Don't tell the others I told you this, but I'm pretty sure if you buy more speakers, they all sync up with each other.
Once Wembu said that, well, it didn't take much time for my diamond sword to be reduced to 61 hits. But since I'm practically immortal, my concern was less about my lifespan and more about proper placement for these new speaker systems. I placed one at the battle simulator in hopes that the sword civilization one day rebuilds itself, and I'll actually be able to battle here. I placed another on the giant map that showed all of PvP Civilization, for of course when I want to study the map. Julie was very unhappy with this placement, but I told her studying was better with music. A third speaker system went into the Video Journal HQ, but that place is practically my second home, so that placement was an obvious one. And the final speaker system went right in front of the statue of the Eternal Sword. My goal was that one day, new diamond swords will drop down to this level, hear the music, and be happy, without having to worry about the world outside that wants them gone for just being a sword. Alright, well, let's turn this thing on. In another life, I would have loved to be exploring the outside for the first time with my best friend. But now, I have to go and try to stop her. And I have to go alone, because apparently the other Diamond Swords don't want to risk their lives.
We've already gone over this. It would be strategically unwise for us to explore the outside given that we have one life.
I know, it was a joke that apparently didn't land. Minutech and I realized that if I were to leave and try to come back, I wouldn't be able to climb back up since the waterfall stopped 1 block short of the ledge. Fortunately, buying a water bucket should solve this issue. Unfortunately, I don't exactly have the funds to buy one. Look, I'm a little low on PvP attacks right now. You think you can spot me?
This will cost me precisely 3.2% of my lifespan.
Sorry, even though some of the other Diamond Swords disapprove of my spending habits, we're practically family now, and that means they've got my back. So that means I gotta have theirs by going out into the world and figuring out why everyone wants the sword people gone. If I can understand that, then I have a chance to save my friends, and maybe change Tabby's mind in the process. But in the meantime, I have to figure out how to survive in the outside world first. So let's try to do that. My feet touched the ground, and I stared out to an endless desert with nothing in sight. Looking back, I realized that this is, as far as I know, the first time in my life that I've been outside of a structure. Seeing how unfathomably large the sword civilization was made me proud at how far I've come. I started venturing out and soon saw giant mountains form in the distance. As I got closer, the mountains seemed to give way to a giant valley, almost as if the landscape was forming a path for me to follow. As I journeyed ahead, I thought back to the map of PvP civilization. If I was right in assuming that I was in the sandstone part of the map, then that means each civilization has a valley that leads to the center point of this world. After a short while, I soon realized that I was probably correct. The valley opened up, and in the center was a giant pyramid-like structure with waterfalls flowing all the way from the top. If I had to guess, this was in fact the center of our world, which means this structure is the origin for every single player in PvP civilization. I could tell that there were statues up at the very top, but I could barely make out what they were. Well, alright, guess I'm going up the waterfall. On the ground in front of the waterfall, there was a small platform that had the same red coloring as the walls of the sword civilization. Looking back, I probably should have paid more attention to my surroundings instead of the architecture of this place, because when I looked up at the waterfall, there was a player dropping down right in front of me. I couldn't tell what weapon this player was holding, but whatever civilization they were a part of, they will definitely try fighting me the second they see my diamond sword. Okay, looks like we're fighting. Let's just hope the 61 PvP attacks I have left are enough to get the job done. From around the corner, I watched as the player reached the bottom of the waterfall. They started walking towards the platform, and I could see the weapon they were holding, and it was a wooden sword. They walked straight up to the red platform and then just disappeared. Look, I know how this sounds, and I also know my credibility is a little bit low given that I've been caught talking to myself a few times. But I can promise you I saw this right. The player just disappeared. So I decided to walk up onto the platform myself. All of a sudden, my surroundings changed, and I was in my room at the wooden sword level, the same room I wake up in every time I die and respawn. What's strange is that this time I didn't die though, and I still have my diamond sword. My best guess at this point is that platform sends you to the beginning of the sword civilization. I was about to go leave and find that wooden sword that just teleported here, but that's when I realized something. The last time I was in this room, Prince Zam threw a trident at my head, fortunately missed, skill issue, and it was stuck in this wall. But now it's not here, which means he has it, and that probably means I'm gonna get jump scared again. That wasn't fun. But at the very least, I have my diamond sword now, so I guess that's a little more intimidating. Anyways, back to finding the wooden sword. I have a good reason to believe that this player was a newborn wooden sword, and if that's the case, they would be in the same spot I was when I first woke up here. Turns out, I think I was right, and I found the player that teleported here that was clearly trying to understand the mechanics of the armor stand door. Eventually though, the door opened back up, and I could confirm my theory. This player had no clue where she was, 0 wins to her name, and no memories of anything at all. This was definitely a newborn wooden sword, alright. I tried to fill them in on the basics, you know, having to PvP to survive and such, and apparently they took that very seriously because they tried to fight me, but that's when I realized her attacks did no damage at all. I even taught her a critical hit, but still I took no damage. Other than dying by Tabby with the Eternal Sword, this was kind of my first time taking damage as a diamond sword. Maybe that has something to do with it. I wished the player good luck, and I encouraged them to buy a bigger house. Am I a bad person for telling a wooden sword to waste most of their life on just a bigger house? Maybe. But come on, what's the point in living longer if you're not gonna have fun in life? So by that logic, I might be a good person. Anyways, I took a little detour at the Iron Sword level to check up on a friend. The last time we spoke, my guard friend was on a journey of self-discovery to figure out what being a shield in PvP civilization means. So last time we spoke, you said there's a door down there that might lead to other civilizations. How's that looking?
No progress yet. I still can't get the door open. I'm starting to think that maybe being a gold level guard might let me open it, but that's my only guess.
Okay, well, if you need to be a gold level guard, then let's just work on ranking you up. Okay, I'm not sure how many more hits it's gonna take for your helmet to break, but I'm running quite a bit low on PvP attacks myself.
How is that even remotely possible? I thought diamond swords have enough durability to last a lifetime.
You know, you would think. Apparently they don't hold up so well when buying speaker systems, but don't worry about it. I think I have a solution. If I could, I would just die, respawn, and get a new diamond sword. But with Prince Zam out there threatening my chances to respawn, that doesn't seem like a great option. So instead, I think it's time to bury the hatchet, or bury the axe in PvP civilization terms, with Parrot. Because I think it's about time I forgave him. It doesn't look like you're too shocked to see I have a diamond sword.
If you've got a diamond sword, that must mean you came here from the outside. So that means Tabby won, but she let you live.
You are right about that. She did win, just like you predicted in your message. I just wish I could have realized what was happening sooner. If I did, then maybe the Eternal Sword would still be here and we wouldn't all be in danger.
You're not the one to blame. No one in your position would have expected you to stop Tabby. Honestly, it's a miracle you're still alive. I should be the one to apologize. I should have warned you sooner. And because of that, my civilization will pay for the consequences of my actions. You see, the bows, axes, and tridents never attacked each other, but each one of them knew that whoever obtained the Eternal Sword first would seek to wipe out every civilization. I can't say for certain how long we have, but the axes are the most ruthless civilization of all, so it's safe to assume they won't hesitate to attack.
Wait, I don't get it. I thought all of the civilizations were against the swords. So why would Tabby and the Axes attack the other civilizations?
Each civilization holds their own eternal weapon. If one civilization were to collect all 5, there would be no stopping them.
Well, this is just great. I didn't just cause the downfall of the swords. I guess I caused the downfall of the whole world. That is, unless we stop her, right? If I can go to the other civilizations and stop Tabby from getting all 5 eternal weapons, I mean, there's still a chance. Unfortunately, me being a diamond sword kind of makes that complicated.
The only way you'll have a chance of surviving in another civilization is by getting another weapon. but I can help you with that.
Let's go, I'm gonna be able to get another weapon? Okay, sounds like a plan. Wait, hold on, I actually need your help with something. And before you say no, you owe me. Parrot and I came up with a plan, and that plan was to make me a bow in PvP Civilization. Parrot was confident that if Tabby was gonna infiltrate another civilization, it would be the bow civilization. So that's where we need to go if we want to try to stop her. Parrot gave us some extremely valuable information. He said that PvP guards have access to any civilization through an advanced tunnel system, which means if my guard friend can get through that door, he can come with me to the bow civilization. So how does this work? Does your helmet just grow back? And does your shield just change color?
I'm not really sure. In the past, when I've ranked up, I would just be walking around and then suddenly I'd feel stronger.
Okay, well, when that happens, meet me in the bow civilization. Now that I know that Parrot was actually a bow, I guess it makes sense why he didn't want to come down to the diamond sword level. I tried to convince him again, but he said the diamond swords have no reason to trust him. So for now, he's just gonna stay at the iron sword level. I don't know, I mean, Wembu and Julie are super chill. Minitek, a little strange, but more analytical. And Foray, it's hard to say. Foray really doesn't say anything, but now that I think about it, if Foray knew that Parrot was a bow, yeah, he'd probably die. Alright, I guess it's fine that he stays here. As long as he uses his durability wisely, I mean, he should be fine. It's not like there's anyone there to fight him.
You and I are gonna talk. I want to know why you're the only one still alive.
Here's when I realized something crazy. This is the first time I've gone through the sword civilization as a diamond sword. And I'm pointing that out because that's the only reason I can think as to why I kept my water bucket when I dropped down to the golden sword level. Normally, I would have lost all of my items by now, but I guess that could explain how Tabby was able to bring her items down to the diamond sword level. Anyways, the reason why this is so important is because when I figured this out, I went straight outside and back to the top of the sword civilization again. I grabbed one of my spare video journal machines. I mean, come on, did you really think I wouldn't buy extras for emergencies? And now I could make sure that the video journals didn't end when I went to the bow civilization. Speaking of video journals, well, obviously I had to update the video journal eventually. This is kind of getting weird. This is like a video journal within a video journal. But anyways, here's what I said in that video journal. Alright, well, it's been a minute, but now I'm preparing to go to the bow civilization. If I have any chance of surviving there, I'm gonna need a bow of my own. Fortunately, Parrot filled me in on how to get one. So, here's how it works. In PvP Civilization, if a player eliminates someone with a sword, or any weapon of that matter, the defeated player drops the weapon they were holding, and the durability of that weapon gets added on to the weapon they were defeated by. So that's why when I eliminated some of the axes that were here, all it did was just add durability to my sword. But check this out. If a player is defeated by a secondary item instead of an actual weapon, the defeated player's weapon can be picked up and put in your inventory to be used as another weapon. So that's how all the other civilizations got swords, and that's how I'm gonna get a bow.
I could only assume that the outside world must have been overwhelming, given the fact you're journaling instead of sharing your knowledge with all of us.
Or I just forgot. Yeah, I should probably fill everyone in on everything I just learned. So signing off. After getting everyone caught up, well, I needed a flint and steel as a secondary item if I was gonna get a bow. And since I virtually had no durability still, well, Wembu clutched up this time. Like I said, we're family, and you know, what's family without asking for a few handouts? Alright, it's time to get serious though. If I do manage to successfully get a bow, I'll be going into a civilization where everyone is against the swords. So naturally, fights will be inevitable, but I'm gonna try to avoid that as much as possible, because even though I'll respawn, Prince Zam is still definitely out there, and I don't want to die for real. I made it back to the center of PvP Civilization, and already there was a player dropping down the waterfall. This was my perfect chance to get a bow. As far as I know about these newborn players, they should just walk straight to the platform, so, well, hopefully this is enough fire. Unfortunately, the player was walking way too fast, and I kind of panicked and had to end it right there. Okay, I know this video journal has been really long, but remember from the beginning when I said there were some unnecessary sacrifices made? Yeah, that was this guy. I was so focused on placing down the fire and I didn't even realize that wasn't even a bow. What is wrong with me? That was a wooden sword. After that, I stood there for a few minutes in complete silence. I kept thinking about how he didn't even get the chance to fight back. This world is so unfair. At the end of the day, it was an honest mistake, and the only thing I can really do now is dedicate this video journal to that guy. So, this one goes out to the blue hoodie man. Anyways, I walked around the structure to the correct side, the one where I was supposed to be, and I saw the walls of the giant structure changed from a red color to green. The same green color that was on the map of PvP Civilization. If I'm at the right place, then I guess green symbolizes the bow civilization. So now I just have to wait for a newborn wooden bow to drop down and hope that whatever's left of my flint and steel will be enough to get the job done. A few moments later, I saw a player coming down the waterfall, and I made sure this time that it was a player holding a bow. The only way this works is if I take out the bow with only a flint and steel. If I hit the player with my sword once, I won't get the bow. I thought the player was gonna walk past the fire and make it to the platform, but just then, the player took one more hit of damage and the bow was left sitting there on the ground. I walked over to it, and instead of adding on to my durability of my diamond sword, the bow was in my inventory, along with a singular arrow. I'm not really sure how that got there, but it worked. I was hesitant at first, but I went for it, and for the first time in my life, I was holding a weapon that wasn't a sword. I was now a bow in PvP Civilization. I had to be careful when switching out my weapons, because everyone knows in PvP Civilization, if you stop holding a weapon, well, it's game over. But for the journey ahead, I would only be needing a bow. Hopefully. I stepped up onto the green platform and instantly was teleported somewhere. I was inside of a room that looked similar to the one I started off in the Sword Civilization. The only things in here were a bed and a sign that said I had 0 wins. I was definitely in a new civilization, so at that moment I knew I had to be prepared for anything once I opened the door. I wasn't sure how this worked, but I shot my one arrow at the armor stand and the door opened. Naturally, I tried to go retrieve the arrow, but it didn't look like it could be picked up. However, a few seconds later, I checked my inventory and somehow there was another arrow there. I guess being a bow in PvP Civilization means you always have an arrow on you. I stepped out of my room to explore the bow civilization, and I saw that my room was basically on the edge of a cliff with water down below. I saw giant walls with a more intricate green design. I saw armor stand doors, just like in the Sword Civilization, but what I didn't see were people. Now, I know this is PvP Civilization, and people don't come out too often because they don't want to risk their lives unless they absolutely have to, but this civilization was definitely different. There was not even a single guard in sight. It was completely empty. That was until I saw the miraculous sight of a PvP guard holding a golden shield. It looked like my plan worked, and my guard friend made it to the bow civilization with me. Then I set up my video journal, did the whole skit thing with the PvP guard, was kind of unsuccessful, and now we're here. I should probably get off though, because there's a bow standing right here. So on that note, signing off.
While it's hard to make sense of any of that, I can't imagine the other diamond swords would have wanted that story told here.
I'll admit I probably shouldn't have said any of that in front of you, but I'm committed to the journal.
To be quite honest, no explanation was going to help you survive. I just wanted to see what I could learn. Now I'll do my part in making sure the swords never destroy this world again.
Look, you don't understand. I came here trying to save your civilization. Someone has the eternal sword and they're coming for the eternal bow next. I just want to help.
Take a look around you. What do you think happened here? They stole the bow and wiped most of us out. And as far as I'm concerned, you led them here.
The eternal bow is already gone? Wait, what do you mean by they? How many were there?
2 diamond axes. That's all it took to wipe our civilization off the map. In all my time alive, I've never seen players like them. The speed, the strength, the intelligence they had. We fired off every single arrow we had, and it got us nowhere. The only thing that secured my civilization's survival was my promise to them that I would help deal with the rest of the swords. So, as it stands with the deal I made, I can promise you there's no reality where you leave here alive.
In PvP Civilization, players spawn into this world holding one of 5 items. The first are the swords, next are the axes, there are the tridents, there are players that are born with shields, and lastly, there are players that are born with bows. I know that's not exactly new information, but just let me explain, I'm getting there. Point is, each of the 5 items have their own advantages and disadvantages when it comes to PvP. To start, there are the swords, which is the item I was born with. Being the standard weapon for close range combat, natural born swords spawn with a wooden sword that has a lifespan of 59 PvP attacks. However, by eliminating players, swords can upgrade all the way to the diamond level, giving them the longest lifespan in PvP Civilization, as well as stronger attacks and defense. But the true power of being a natural born sword is the ability to rank up beyond diamond, to become an immortal netherite sword. No other civilization has this ability, which is a reason as to why the swords are facing extinction. Next are the axes, who also start at a wooden level. Like the swords, axes are used for close-range PvP, but deal much higher damage than the swords, especially with critical hits. While axes share the exact same durabilities as the swords, the higher damage from an axe means each PvP attack uses 2 durability instead of 1. So this would mean that wooden axes basically have the shortest lifespans in PvP Civilization. But just like the swords, the axes also have the ability to rank up to the diamond level through PvP victories. Next, we have the tridents. Being born as a trident comes with a few unique qualities that increase the odds of survival in PvP Civilization. For one, tridents are born with 250 PvP attacks and deal significant damage in close-range PvP. However, tridents can also be used for long-range combat by being thrown from a distance. Normally, if a player were to drop their weapon, they would die, but tridents can throw their weapon and still survive. The only downside is that until they retrieve their trident, they can't hold another item, which makes them vulnerable if they do decide to throw it. Tridents also can't rank up in any way, so 250 PvP attacks is all they get. The fourth item in PvP Civilization is the shield. Honestly, shields are kind of a mystery around here. They have the power to open certain doors, and they take 0 damage when they block their shield. Unlike any of the other items, shields actually rank up by taking damage. So, while their role in PvP Civilization is kind of unknown, shields will basically work for anyone that's willing to pay them in PvP attacks. And finally, we have the bows. Spawning in with a bow comes with a durability of 384 PvP attacks, which means newborn bows technically have the longest lifespans when starting out. While bows can be very dangerous from far away, close-range PvP is where bows have the biggest disadvantage. Okay, now I'm coming full circle. This is why I was explaining all that. Knowing the weaknesses for the bows was how I was able to get out of this current situation. In a small room, there would be no way for a bow to beat a sword, let alone a diamond sword. Look, bro, I told you I'm not here to fight you. I just want to help. But if you truly have no choice, I'm sorry to say you're not gonna win. I'm a diamond sword, and it's a 2 versus 1.
I don't know where you're from, but in PvP Civilization, guards don't work for anyone. They work for whoever pays them the most PvP attacks.
I'm not gonna lie, my financial situation is great as is, so I'm probably Team Evbo on this one, man.
What? You can't be serious. You're a fool if you think that guard is your friend. Once he finds a higher price, you'll be alone.
Okay, if I'm being honest, he's more of my friend than I'm his. But regardless, I still am the highest price. So yeah, 2 versus 1.
So what do you expect me to do now? I made a promise to save my people, my family. I would be a monster like you if I let you go free.
Look, I don't think you understand. You don't need to keep your promise if I succeed in stopping the Axis. Your people will be safe if I can just do this. I don't know if I'll ever understand why you all dislike the sword so much, but I'm here asking to fight for you. So why won't you let me just at least try to do that? The player just stood there staring at me, but a second later, an arrow fired right past my head.
Fine, then you better make good on your word.
Thankfully, I avoided a fight with a bow, but now I have another added responsibility, and that's making sure that the bows are safe. Of course, the only way to do that is to stop the Axis.
So, what do we do now that the Eternal Bow is gone?
I don't know, but honestly, my curiosity is compelling me to explore this place, so that's what I'm gonna do. Don't worry, I'll just be a few minutes, so feel free to watch the journal while I'm gone.
Give it up already. I'm never going to make a video journal update.
Whoa, I didn't even say anything, but that was my intention. It's fine, I'm sure we'll get a guard update soon. Maybe when that happens, I'll actually get to know his name. I caught up with the bow that spared me a fight, and he told me that if I actually wanted a chance to stop the Axis, I would have to know what I'm up against. And he started leading me down the path straight ahead. I followed him until we approached a giant gap in the ground that looked like it should have been uncrossable if it weren't for the 4 blocks on the wall leading to the other side. This massive pit with water at the bottom was supposed to prevent outsiders from reaching the armor stand at the other end. That was where the Eternal Bow was located before it was stolen. The bow named Siwat told me before they even had time to react, one of the 2 axes used these 4 blocks to parkour across the gap. And after they stole the Eternal Bow, they used invisibility to escape without being seen. After Siwat told me that, I knew exactly who this was, because I've seen it before. Okay, so axes have blocks to place, that's new. Is there a PvP marketplace, shop, something like that here?
Did you not just hear what I told you? There's nothing you can buy that will help you outsmart the axes.
No, you have it all wrong. You see, for me, buying things helps me get a clear headspace, I guess is how I should say it, and that will help me think of a plan to defeat the axes. You follow me?
Okay, that just sounds like you have a severe shopping addiction.
Yeah, whatever. It's time for a new PvP marketplace. Let's go. Siwat led me to one of the armor stand doors and told me behind this wall was the PvP marketplace for the bow civilization. He said that a key item needed to shop in the PvP marketplace was a spyglass. I wasn't really sure why though, and then I'm pretty sure he said something under his breath like he hoped my bow would break and I'd die. I don't know, I kind of chose to block it out, but whatever. It seems like the other civilizations not liking the swords has kind of been a long-standing issue, so I guess at the end of the day, Siwat letting me live and go on a shopping spree is kind of a step in the right direction. The bow civilization's PvP marketplace looked wildly different than the one I was used to. For starters, the armor stands were very far away and I couldn't even read what I was buying. The armor stands were only able to be hit by using a bow, which was a problem for me because I soon realized I wasn't good with a bow and arrow. If I was actually someone who was born as a bow, well, judging by this performance, I probably wouldn't have survived for very long. Eventually though, I got the hang of it and my arrows started to actually hit the armor stand. After landing 5 successful PvP attacks, an item popped out of the dispenser. This was the item Siwat told me would be necessary for shopping in the PvP marketplace, a spyglass. Apparently it's also useful for bows in general for being able to spot enemies from afar, but I really don't care about that, I just care about the shopping part. Now that I could use the spyglass and zoom in to read exactly what I was buying, I was disappointed. I mean, the PvP marketplace in the Sword Civilization was so much better. I mean, I bought a PvP speaker system, a video journal machine. The only thing that seemed remotely cool to me was this item display frame that I bought for 50 attacks. Now that I think about it, maybe the swords having a better PvP marketplace selection is why they want to wipe us all out. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I noticed that the more expensive items in the bow civilization had armor stands that were very far away. So, given my bow capabilities, it probably wasn't worth my time to buy any more stuff. At the end of the day, Tabby is out there somewhere, most likely getting ready to steal the other Eternal weapons, so keeping that in mind, I should probably pick up the pace a little bit. Before going back to my room, however, I decided to check out the entrance to the bow civilization. It looked like the door was open and operated the same way the door to the sword civilization did. My guess is that these 4 armor stands are also responsible for opening and closing this giant entrance. The difference here, however, is the bows probably had no reason to keep their door closed like the swords did, because they weren't afraid of the other civilizations attacking them. But I guess the decision to keep the door open backfired because Tabby and whoever the other axe was just walked straight in and stole the Eternal bow. It's crazy to think that if I had just made it here a little bit earlier, I would have seen Tabby standing in this exact same spot, probably next to someone she trusts to have her back. I really thought that would be me, you know? Just 2 best friends fighting to survive another day. While I'm grateful for the family I found, I honestly would do anything for one more time when it's just Tabby and I against the world. Unfortunately, I ended up with just me and this guy.
To answer your question, no, I didn't journal. Anyways, what'd you find?
Well, I learned that Tabby was definitely here, and I also learned that the shopping here is pretty bad. I mean, I'm all for buying useless stuff, but come on, an item display frame? That's just sad that that's the best thing they have to offer here.
Well, if you paid all those PvP attacks for it, you might as well put some item on display.
Alright, you make a fair point. I guess it would be kind of cool if my sword was displayed here.
It's just like, when you do this stuff, it's impossible to feel bad for you.
The last time I died and respawned, I woke up to a fight that almost cost me my power of immortality, which is why I got out of bed swinging my sword everywhere, just in case that happened again. But thankfully, it seemed like I could get my respawn power in peace this time. And while I did manage to get this respawn through, I should really start being more careful in the outside world, because if I lose this respawn power, that could be the difference between life and death for my friends. The diamond swords are trusting me to be disciplined. So with that being said, I am definitely not telling them that I just died by throwing my sword in an item frame. I also lost my bow, but on the bright side, I'm back to full durability. Hey, what's up, Wembu? What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, what's good, bro? I was trying to turn the speakers back on, but whatever, it doesn't matter. What's up?
Well, the Eternal bow is gone, so that's not good, but I'm doing all right.
Wait, did you say the Eternal bow is already gone? How is that even possible?
Apparently, Tabby and another axe wiped out almost all of the bow civilization. I don't know, there's a lot to break down, but just come with me, I'm gonna go journal.
Trusting a sword to save us all? No, that would just be reckless. I am fine with us not being targets at the moment, though.
Hey, what happened up there? You were gone for a while. I thought you died. Please tell me the axes are gone.
The axes are gone, but a diamond sword is here now. Long story short, the kid let us off the hook.
Wait, did you just say a diamond sword is here? How are you even still alive?
I'm alive because he didn't want to fight me. I have no clue what the deal is with this kid. I mean, he practically vented his whole life story in front of me. I wasn't really understanding any of it, but I think I came to the conclusion that this kid Evbo has the power to respawn. Trust me, I can tell by the look in his eyes he wasn't exactly afraid to die.
That can't be possible. Remember that guard we paid? He told us the diamond sword named Foray had the respawn power.
Right. So either that guard was lying, which I doubt, or there's something else going on here. Do you think it's possible that this Foray guy gave the power to Evbo?
I doubt it. Why would anyone give up the power to live forever?
Valid point, which leads me to think maybe this power can be shared somehow. I think it's about time we get a whole new perspective. The axes are going to get the eternal weapons. There's no doubt about that, and we're in no condition to stop them. So, I say we shift our attention to this respawn power. If we find out how to obtain this power, we just might be able to come out of this on top.
So, yeah, that was pretty much my journey in the Bow civilization. Fortunately, Wembo and I are boys, so we're kind of keeping that whole item frame death thing between us. But anyways, let's look at the bigger problem at hand. Tabby has the eternal sword, the eternal bow, and probably the eternal axe if I had to guess. So now, all she needs is the trident and the shield. If we can't stop her before she gets those two, well, it's probably not going to look good for us.
Hey, you think I can finish the video journal update?
Are you kidding me? Of course you can.
All right, so the situation is not great, but I believe that we can overcome this with a positive mindset. What now? Oh, right. Okay, signing off.
That was beautiful. I mean, that was seriously really good. Wait, check this out. I think we got a message. Looks like Parrot's got more to say, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, I probably haven't recovered from his last message, but oh well. I guess let's give this a listen.
Hello, Evbo, and the other diamond swords, I'd imagine. I have to admit, the outcome of our last fight was unexpected, to say the least. I might even accept the fact that you've become outright better than me at sword PvP. Be that as it may, I don't need to be better than you. You see, me being alive threatens your existence, your ability to respawn over and over again. Each time you die, you'll never know if I'll be there waiting to get rid of you for good. And that thought alone scares you enough to give me the advantage. Honestly, you should be thanking me for helping you not take life for granted.
Hey, I don't know about you, but I'm thinking this is not very good.
Bro, obviously this is not good. Parrot is literally nowhere in sight, and this is supposed to be from him.
Okay, just making sure we're on the same page.
Anyway, I need to make it out of the sword civilization alive, for reasons that don't concern any of you. The way I see it, if I drop down to your level, I'll die before I reach the exit. And if I try fighting, well, it doesn't take a genius to know how a 5 versus 1 will turn out. So, that is why I have leverage. Your friend Parrot should be enough to let me walk out of here unharmed. If you decide to take me out, then I come right back to this iron sword level and Parrot dies. Alternatively, you might come up with a plan to have Evbo die and wait for me to respawn to prevent me from taking out Parrot, but choosing that route assumes Evbo can win a battle against a trident, which he's never fought before. If he can't, he dies permanently, and Parrot suffers the same fate. Now that I've made this decision obvious for you all, I'll be down there shortly. I look forward to seeing what you choose to do.
The video journal machine shut off, leaving Wembu and I speechless. But both of us were thinking the exact same thing, and that was that Prince Zam was gonna make it down here one way or another. If only I could have actually convinced Parrot to come down here, things would be different. But now, well, now he's basically just a free ticket out of here for Prince Zam. Wembu and I filled in Minutech, Julie, and Foray, and they all came to the same conclusion. So we decided that Prince Zam was coming down to the Diamond Sword level. His terms required that he would be able to leave here unharmed. So despite having the strength of 5 Diamond Swords, all we could do was sit back and watch as Prince Zam walked right through us without suffering a single PvP attack. As he was leaving, he stopped in front of me.
Parrot told me your best friend Tabby betrayed you. I guess I'm doing you a favor by getting rid of her, since she's the one collecting the eternal weapons.
Hey, we let you leave without a scratch, so the least you can tell us is what you want.
As of now, there are 2 things that stand in my way. You and the eternal weapons. Once I deal with both of those, I will be the god of this world.
After that, Prince Zam jumped off the edge and escaped to the outside world. So, using his words, he wants to be a god of PvP civilization. My guess is by being the only one with the respawn power, which means he's not gonna stop fighting until one of us is gone. Minitech also pointed out that being eliminated by the eternal weapons gets rid of the respawn ability. So, it would make sense why Prince Zam needs to collect them all in order to be truly immortal. Oh, now I have to stop 2 people from getting the eternal weapons. This is getting complicated. Minitech, being the main strategist of the Diamond Swords, told me I didn't have any time to waste. And he was right. The struggle for power would soon be at an all-time high, now that Prince Zam is joining the fight. I have no concepts of a plan at all, but I'll figure it out as I go, I guess. Improvising was always my thing anyways. For a second, I thought I caught up to Prince Zam because there was a player standing directly in front of me. But this was definitely not him. Whoever this wasn't even moving. Hello? Who are you? For a moment, I thought this player didn't even notice me, but a second later, he turned around and I saw the weapon in his hand. This was not just some ordinary player. This was a diamond axe. We both stood there staring at each other in the middle of the desert. I had no clue what to say or what to even do, but soon enough, the diamond axe spoke.
You don't seem nervous. Usually, people run from the sight of a diamond axe, but I guess your respawn ability must be the source of your confidence.
What? How does this guy know that I have the respawn ability? I stood there frozen, not knowing what to think of this situation. This diamond axe knows who I am somehow. So what is his game plan? Why haven't you attacked me yet?
I could ask you the same thing.
I don't know. I guess I'm holding out hope that you might be good. But just as I said that, the player with the axe sprinted towards me. It's been so long, I had almost forgotten that this was a world of PvP. So now it's time to see if I can truly survive in it. We both landed an attack on each other, but the axe was faster than I was and landed a critical hit, causing me to back off. What really confused me is that this player didn't continue his aggression and just stood there.
Just so I have this right, you only attack people if you deem them good or bad?
In all my fights in PvP Civilization, I've never had a fight go down like this. Why was he just talking to me? If he knows I'm the one with the respawn ability, shouldn't he be more cautious?
Let me ask you something. In our world, where it's necessary to defeat others to survive, how do you determine who lives and who dies? To you, it must be whoever treats you well.
I don't know what to say to that. Why are you asking me these questions?
Tabby told me you have a strange outlook on this world. I just wanted to see for myself.
Hearing Tabby's name thrown out completely made me lose sight of the situation I was in. So much that I didn't even notice the weapon the player was holding when he was walking towards me. It was only until this player was staring me straight in the face that I noticed that the axe was not a diamond axe anymore. This player was holding one of the 5 items capable of erasing me from this world permanently. The Eternal Axe. For some reason I can't explain, I was petrified. I couldn't move. All I could do was just watch this player get closer and closer, knowing that I'd never get a chance to say goodbye to my family. But the player just stopped right in front of me.
Now's not your time to die. So in the meantime, you think about those questions.
And that was all the player said before turning around and disappearing into the desert. What was that?
I met your friend Evbo just a bit ago.
So, I take it he's dead then?
If I said yes, how would you feel?
The swords threaten our existence. So I would say you did what you had to do. We need to prepare. Getting the Eternal Trident is all that matters now.
In the world of PvP, there are 5 different civilizations. Or 4. 5? I don't know. Anyways, I've been to the Sword Civilization, and I have just now completed my journey to the Bow Civilization. But now, it's time to embark on a journey to a new civilization, which will be the Tridents. Prince Zam is probably on his way to take hold of the Eternal Trident, and Tabby might already be there trying to steal it. Oh man, I don't even know what to think of this situation. I mean, if both of those are true, the Axes will be fighting the Tridents there, and if I show up, they'll also try fighting me. Okay, yeah, it's safe to say I have zero clue on how to handle this situation, but if we're being honest, when have I ever had a plan? Anyways, let's just jump right into this. Stepping on this platform will send me directly to the Trident Civilization, where I'll be right in the middle of the action. Okay, is something wrong here? Why am I not teleporting? Is this one broken or something? How is that even possible? If this means I have to go through the main entrance and not get myself a room in the Trident Civilization, I'm gonna be very upset.
Don't tell me that's a diamond sword standing right there. It looks like he's all by himself.
What do we do? We're supposed to be weakening the tridents right now. We don't have time to fight this.
You go on ahead. I'll deal with this kid.
Just make it quick. I'll meet you at the Trident civilization.
As I stood there on the platform, I heard the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching from behind me, and I could tell by the speed that this was someone eager to wipe me out, which means it was time to tap into all the movement training I completed at the Golden Sword level. Just as the player was right up on me, I quickly jumped to the side and dodged the swing of an axe. This is now the second run-in I've had with an axe in the outside world, and I could already tell that this one wasn't going to be like the last. This was not a player looking for a conversation. This was someone who wanted me dead. The axes are supposed to be the most ruthless civilization of all, and I could tell by the look in this guy's eyes that he wasn't all the way there. The player with the iron axe charged me, and I decided to keep up my strategy of dodging the attacks. This player was only trying to land critical hits, attempting to deal massive damage, but I wasn't letting that happen. As soon as I found an opening, I fought back with my sword. It's hard to tell if this player was blinded by rage or the orientation of his eyes, but either way, this player's strategy for the fight ended with his death, and with me not suffering a single PvP attack. I gained back some durability by grabbing the iron axe, and I decided that staying out here in the open was probably a bad idea. My guess is that that player was on his way to the Trident civilization, and if that's true, I do not want to stay around here if more axes are gonna pull up. I still don't get it. I wouldn't have had to fight that player if the platform to the Trident civilization worked. I thought I had a good understanding of this whole center of the universe thing. I mean, a new player spawns, drops down, steps on the platform. Wait, what the? Just then, I thought I was about to get into another fight, but whoever this player was took one look at me and turned around and started running away. Was that a bow? What were they even doing here? Okay, well, I guess there's more than one bow alive. Not sure what to do with that information.
Get me out of here. Please get me out of here.
Sending Toph out there by himself was a bad idea. If he gets hurt, this is on you.
We need a sword to find this respawn power, and if we were to die, Toph wouldn't know how to rebuild an entire civilization by himself. Besides, he offered to go.
Then he better come back, because if he dies from this, you're gonna be rebuilding the civilization by yourself.
Okay, so using the platform to get into the Trident civilization doesn't seem to be an option. I'm just gonna have to go through the front door, I guess. But with the amount of people I've seen, I'm definitely gonna need more resources if I want to survive for longer. Wembu, hello? Can you come over here? Water bucket, please. Thank you. Thankfully, Wembu was there to let me back into the sword civilization. I thought about telling all the diamond swords about the strange interaction I had with the mysterious diamond axe, but to be honest, I was running short on time. By the looks of it, the axes were already on their way to the Trident civilization, and I don't want to have a repeat of what happened with the bows. I bought 5 golden carrots and a flint and steel to prepare for my journey, a journey that could very well cost me my life in PvP civilization. I told Wembu if I don't make it back alive, well, he gets full authority over the video journals. To be fair though, he was the only one in consideration for that role, given that no one else would voluntarily record video journals. Anyways, it's time to focus up, because I'm about to be putting myself in the middle of a battle between 2 civilizations that both want to wipe out the swords. I'll have to be prepared for anything, even if it means fighting my best friend.
This is our only chance. I only had enough attacks to afford 1 invisibility potion for this.
Then you better make it count. Use it to escape.
Yep, I'm not trying that ever again. I'm telling you guys, there's no way I'll have enough time to get a wooden sword. Are we sure we can't just go in through the front of the sword civilization?
This is the only way in, Toph, which means you'll have to go back out there and wait for a newborn wooden sword to spawn.
I mean, what if that guard is still here? That one that sticks with Evbo? Maybe he might help us get a wooden sword somehow if we pay him enough.
Toph, I know you're scared, but it's time to face reality. We don't have much of a choice here.
I actually just don't get it. I don't get how someone can be so unintelligent. It blows my mind. Out of everything, he puts his sword in the item frame?
An item frame? What does that mean? Guys? You might want to check this out.
I walked through the valley until a massive structure formed in the distance. Blue coloring on the walls, a cascading waterfall out in front. Yep, this was definitely the Trident civilization. And luckily for me, the giant door to enter the civilization was wide open. However, that fact alone means that this civilization isn't afraid of outsiders. The door being open doesn't just help me though, because that means if the axes got here before me, they would already be inside. At this point, I just have to be prepared to fight anything. I got to the top of the waterfall and walked through the giant opening into the Trident civilization. Before seeing this, I thought the pool in my PvP mansion was the coolest thing ever. But now that I was standing on a trident-shaped rock that was practically in the middle of an ocean? I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking about how much it might cost to move here. Then, I had to quickly remind myself that I did not have time to get distracted by really cool architecture, because I have a job to do, and that's find the Eternal Trident before Tabby or Prince Zam gets to it. I came to the unfortunate conclusion that I probably wouldn't get to visit the PvP marketplace in the Trident civilization, which really made me sad because, well, you know me, I would just buy anything, really. But for now, paying 3 PvP attacks to open doors is, I guess it's kind of like a purchase. Alright, I'm not happy about it, but it does the job. I found myself in another room not knowing what to expect, but all of a sudden, I heard the sound of a player taking damage and someone flew into the water below me. It was an iron axe, and he immediately started attacking me as soon as he saw me. I hit him away and jumped down into the water. I know I said I had to be ready to fight anything, but this encounter made me realize I was not ready at all. At the end of the day, I don't want to fight these people, but at this point, I realized that simply wasn't an option. I swam up onto a platform where I saw not the axe I was fighting, but a trident. The player charged me, and my first battle against a trident had begun. Prince Zam's plan to escape the sword civilization hinged on the fact that I've never fought a trident before. But after the throw of a trident knocked me in the water, leaving me at 2.5 hearts, I realized it was a wise choice not to fight Prince Zam. Tridents were strong, much stronger than I anticipated. Even with my increased resistance as a diamond sword, it seemed like that trident just tore right through me. Luckily, I made it out of that room in time to regenerate some health. But I do not like the fact that I've been in this new civilization for all of a couple minutes and I've almost died.
So first Prince Zam shows up, then the axes show up, and now a sword. Give me a break.
Whatever that room was definitely seemed like a dead end, and I was back in the main room with no leads on where to find the Eternal Trident. That was until I saw the axe I was just fighting, and he was swimming down towards something at the bottom of the ocean. I swam after him, and when I got to the bottom, I stumbled upon some sort of underwater tunnel. Now, I know I'm no expert at PvP physics or whatnot, but this tunnel definitely seemed like it defied the laws of nature. Even with all the openings, it seemed like some invisible force was just stopping the water from flowing in, making for a breathable hallway at the bottom of an ocean. If I had to take a wild guess, I would say this is a more promising lead to the Eternal Trident.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
I walked down the hallway not knowing where I was going. I didn't even have a solid idea of what my plan was. But as I turned around to see an iron axe lunging towards me, I realized that my plan was quite simply to survive. The longer I survive, the higher chance I have of finding the Eternal Trident. If I find the Eternal Trident again, then there's a higher chance I have of seeing Tabby again. And if I do find Tabby, well, then there's a chance I finally figure out what she plans on doing with the Eternal weapons. Right, so survive long enough to get answers. That's basically what my plan boils down to. I won the battle against the Iron Axe with 2.5 hearts. Thought Purple would have put up more of a fight, to be honest. And I was down to my last 3 golden carrots. With the way these PvP battles have been going, it's looking like I'll only have enough food to survive a few more fights. Unless I can miraculously fight like Foray does, that is, not take any damage from a fight. But I don't see that happening in the near future. So, for now I just gotta be smart. Whatever this place in the Trident civilization was, seemed to be a confusing network of hallways that went in all different directions. Now more than ever, I had to be cautious about which armor stands I choose to hit, because if I open the wrong door, well, someone might just be waiting for me on the other side to take me out. I actually like the fact that there's armor stands everywhere. Maybe I should make it a goal to hit them all. No, why am I thinking like that? Speaking of opening the wrong doors, when I walked into the hallway, an iron axe came charging in from the other side. This is now the second iron axe I've seen down here, which leads me to think this is definitely the place where the Eternal Trident is. Why I've only seen iron axes and not Tabby or the other diamond axe is another question in itself, but I came to the conclusion that that might actually be a good sign. The axes might be sending in their lower level players to weaken the tridents for players like Tabby and the other diamond axe. Just a theory at this point, but if that is their game plan, then that means I'm not too late this time, and they haven't found the trident yet. But after I walked into another hallway and saw a trident on the ground, I realized I was running out of time. The axes were wiping out the tridents in numbers, and soon enough, Tabby would be here to get what she was after. Knowing her, she might already be here. For all I know, she could be standing in the exact same spots where I was standing in, and fighting in the same hallways I fought in. I know this sounds crazy, but I kinda just wish I would open one of these doors to see Tabby standing there. With everything she's done, and everything she wants to do to the swords, I shouldn't be feeling this way. All I am to her is her enemy, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't stop myself from hoping that every PvP attack I paid, every corner I turned, and every hallway I ran through would lead me back to my best friend.
So, Looks like kicking you out of this civilization once wasn't enough. If you're after the Trident again, I can assure you, I won't hold back this time.
I ate my last golden carrot as I stared down the hallway to the sight of something different. There was running water covering the door, and when I walked through it, I was in a room that broke the pattern of endless hallways. By the looks of it, I would guess this is the room where an eternal trident would be kept. Alright, I guess it's time to go find out if it's still here or not. Let's hope for the best. Things were kind of a blur after that. Honestly, if I didn't log it into my journal right away, I probably would have forgotten what exactly happened. A few journals ago, I said I didn't know what I would do if I saw Tabby again. I'm bringing that up because when I heard someone come through the waterfall, I was getting ready to fight until I saw it was her. And I didn't do anything. But I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to stay there, because in that short moment, Tabby stared back at me not as an enemy, but as a friend. It was a look that seemed like she was relieved to see that I was alive, and I wanted to savor it for as long as I could. I didn't get it at the time. I didn't get why she sent me back to being a wooden sword. But then I remembered I was seconds away from being erased from this world forever. And that was when I realized she saved me. She swung her axe at the last second, and because of that, I could respawn. I woke up back in my room not knowing what to think. Confused, definitely, but more so sad. There was a lot of things that I wish I could have said to Tabby before I died. At the very least, I would have wanted some answers about what she wants to do with the eternal weapons. But now I just have to hope she makes it out of there alive, because she's stuck in there fighting Prince Sam with an eternal weapon. And I know she's much more capable at PvP than I am, but PvP civilization is unpredictable. In our world, I've realized that it's not just your PvP abilities that determine whether you can survive or not. It's your ability to be adaptable in any situation. Prince Zam and Tabby both outsmarted the swords and I without using PvP at all. I know I'm dragging this, but point is, I don't know if this is a fight Tabby will win. And the worst thing about this is I couldn't even make it over there in time if I wanted to. So I can't do anything. I just have to hope she makes it out alive. Well, I know this one has been pretty sad. I'll try to change the mood around for the next one. Alright, signing off.
I can do this. I can do this. I just gotta survive long enough to figure out anything I can about this respawn power. No, you know what? I can totally do this. After all, I am a diamond sword now.
Alright, we are back with another video journal update. Now, at this point, I know whoever's watching is probably like, no way this is a back-to-back journal update, right? Well, I'm here to tell you, that's exactly what this is. And I did say I would improve the vibes for the next one, so here we are. Anyways, we haven't had a good video journal breakdown in a while to really digest everything that's happened in PvP Civilization recently. That's why for this one, I convinced the whole crew to make an appearance. A lot of pressure this time, because I gotta show everyone how incredibly important these video journals are. Let's get to it. The encounter I had a bit ago with the Diamond Axe left me, well, very confused. He told me it wasn't my time to die. Any thoughts on what that's supposed to mean? Anyone? No? Looks like I'm muted. Alright, guess I'm solo speculating this time. That could mean the axe wants to use me for something first. What that might be, I'm not really sure, but all I know is that he had the Eternal Axe and chose not to erase me from this world. Moving on to the Trident Civilization, Tabby could be fighting Prince Zam as we speak, but the fact that both of them have eternal weapons raises the question, what happens to an eternal weapon when someone dies with it? Okay, now we get to the last part of this journal, which is why I kind of brought everyone here. After a lot of near-death experiences recently, I realized the importance of having the ability to respawn, which is why I'm proposing all 5 of us diamond swords share the respawn power. Now that we know there's a way back up to the wooden sword level from the outside, all of us can use the armor stand.
No, the respawn power isn't for us. Evbo will be the only one allowed to have it.
Wait, what? No, what do you mean? Wait, what? Why? Okay, this did not go the way I thought it was gonna go, so signing off?
It's decided then. None of us will be sharing this respawn power. As for the eternal weapons, I find it strange that this is now the second time Tabby has spared you. Whatever her motives are, I still think there's a slight possibility of changing her mind.
Maybe, but wait, are we not going to talk about what is going on? No one wants to respawn? I don't get it. Julie, help me out here. Why in the world would Foray say no to something like that?
Foray rarely speaks, so I can promise you he must have a good reason. But at the end of the day, none of us need a good reason to trust him. Foray is by far the most skilled out of all of us. I'm sure you've recognized that already. Before you got the power, he did exactly what you did to become a diamond sword. He figured out he had to break his sword on the armor stand, which led to him helping Wembu, Minitek, and I rank up. Back then, he had no reason to help us out, but he did anyways. So, even if you might not agree with his logic, we trust him all the way.
No, you see, that still doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, what could possibly be the downside of having you guys share the respawn power with me? Actually, you know what's even more strange is the fact that Foray had the respawn power himself. I can't think of a single reason as to why someone would give up the power of immortality. When did he get rid of it?
That, I don't exactly know.
What do you mean you don't know? That seems like a pretty big thing to know.
Do you think we would ask Foray every single time he dies if he has the respawn power? Obviously not.
Well, now you see you probably should have been asking.
But, thinking about it more, he must have given it up after he broke his sword, since I've never seen him die.
Wait, if you've never seen him die, do you think he's lying about not giving up the power?
What would he gain from lying about something like that?
I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. Okay, answer me this. How did he get so good at PvP?
I mean, you've gotten significantly better, haven't you? Both of you use your respawning ability to your benefit. You probably just use it differently than he did.
Wow, way to call out my shopping sprees. I guess that kind of makes sense. Foray must have been solely focused on getting better at PvP every time he died and respawned. I just don't get it. I don't know.
Don't worry about us. We can take care of our own without the respawn power.
I know you guys can. I just want to help.
I know you're here. Why am I still alive?
Because I'm allowing you to stay alive.
What do you want from me?
I want you to give up the respawn ability. Better yet, let me rephrase. If you don't give up the power, I won't let you respawn.
Why?
You, Foray, believe that one's PvP ability is the only metric that determines whether someone should live or die in this world. You and I are alike in the sense that we both share that philosophy. But the world doesn't need that right now. So you're gonna give the power up. And I will see to it that this power finds the right person.
PvP civilization is a complicated world. You would think it's not, given the fact that everyone has the same goal of living longer, but it's how people go about trying to survive that makes it complex. I mean, take a look at the bows. Their civilization was almost wiped out, and they decided that trusting me and the swords was their best chance at survival. People like Parrot try to survive by not fighting at all. However, given the rules of PvP civilization, that's a short-term solution. People buy items to try to live longer. Some people even think music helps you live longer. Namely, Wembu and I. It definitely doesn't though. And then there are more extreme solutions, like wiping out all natural-born swords, or trying to make yourself immortal. I guess the reason why I'm thinking about all of this is because I'm starting to question what makes someone good or bad in this world. I'm fighting for my friends to live longer, so how does that make me any different? I don't even know what to think anymore. Whoever that diamond axe was has me questioning everything.
I don't recall seeing you down here before. It's been a while since I've seen a new gold level guard. Were you born in the Bow civilization? See, that right there surprises me. The Bows have always been, really annoying. Like, they'll pay for information, don't get me wrong, but every single time you try to get more PvP attacks out of them, nope, they'll just ender-pearl away.
I'm sorry, I have absolutely no clue what's going on.
That's why I'm here, to show you the importance of the shields in PvP civilization.
No way. I actually might be important?
You know what I need? I need a good shopping spree. Maybe buying more stuff will help me manage my existential crisis.
It will not, but we do need a plan on what to do next. We don't have much time before all eternal weapons are collected, and we don't know what follows when that happens.
Right, we still have no clue what Tabby wants to do with the eternal weapons, and we don't even know what the eternal weapons are capable of. How are we supposed to come up with a plan that will work when we don't even know what we're dealing with?
We may be lacking the knowledge our opponents have, but at least we know they are all in the same place.
That's true. Tabby and Prince Zam are both in the Trident civilization as we speak, so I guess this does give us a chance to think about what they're gonna do next. Alright, let's break this down. So we know Tabby's friend has the Eternal Axe on him, and if Tabby wins the fight against Prince Zam, she'll have the bow, trident, and sword in her possession. If Prince Zam wins the fight, he'll have the bow, trident, and sword, but not the axe. However, with those three, I'm sure he'll obtain the axe sooner than later.
Right, so the one item they'll both need is the one we need to go after. If we get to the Eternal Shield first, we finally might get some control of the situation.
Right, if we get the Eternal Shield and bring it back here, they'll have to come to us. Alright, find the Eternal Shield. Sounds like a plan. Wait, does that mean I can't go back to the Trident civilization?
I highly doubt the Eternal Shield would be in the Trident civilization, so I would say you're correct.
Oh, I knew you were gonna say that. Fine, just let me hit a quick journal before I leave. Every time I step outside this civilization, it could be the end of me, and I would not want to die without getting at least one last update in. Alright, so the current plan is to find the Eternal Shield. Where do I find that? I have actually no clue. So the only course of action I have in mind is to find my guard friend, and maybe that will lead to something. Anyways, I am sad for two reasons. One, I cannot go to the PvP marketplace in the Trident civilization, and two, I do not know if Tabby survived the fight with Prince Zam. Both of those things are weighing on me pretty heavily, I'm not gonna lie, so I'm hoping for some good news in the future. Alright, signing off.
Why? Why am I thinking about this now?
Let's say we succeed. We get all 5 eternal weapons, and we get to change one thing about our universe.
We stop all swords from being born. There's no other way to save this world. Farming these wooden swords isn't a long-term solution. Eventually, one of them will become a netherite sword, and they'll wipe us all out again just like they did before. Stopping all swords from being born is mercy compared to what they did to our people. Is that still what I want? To stop the swords from being born? If I do that, what happens to him? He's a natural-born sword, and I've saved him twice now. What would my friends think of me if they were still alive? They would call me weak. They would call me a traitor. They would never forgive me for showing sympathy to a sword, and they would be disappointed that I forgot they died at the hands of one. I'm not making the mistake of forgetting my friends ever again. Clown Pierce and the other natural-born axes are the only people I care about.
Must be my lucky day. Looks like I get to sit back and watch this time.
About time you showed up. What took you so long? Are you okay?
I actually just took a little detour. Bought myself a brand new fishing rod. Thank you for asking.
This is not real. I thought those days were behind me. Just get over here and help me get rid of this guy. I've landed too many attacks to count, and he still won't die.
Go ahead and sit this one out. You rest up at home. I'll bring back the trident.
What? What are you talking about? Let's just end this right here together.
You have to trust me on this. I have a plan that won't work unless you leave. So go.
Fine. Just stay alive.
Prince Zam. A trident who was cast out from his own civilization. So I've heard. I'll make this quick. I want you to give me the trident.
I'm curious to hear a reason as to why I should do that.
I'm gonna make the assumption that you have the respawn power. It's highly unlikely you made it out of the sword civilization without it, which means you want the eternal weapons to keep your borrowed immortality. Of course, Evbo is technically the owner of it, so to speak. But holding every eternal weapon and getting rid of Evbo are two difficult things to achieve by yourself. So that is why this offer guarantees a better chance at erasing Evbo, and a way to lead the entire Trident civilization. I can tell you're not convinced yet, so allow me to fill you in on our plan to erase the swords.
The last time I saw my guard friend, we were in the Bow civilization together. We probably could have been together for longer if I didn't, well, throw my sword in the item frame. But what happened happened, and while he was very disappointed, I just have to hope that we are still on speaking terms. If we are, then I should be able to find him at our usual spot in the Iron Sword level. But if we aren't, which is a possibility given the severity of my mistake, then finding the Eternal Shield might be a lost cause.
I have to go down. Staying here is only making things worse for the swords. Why am I hesitating? Evbo wouldn't let me die. But then again, he doesn't speak for the rest of the swords. They might just send me outside and I'll be forced on... What the... You're one of the diamond swords?
Yep, that's right. I am a diamond sword.
What are you doing here?
So Evbo said he would share the respawn power with us, but I think I might have missed it. Can you remind me where it is again?
You look a little too comfortable. See what sends you to get rid of me?
What? Look, I don't even know you.
So, it's the respawn power he's after then. I already let the swords down once. I'm not making that mistake again.
Wait, hold on.
Whoa, what is this place?
This is PvP Civilization's biggest secret.
So, only diamond shields can access this place?
I'm the only diamond shield alive, so I like to say I'm the only one who can access this place.
Why is this place so hard to get to?
Because it holds the power to change the world, which is why it's our job to keep it hidden.
So you're saying these 5 armor stands are meant for the eternal weapons? And hitting all 5 with each eternal weapon lets the person who uses them wish for anything they want? That seems dangerous.
It is, but nothing to worry about. Collecting all eternal items is nearly impossible. It's only been done once.
I think I get it, but where's the eternal shield?
It could be you, it could be me, it could be any shield that's born. If a diamond shield receives enough PvP attacks, they will become the eternal shield, which is why us shields are so important in this world. If we never let ourselves become the eternal shield, we prevent PvP civilization from falling apart.
When I got to the guard door, I did not find my friend waiting for me. So my plan to find the Eternal Shield was already off to a poor start. Honestly, I'm not even sure why I thought this would work, but I guess this just points out how unprepared we are. People like Tabby and Prince Zam have been plotting for days to erase us swords from this universe. And somehow the best solution I come up with is just to wait in front of this door until it opens.
If you're gonna be here for a while, can you let me know now so I can do myself a favor and leave?
Yeah, I might be here for a little longer. Why have you just had yourself locked inside of a cell?
Bro, this isn't a prison. These rooms are literally for the shields to stay in.
Okay, didn't know that. Sorry for interrupting then. But while you're here, I have a job for you.
Nope, I am done taking bribes from players. After that Prince Zam guy tried attacking me, I've changed my ways.
No, I get it, man. I would totally turn down being a gold level guard too if I were you. Within a few short moments, the guard was back to accepting bribes. And after a few PvP attacks, the guard's iron level helmet finally broke. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna wait for that to grow back or whatever it does. And then you're gonna open this door and you and I both are gonna figure out what being a gold level shield gives us access to.
So let me get this straight. Shields are born into all 4 civilizations, and we're supposed to be the ones to stop any one civilization from getting too powerful? But we can't do anything against the Axes?
Diamond shields can withstand attacks from the Axes, but still, not much I can do against an entire civilization.
Eventually, after what seemed like ages, I looked up to see that the guard had become a gold level guard. If what my friend told me was true, being a gold level guard allows you to access other civilizations through an underground tunnel system. How this will connect me to the Eternal Shield, I have absolutely no clue. But this is the best idea I have, so down we go. It felt like I was climbing down these ladders forever. Granted, we were still pretty high up in the Sword Civilization, but I had a strong feeling that we were now beneath all of PvP Civilization. We finally made it to the bottom where I saw the guard I was with open a door that had a golden border on it, and what was behind it, I was not exactly ready for. I stepped into a giant underground hallway that had red pillars lining the walls. Now, it's no surprise that this place is meant for the shields, but this was crazy. An entire underground system that only shields have access to. I wonder why.
So, what's the plan here? This is my first time here, so I really don't know what I'm doing.
Wait, you're not coming with me, bro. I don't know why you thought that. Yeah, you just gotta keep the door open.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought we were sticking together for this.
Bro, the last time you saw me, you locked me in a cell. So no, you're not coming with me. Just don't follow me, okay? You can come back another time. There's only one shield in PvP Civilization that I trust to accompany me on a journey, so I gotta stay loyal to him. I ran down the hallway for what seemed like hours until I finally saw something different up ahead. The hallway gave way to a circular room that split off into different directions. And what do you know? Well, these new hallways had different colored pillars resembling the other civilizations. What stuck out to me the most though was this giant rectangular door in the middle of the room. At the base of the door there were diamond colored blocks, so I guess that means probably only diamond level shields can open it. Speaking of diamond level shields, I've never seen one until now. I turned the corner and one was just standing there right in front of me.
Yo, who's there? God, my eyes are so blurry. I can't even see, bro.
It's Evbo. I'm a diamond sword. I don't know if that means anything to you.
Okay. In that case, I definitely cannot let you be down here. Just give me a few seconds. Sorry, I'm waiting on my vision to come back. Just went blind for a couple of minutes.
Is getting blinded a usual thing for you?
You think that's normal? You think it's a normal thing to just randomly go blind? Do you?
Whoa, chill. Okay, sorry. That was a bad question. I was just trying to make conversation, you know? I haven't seen a diamond shield before. What's a better question? Why were you blinded?
That is a better question. And to answer that, I honestly have zero clue. I thought I would be the one taken, but when I woke up, the gold level shield was the one missing.
Wait, hold on. You said gold shield and missing. What do you mean?
I'm saying I think the Axis took the gold shield I was with.
There's no way it was my friend, right? Did you happen to catch the gold shield's name?
No. Do you know his name?
No, but he's got a gold shield, leather armor. Okay, I see the problem now. Okay, if that was my guard friend, why would the Axis take him? Look, I need to get into the Axe civilization. Can you help me do that?
I'm sorry, but that's not happening. Out of all of the civilizations, the Axes are the one place the shields don't go. The Axes thrive off of eliminating shields. So if that was your friend, I doubt he's still alive.
For whatever reason, this diamond shield wasn't even accepting bribes. And then I realized these high-level shields can apparently knock players back really far. While that was a cool discovery, learning that my guard friend might be captured and possibly even dead, well, that was not good at all. And now that I know that shields don't even go to the Axe civilization, I'm gonna have to go in through the front door.
This is the right shield, correct?
Yeah, this is the guard that sticks with Evbo. I still don't get why you need him specifically. If there was a diamond shield, this would have been much faster.
I guess you don't remember the time I helped save your life, right?
Clown Pierce was the one who brought you here. If it was up to me, I would have found someone else. Out of all the places to trap him, why choose the one place where a shield is most likely to die?
You'll be fine here. The wooden axes don't do enough damage anyway to pose a threat. I've got something I need to do while you farm the shield. Do me a favor and stay alive for a few minutes.
Clown, wait. I need you to help me understand something. Your axe durability. It makes no sense. We both know the eternal weapons can't be used to buy anything. So between the blocks and all the potions, you shouldn't be alive. You told me once I had a longer life than you did, and since then, I've defeated more players than you. Yet my axe is almost broken. It just doesn't add up.
So, now we're counting swings? You don't have to worry about me, Tabby. I've got all the PvP attacks I need to keep going.
Alright, we are back from our journey to find the Eternal Shield. Did not find it, nor did I get any information at all about where it might be. At this point, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I honestly feel like I haven't done a single thing to prevent the Axis from getting the Eternal Weapons. And for all I know, they might already have all of them. So at this point, is it even worth going outside of the Sword Civilization? Our chances of getting our hands on the Eternal Weapons, or at least getting back the Eternal Sword, are pretty much gone. I guess the only thing we can do is just to stick together and fight for the rest of our lives. Anyways, had to cut the video journal short because Wembu said there was an emergency. I don't know what that means, so signing off.
Because I'm allowing you to stay alive. If you don't give up the power, I won't let you respawn. PvP ability is the only that determines whether someone should live or die in this world.
Something was happening. Wembu was sprinting as fast as he could, but didn't say a single word. We arrived to see Foray, Minitek, and Julie just standing in a circle, staring at nothing. But then, I saw it. In the middle of all 5 of us, there was this faint distortion in the air. So small, it's a miracle how the Diamond Swords even found this. But this wasn't a thing. It was a person. A person who was prepared to fight Julie, Minitek, Foray, me, and Wembu all by themselves. Whoever this player was, I already knew it wasn't Tabby, because this was someone who wasn't afraid to be caught. Someone who wasn't afraid to fight. This could be it. This could be my last day alive in PvP civilization. If I don't fight with every ounce of strength I have, I'll die here without knowing if the other diamond swords made it out alive. It all comes down to this fight. If the diamond swords and I can defeat this player holding the diamond axe, we can survive. But this blindness is complicating things, so much that you can't even tell who you're fighting until you're a couple blocks away.
Okay, at least you're still alive. Come on, this fight's not over yet. We need to stick together.
Julie was right. We needed to be sticking together, but it was impossible to do that when we would lose each other in a matter of seconds. In an ideal world, we should have had a plan to prepare for this, but we didn't. So for now, I have to worry about my own survival. I was running around with just 2 hearts, and 1 hit from the Eternal Axe might mean I never spawn in this world again. I don't even know how this happened. We had the diamond axe surrounded. He was completely cornered against 5 diamond swords. No one should have been able to get out of a situation like that. But before we knew it, he threw down a potion and we were fighting in the dark. So far, I only knew of Julie being alive, but a few seconds later, I found Minitech.
Go hide in your room while we fight this. We can't have you die.
I wanted to help the diamond swords fight, but it looks like Minitech had a different idea. He wants me to hide so I don't risk dying permanently and giving up the respawn power. As much as the plan makes sense, what good would me hiding in here do if the diamond swords can't win the fight? I just have to trust them, I guess. Wait, Wembu?
Evbo, we need to fight as a team to beat this guy.
I know, I agree. I want to fight, but Minitech told me to hide here. Wait, did he tell you that too?
No, I was just catching my breath. But we have to fight. We can't let the others die.
As much as I trusted Minitech's strategy, I had to follow Wembu on this one. I wasn't weak anymore. I could fight, and me being on the battlefield might just help my family stay alive. I thought I caught up to Wembu when I heard the sound of PvP attacks, but as I got closer, I saw Foray fighting the diamond axe all by himself. The diamond axe must have been low on health because he took off running after the exchange. But instead of pursuing him, Foray backed off and told me to group up with the other diamond swords. I was just about to follow him, but then I stopped. The diamond axe was weak, he had to be, and I was at full health. I already knew all 4 diamond swords were still alive. So if I end this right here, we all walk away from this. I chased after the diamond axe until suddenly the darkness lifted, and I just barely caught a glimpse of the axe climbing the ladder to the video journal headquarters. This player was trapped. There was nowhere for him to run. So despite Minitech and Foray telling me to back off, I wasn't gonna waste this chance. When I got to the top of the ladder, I saw the player holding the Eternal Axe, but I didn't hesitate. I knew this player was weak, and he was just trying to use the Eternal Axe to make me lose my focus. I got hit down the ladder, but managed to catch myself with 5.5 hearts left. This wasn't the time to give up now. One more hit could be the difference between life and death for my friends. I don't know why this diamond axe spared my life before, and while that question's gonna weigh on me, I can't afford the time to find the answer. I have to end this now. My friends' lives are in danger. What? I don't understand. Who are you?
Evbo, I wanted to apologize for not keeping my word. I told you before that I would help the swords fight extinction, and since then, all I've done is make that goal harder to achieve. So I'm not going to wait here any longer questioning whether the other diamond swords will trust me or not. I'm coming down there. But I'm bringing with me a plan to help you and the swords protect your respawn power and stay alive. There's a bow here at the iron sword level, and while fighting him, I learned that he paid a shield for information about Evbo's room at the wooden sword level. Knowing this helped me come up with a plan to protect Evbo every time he respawns. If the diamond swords don't trust me when I get down there, I'll understand. But at least I'll go back to my civilization knowing I did everything I could to help the swords survive. So, allow me to explain my plan.
You'd be surprised to see how easy it is to become friends with your enemy in PvP Civilization. I mean, it's not easy given the fact that people usually fight before they even get the chance to talk, but if you do get the chance to talk to your enemy, you start to realize that we're all just kind of the same. It doesn't matter if you're a sword, shield, bow, axe, or trident, everyone just wants to protect themselves and the people they care about. Oh, I'm not joking, I bought 5 of these. Diamond Sword got down to 61 PvP attacks, but I didn't even care.
1,500 PvP attacks in one trip is impressive, but it doesn't come close to my record of 3,000.
Oh, of course you have the record. Will you buy potions and food and stuff? Try buying stuff that actually has no value. Am I upset that my new friend Clown Pierce is a better spender than I am? Yes, a little. But it's kind of awesome having someone that just gets me, you know? Anyways, quick journal this time because Clown Pierce and I are going to the Axe Civilization. The other diamond swords are going to be very confused, but rest assured they will be safe. And that's all that really matters to me. So on that note, signing off.
Why haven't we found Evbo yet?
He's probably still in his room. I told him to hide.
I have a feeling he might not be there.
I didn't expect the Diamond Swords to understand why I was leaving the Sword Civilization with the same person we were just fighting against. I wish I could just tell them what was going on, but apparently the less people that know about this plan, the better. Julie, stop! We don't need to fight.
Evbo, what are you doing?
Clownpierce and I are going to the Axe Civilization. I promise you guys that this will all make sense soon, but just believe me that you guys are safe.
How do we know that's true? Tell us what's going on.
Julie, you told me once before that you didn't need a good reason to trust Foray, so all I'm asking is just for you to do the same with me. Do you trust me?
Yes, I do.
I'll see you guys soon, okay?
I don't understand. That diamond axe could end his life at any given moment. Why would Evbo take that risk?
Because it's not a diamond axe. He's a sword.
I hadn't seen a player with a netherite sword before. To be honest, I almost forgot a natural-born sword could become one. But why did this diamond axe have one? Where did you get that?
I was born with it. Well, I was born with a wooden one, but I worked my way up.
Had this player been holding a diamond sword, I wouldn't have believed him. After all, this was our enemy. But only a natural-born sword can become a netherite sword. So he's not lying. He's one of us. You've been a natural-born sword this entire time? Why are you fighting us?
I do apologize for that. I've been playing the role of a natural-born axe for too long. But I needed to draw you away somehow.
Okay, I don't even know what's going on anymore. My brain's gonna explode. You're one of us. You're a natural-born sword, but not just any sword. You're a netherite sword, so you have infinite durability, and you've been pretending to be a diamond axe this entire time and collecting the eternal weapons with Wait, Tabby doesn't know you're a sword.
No, she doesn't. And because of that, we pulled off the impossible of collecting all 5 eternal weapons. I expect she'll figure out who I am sooner than later. Of course, I'm hoping that our plan to save the world will help distract her from the pain.
Hearing the player known as Clownpierce say that reminded me of myself. I thought Tabby was a sword for my entire life, and Tabby spent her life thinking that Clownpierce has been an axe. Hold up, you didn't say your plan to save the world, you said our plan. You drew me away from the other diamond swords for a reason, right? I watched as Clownpierce walked over to the video journal machine. Honestly, this right here might have been the moment where Clownpierce and I became friends. I could tell right away, this guy appreciated a good video journal. So much that he incorporated video journals into his plan to save the world. Before meeting Clownpierce, I thought this machine right here was only used to make copies of all video journals that have been recorded. But apparently, this master video journal machine can be used to share video messages through any machine in the world. So, you placed a video journal machine in every civilization and you're sending a message to all of them?
We're not sending it just yet, but once we're ready, yes, all civilizations will see this.
Don't tell me you're... No way you're gonna live record this right here! Okay, if this is going to all civilizations, I have to be in this.
If you were in this, the plan wouldn't work.
No, you can't do this to me. I can't be in the most important video journal of all time.
You're just gonna have to sit back and watch this time.
After the video journal was over, Clownpierce put away his diamond axe and grabbed the video journal log. Witnessing the message Clownpierce was gonna send to all other civilizations left me speechless. First off, his performance was legendary. I mean, I was starting to doubt my own video journaling capabilities, but it was the complexity of his plan that had me at a loss for words. Clownpierce has been plotting this before I was even born into PvP Civilization, and somehow I ended up being the one he chose to help make this plan come true. So after we go to the Axe Civilization, I'm gonna be the one that comes back here and sends the message to every civilization. After that message is out in the world, well, nothing will ever be the same after that. The thing about Clownpierce's plan is I wasn't just being used as the messenger for his video journal. I was the main part of the plan. With the message he recorded for the other civilizations, I had a lot of questions about my role in saving the world. Apparently though, Clown was gonna answer all my questions, which was a relief because I am tired of not knowing anything. I thought we were going to the Axe Civilization, but Clownpierce took a detour and started running to the structure at the center of our world. I thought he was leading me back to the top of the Sword Civilization, but instead he started swimming up the waterfall. Out of all the times I've been to the center of PvP Civilization, I've never been to the top of this structure. When I made it up there, Clownpierce and I were standing there surrounded by 5 giant statues. The carvings of the eternal bow, the eternal axe, the eternal trident, and the eternal sword stood tall in each corner. And above us, completely suspended in the air, was a giant rock in the shape of the eternal shield. We were standing in the true origin of every player in PvP Civilization. Every player that's not a shield, of course. but every sword, trident, bow, or axe, they all spawn from this place. In fact, while Clownpierce was telling me this, we saw a newborn trident just spawn in right in front of us. But Clownpierce didn't bring me all the way up here just to show me that. I saw him standing below the statue of the broken eternal sword, and he began to tell me a story that explains everything as to why the swords face extinction and why the eternal weapons are so important in this world. It was the story of the first player in PvP Civilization. The first player was born as a sword, and they were far more skilled at any other player in PvP, so much that they were able to collect every eternal item by themselves. By then, the other civilizations were already fighting each other for survival, which is what led the original sword to use the power of the eternal weapons. Within the structure at the center of PvP Civilization, the original player hit 5 armor stands with every eternal weapon, granting them 1 wish. In an effort to make sure that the sword civilization lives on, the player wished for the infinite durability of the eternal sword to be shared with every natural born sword. Whoa, so that's why it's broken, right? Every natural born sword has like a little piece of the eternal sword in them.
That wish is what paved the way for the swords to ruin the world.
What do you mean ruin the world? What happened?
Can you stop putting your shield up? This is just wasting time for both of us.
If what I'm doing helps Evbo and the other swords, then it seems like there couldn't be a better use of my time.
Let's not pretend you were sticking with Evbo for any other reason than to get more PvP attacks. Despite what you might think of me, we're actually trying to save the world here.
You know, Evbo still talks about you all the time, right? You might not care at all, but to him, you're still his best friend. I remember when Evbo first saw you, and already he was bribing me for a chance just to talk to you again.
Is there a point you're getting at here? Because I'd rather not listen to this.
My point is, Evbo isn't like you, or me, or the rest of the world. Everyone in PvP Civilization just cares about themselves. But Evbo was the guy that let himself die over and over just to save you.
I wouldn't have needed saving if the swords never took my life away. I was a wooden axe when the swords invaded our civilization. I remember sitting around that campfire with all of the other wooden axes talking about how incredible life would be if we were to become diamond axes. None of us had even landed a single PvP attack on anyone in this world, yet that didn't stop the swords from wiping them all out. I wish I could have gone with them that day, but instead, I was the only one who bothered to fight back. And you know what that got me? A life of watching my friends die, over and over. The swords kept me alive, and would only return when I've made a new friend for them to take away. They left me with no choice but to attack my own people to make myself stronger, to give myself a chance to end my own suffering. The funny part is, some of those swords were already netherite swords. They didn't need to rank up their sword. They didn't need durability. They did it because they enjoyed it. You're right. Evbo might be better than both of us, but I can't forgive the swords for what they did to me.
Clownpierce spent the next few minutes explaining every aspect of his plan to save the world, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe the amount of thought that went into this plan. I mean, if we pull this off, we'd be getting rid of violence in a world that only knows how to survive with violence. Of course, the only way this happens is if I agree to do it. But honestly, this is the first time in my life where I actually feel like I know what I'm supposed to do. I've said before that I believe there's more to this world than fighting just to live longer. And if I do this, we might actually find out what that world looks like. Well, this was it. The plan to save the world was set, and I was on board. However, in order for the plan to succeed, there were still a couple more things needed to be done, which is why Clownpierce and I were traveling to the one civilization I haven't been to yet. The Axes are supposedly the most ruthless players in PvP Civilization. And yes, I'm aware I'm just walking right in with a sword, but apparently I'll be fine. I don't know, I'm still very much doubting that. Regardless, this is the place I need to be, because Tabby's in here, and she is a part of this plan too. At the entrance to the Axe civilization, Clownpierce and I split up to go our separate ways. He was gonna set up the last video journal needed so that the Axes would see his message. Yes, obviously I was disappointed that that wasn't my job, but I had a task of my own. I was gonna go talk to my best friend, and hopefully not die this time. My last 2 interactions with Tabby have ended with me dying, and yes, I know last time she technically saved my life, but I still died, so my point still stands. Being in the Axe civilization was crazy. Apparently Clownpierce sent me to the area of the civilization that only had wooden axes in it, so I guess I'm relatively safe here. I didn't really know what I was supposed to be looking for. Clownpierce just said that Tabby would be here. I didn't even see anyone here, to be honest, but a few seconds later, I caught the glimpse of a diamond axe standing directly in front of me. I already knew from Clownpierce that she was still alive, but well, this was the first time seeing her with my own eyes.
What are you doing here? I gave you a chance to live longer, and now you come here? Are you trying to die?
Hearing Tabby be concerned about my survival kinda made me think that I might not die for the third time. It's okay, I'm not trying to die. Well, at least not now, that is. But Clown Pierce was the one who brought me here. We came here together, and right now he's, well, I actually don't know what he's doing, but he's here. And he brought me here to help you guys use the eternal weapons.
Why would Clown Pierce bring you here to help us? And why would I ever believe that you would help us get rid of your own family?
Because I know what you've been through. I know you've lost everyone you've ever cared about. And if I went through what you did, I also probably wouldn't allow myself to trust a sword. You might not believe me, but you're my best friend. And if you believe that wiping out the swords is the best way to achieve peace, then I'm gonna stick with you. I do have one request though, if you're willing. It's not that crazy. I just want to know if my guard friend's alive. I didn't expect this request to go through, to be honest, but then I realized I was standing in front of my guard friend this entire time. You've been here through this whole conversation? Sorry, man, I didn't know you became a diamond shield.
Buddy, does it look like I even had the choice to become one?
Well, you became one anyways, so congrats.
Can you just tell her to let me out?
Okay, so here's the weird part. We actually do need you to become the Eternal Shield, but I already talked with Clown Pierce, and once you give the Eternal Shield, you'll be fine. Alright, well, Tabby, thanks for letting me stay alive this time. I have to do something real quick, but I'll be back.
Wait. You know what we plan to do with the Eternal Weapons, so you must know that there's a chance this gets rid of you for good.
Yeah, I know. In fact, I'm counting on dying, but lately I've been thinking a lot about something. When I was a wooden sword, I thought my enemy was the one I was supposed to fight. That player gave his life for me, and now when I look back, I realize he was never my enemy to begin with. The bows, axes, and tridents all think the swords are the enemy, so maybe it just takes dying for them to realize that we're not. You know what I think? I think it's easy to fight back against your enemy, and I think it's hard to forgive your enemy, but someone who gives you their life, that's someone who's never been your enemy.
There's something we need to discuss, but before we do that, I want to apologize for not being upfront about this.
The Diamond Swords let me back into the Sword Civilization, but I still owed them a big explanation. I promised them that after I do this one last thing, I will give them the entire plan, start to finish, and everything will make sense after that. So, that brings us to the last task, which is showing Clown Pierce's message to the entire world. I was just about to send it, but then I realized there was already a journal in here, and it was from Parrot. Huh, alright, well, I guess I can afford a couple minutes to watch this.
Allow me to explain my plan. The respawn power is currently owned by you. You're the one who bought the room, but Prince Zam is proof that others can use the armor stand as long as they get access to it. And obviously that makes dying something risky for you, who shouldn't be worried about dying. Stopping other people from getting access to the armor stand is necessary to protect you, which is where the information I learned comes in. You can only close your door from the inside, so anytime you leave to rank up, any player has the time to steal the power for themselves. However, according to the shield, your door closes 30 seconds after you rank up to become a stone sword. Knowing this, the diamond swords can use this information to protect you every time you respawn. If the diamond swords teleport back to the wooden sword level every time they anticipate you dying, they can guard the door until it closes, and no one will be able to steal the power. All it takes is 30 seconds of waiting, and the respawn power will be guarded from anyone on the outside. Going through this routine might give you all an opening to get rid of Prince Sam's respawn ability as well, which is necessary to make this plan effective. If this plan is done right, the swords might just have the strength to outlast whatever comes next with the eternal weapons.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing a video journal message from Parrot always gets me a little nervous. I mean, before this one, he was like 2 for 2 for sharing the worst messages possible. However, this message, I was not expecting at all. I will say, Clown Pierce and I already have the plan laid out to save the world, but honestly, Parrot's idea changes the entire game. His idea might have just been the missing piece that will tie this whole thing together and make this work. Alright, it's time to send the message. Once I send this, the bows will see it, the tridents will see it, and the axes will see it. And after that, well, it's just me against the whole world. Alright, let's do it. It's kind of crazy how my entire life has revolved around video journal machines. What used to be just a waste of PvP attacks is now gonna be the one thing that helps save the world. This master video journal machine will be able to send the message Clown Pierce recorded to every other civilization. The message that I didn't get to be a part of. I'm not happy about it, but I guess being the one to share the message is equally important. Wait, what is this? Live broadcast? I haven't used the master video journal machine before, but I mean, I guess that kind of sounds like share, right? Yeah, it's gotta be the same thing. Alright, I guess I'm live broadcasting this to everyone. Let's do this. I gotta say, this machine is the one thing in PvP Civilization that's never let me down. I mean, it just does everything. Communication, emotional reflection. It's just so cool. Alright, is this thing working? Hey, it's me. Whoa, it's playing back my voice. Why is it playing back my... Wait, I'm live right now. That's what live broadcast means? I hit stop on the live broadcast as soon as possible, but the damage might have already been done. What is wrong with me? I just ruined the plan to save the world. Possibly. I don't know. What did I even say? I don't think I gave anything away, did I? Oh, I had one job to share a message, and I already messed it up. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna share the message, and I'm gonna hope that all of PvP Civilization just forgets about that. I opened the video journal machine and actually hit the right button this time. Now, Clownpierce's message was being broadcasted all over PvP Civilization, which is what should have been playing instead of a zoomed in shot of my face. So now it's time to fill the other diamond swords in on the entire plan to save the world. Because once Clownpierce's message finishes, the world's gonna change, and we're gonna have to be ready for it.
Hello, PvP Civilization. If you're seeing this message, I would like to apologize on behalf of the Axis for the losses suffered on all sides of this battle. The Axis and I now have possession over all 5 eternal weapons, and with each civilization being reduced to a fraction of what they once were, fighting back against us would be meaningless. Fortunately, we all serve to benefit from the eternal weapons. The first player to ever use the eternal weapons gave the swords the power to become immortal. I plan on using the eternal weapons to take that power away. After today, no player shall ever become a netherite sword again. However, that doesn't mean the swords are no longer a threat. The diamond sword that goes by the name of Evbo will still have the respawn ability.
Once Clownpierce uses the weapons, no natural-born sword will be able to become a netherite sword ever again, and all the other civilizations will know that I'm the one with the respawn ability.
Hold up, how is telling literally everyone about your power going to save the world? And now everyone is going to come after you.
I don't get it. In your message, you're telling the entire world that I have the respawn ability. How is that gonna help us save PvP Civilization? That sounds like I'm just gonna die.
Saving everyone will only be possible if you're the common enemy. Only when the whole world is against you will you have the chance to prove you're not the enemy.
This has been Clownpierce's plan from the beginning, to have me be the common enemy for the bows, axes, and tridents. If all other civilizations are focused on getting rid of me, well, that's the attention I need if I'm gonna change their perceptions about the swords. But me becoming the target isn't just about saving the other diamond swords, it's about saving everyone. So before Clownpierce told me the rest of the plan, I already knew what the solution was. That's kind of the point. I need to be the target for this plan to work.
I understand your reasoning, but think about where this positions us. Protecting you will be a much harder task now that everyone has you as their target.
Well, that's why I'm not allowing you guys to fight, believe it or not. Your guys' job of protecting me is over. Well, actually, Parrot had an interesting addition to this plan, so it might not be entirely over. But the fight against the other civilizations is a fight that I can't have you guys be a part of. You guys protecting me won't help convince the other civilizations that the swords aren't the enemy, and you might die in the process.
Okay, but how are you going to survive this by yourself? Fighting one person is difficult as is. How are you going to defeat the bows, axes, and tridents?
I'm with you there. Fighting off 3 civilizations isn't exactly easy, but I never said I would be alone.
The fight to eliminate Evbo will be PvP Civilization's greatest battle. Not only can he respawn himself, but he has now shared his ability with a powerful ally. The diamond axe that goes by the name of Tabby has betrayed our own civilization by siding with Evbo, and now possesses the respawn ability herself. Both of these players need to be eliminated if we are to survive in PvP Civilization.
Quick, follow me.
Are you sure Tabby's gonna even go for this plan? I mean, what if she just decides that she's better off on her own? How do you know she'll protect me?
Because she cares about you, and now that I've given her the option of surviving by herself or surviving with you, I'm confident she will make the right choice.
Clownpierce lying about Tabby having the respawn power just to turn the whole world against her was pretty cruel, I had to admit. And he did that knowing Tabby would have to push aside her hatred for the swords if she wants to survive. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but, well, if it does, I guess I gotta thank my wingman Clownpierce for bringing back my best friend.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're gonna have Tabby be the one to help you fight against the world? You die every time you're with her.
No, actually the last time I did not die, I'll have you know. And there's also no guarantee that she even follows through with this plan. Honestly, she might be strong enough to survive on her own without our help. But it's funny you bring up me dying around her because, well, if this plan's gonna work, I need to die. And strangely, Tabby's kind of the only one I trust to make that happen.
Both Tabby and Evbo will continue to respawn with every death, unless they are taken out by an eternal weapon. And while I possess all of them currently, they will be returned. Once I use the power of all 5 weapons, each one will appear back in its rightful civilization, and you all will have the strength to fight back against Evbo and Tabby. The world depends on your ability to fight alongside your enemies. So fight until you no longer know who your enemy is.
So this is the block then. The block that marks the center point of all 4 civilizations in this world. And this is gonna be the spot where I fight and die every single day for the rest of my life. But if all goes right, well, the fighting part goes away, only the dying stays. Honestly, it kind of seems counterintuitive to fight them before I'm purposely dying and giving them my sword durability. I mean, we could be doing this forever and all the other civilizations might not even recognize I'm trying to lengthen their lifespans.
Which is why this will take time. You'll have to win over and over again, but only to the point where they can no longer fight back.
Okay, but tell me why I can't just come right here and drop my sword on the ground? I mean, if I drop my sword, I'll die anyways, and it's a lot less threatening than fighting.
You don't die instantly after dropping your sword. An enemy could easily erase you while your guard is down. Tabby is your only guarantee that you'll respawn.
Clownpierce had a point. This plan only works with the absolute guarantee that I can respawn, so I can keep giving every player my durability. Alright, well, looks like Tabby's gonna be my best friend and my executioner.
This is insane. We can't let you do this. You know what it's like to be farmed for your durability, so why would you willingly give that opportunity to our enemies?
They're not our enemies. We have to stop thinking like that. They're all just people trying to survive in a system that gives them such little life to begin with. It's not their fault for thinking the swords are the enemy when the swords before us gave them no other choice than to resort to violence. But it would be my fault if I didn't give them the choice we have now. Even if we fight back and spare the other civilizations, it won't be enough to stop the cycle of violence. But me giving them my life over and over might actually end it.
So, when exactly did you become this philosophical?
Look, I've been telling you this from the start. Video journaling and self-reflection goes a long way.
If this really is the plan, and you think it'll work, then we're with you.
Good. Now we just gotta wait here for the eternal weapons to be used, and the plan to save the world will begin.
What did you do? How did that journal machine get there? You placed it and turned my people against me. Why?
It wasn't him. It was me. I placed the journal, and I told the Axis you betrayed our civilization.
Why? Why would you ever do something like that to me? I thought you were the only one I could trust in this. What? Clown, what is this?
And over the sword in the boat, Tabby.
How do you know for certain that Tabby will give up the eternal sword and the eternal bow?
Because I think I have a good idea of what she's going through. She's probably just finding out now that her best friend has been a sword this entire time. So to her, the eternal weapons and the plan to wipe out the swords, they don't mean anything anymore.
Your anger for the swords is all you've known. But since we're friends, I thought I'd leave you with a gift. The netherite sword stole your life. It's only fair that I repay that debt. So your anger for the swords dies here with me. And you can live on knowing I was never your enemy.
Before we go through with this, you don't happen to have a spare video journal on you, do you?
I thought the diamond swords and I were gonna stand here looking all cool, waiting for the eternal weapons to be used, but they just left me. Granted, we've been waiting for a while, and I actually have no clue when the eternal weapons are gonna be used. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't even know how I'm gonna know if the eternal weapons are used. I mean, there's gotta be some sort of signal, right? I don't know, I guess we'll see. Anyways, Wenbu told me I got a video journal message, which was surprising, because I don't really know who would be sending me messages. Maybe this is the signal from Clownpierce I was waiting for. Or it could just be Parrot having second thoughts about becoming a diamond sword. That guy can't seem to make up his mind. Alright, let's see what we got here. Wait, what is this?
Man, this is strange. Didn't think I'd ever be doing one of these, but, well, I guess you got your wish, right, Evbo? I don't know if this is gonna be any good or not, but I won't be around for much longer anyways, so I suppose it doesn't matter too much.
Not gonna be around for much longer. Hey, come on, what are you doing?
I'll admit, I was a little scared when Clownpierce said this would be a one-way trip, but I don't know. Something inside of me seemed to be waiting for the chance to finally do something good for this world.
No, come on, this is not real. He has to be waiting at that door, right? He has to be.
For a while, I've been wondering what it means to be a shield in PvP civilization. It didn't make sense to me that our only purpose as shields was to make the lives harder for the players fighting to survive in PvP civilization. But when I met that diamond level shield, I realized we do have a purpose. We just lost our way.
Come on, you're not dying on me like this. You're not just gonna leave me a message.
Somewhere in our past, shields used to be the ones to protect people, the ones to provide some sort of balance to this world. And when I look back at our journey, well, I didn't really do that job at all. But I'm not gonna have that be what I'm remembered for. Not by you, at least. You and Clown Pierce are giving everything you have to this plan to save the world. Using the eternal weapons will cost him his life. And if he succeeds, you'll be giving your life to PvP civilization every single day. So it wouldn't be fair for me to stop that from happening just to save my own life. After each eternal weapon is used, they all go back to their own civilizations. But I am the shield, so I guess I'll just disappear, maybe? Man, I can't believe how much I sound like you right now, when you just start saying anything that comes to mind. Oh, this journal is definitely getting too long. Maybe not for your standards, but definitely for mine. So I'm just gonna wrap this up. I hope you go on to save a lot of lives. And to be honest, I'm confident that you will. Because I don't think there's anyone out there that comes close to your ability to die. Actually, you know what's funny? When you were a wooden sword, I bet on you to die.
Open the door. Come on, please, just open the door.
Well, now, I'm betting on you to live. Oh, and one last thing. My name is Teddy. I guess that makes us friends now.
I stood in front of the guard door waiting for it to open, but as much as I yelled and as much as I hit it with my sword, nothing happened. I didn't know it at the time, but that fifth boom I heard was the last thing I would ever hear from my guard friend. No, the last thing I would hear from Teddy ever again. If I had known that, I wouldn't have spent as much time as I did swinging at a door that would never open. To my surprise, well, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise given the fact that I stood there for such a long time, but the door ended up opening. I don't know how she got there, but I turned around to see someone just as broken as I was staring back at me. Both of us had just lost, and there was nothing more to say. I don't know what Clown Pierce told Tabby right before he died, but whatever he said brought back the look I saw in Tabby when we were both swords. We barely spoke a word to each other, but I already knew she was gonna stick by my side. It didn't seem fair to me that I had to lose a friend just to get one back. But I guess there wasn't any other way around it. The only thing I could do from here is make sure Teddy's sacrifice meant something, and continue on with our plan to save the world, knowing it was only possible because of him. He bet his life on me. So with every PvP battle that comes my way, I'm not gonna forget that. Tabby and I ran into Parrot on the way back down to the Diamond Sword level. Now that he chose to drop down, the Sword Civilization was about to have everyone from just about every civilization. Honestly, I think Tabby being there is what gave Parrot the confidence to face the Diamond Swords as an outsider. But at the end of the day, what the other Diamond Swords thought about Tabby and Parrot being there didn't mean anything. The Diamond Swords trusted me enough to trust them. So, it's time to do this. It's time to save the world. The Diamond Swords aren't allowed to fight, but they do have a pretty big part in this plan, all thanks to Parrot. Every time I die, the Diamond Swords will be waiting for me outside my room at the Wooden Sword level. And every time I leave my room, they'll make sure no one else gets access to the respawn power before the door closes. So I can continue doing the first part of the plan, which is to give my life over and over until there's no more fighting in PvP Civilization. We ran to the center of our universe, and I watched as every Diamond Sword teleported back to the Wooden Sword level for the first times in their lives. But while they knew what they were doing, Tabby still had no idea what her role was.
I don't get it. Where are you and I going if it's not back to the Wooden Sword level?
Well, you just gotta follow me. You might not like this, but we're actually going to the top of this place. We made it to the top of the structure that would be my deathbed for the rest of my life. And I looked up to see that the statue of the once broken Eternal Sword was now fully formed again. Probably a good sign that Clown Pierce's wish came true.
You and Clown Pierce made us both enemies to the entire world. Why?
Because we need the whole world's attention to be on me if I'm gonna save them. From now on, I'm dedicating my life to giving my sword durability to everyone in PvP Civilization. But the only way I can effectively do that is if I fight everyone from the bows, axes, and tridents to the point where they can't fight back. It's not gonna be easy, and I don't have much time left. By now, every civilization should have ownership of their eternal weapon. As soon as they get their hands on them, they'll all be coming here to get rid of me permanently.
How is that even a plan? You won't stand a chance fighting all civilizations by yourself, and asking me to help would be asking me to die.
I don't expect you to fight with me. Honestly, I don't want you to. All I'm asking for is a favor. If I survive, I want you to be the one to get rid of me.
Why? Why do I have to be the one to do it?
If you're the one that gets rid of me, I'll have a guarantee that I can respawn, and I can save more lives. If you don't want to go through with this, I'll understand, but you have to make up your mind before it's too late.
You make it sound like this is easy. I either have to let you die, or I have to let myself die if I fight with you.
Then let me make it for you. You're not fighting with me. If you leave now and hide in the Sword Civilization, everyone will forget about you. You've saved my life too many times to count, so just give me the chance to save yours for once. Just trust me, I can hold my own. I don't care what weapon they have. I can fight back. Come on, Tabby, you have to get out of here. Please just go. I'll be fine. I can do this. Wait, Tabby, before you go, I want you to know something. No one's ever asked me if it hurts every time I die. And the truth is, it does. But it's not as bad when I'm with you. As I watched people appear from every side, I realized I was happy Tabby left. After all, her helping me fight the other civilizations wasn't even a guaranteed part of the plan. At the end of the day, I feel better knowing that she can live a life without battle, and she shouldn't bear the burden of watching her best friend die over and over again, which is why I have to win. Dying saves the lives of everyone else, but staying alive saves Tabby's. So, I'm gonna do both. Alright, 3 bows, 5 axes, 4 tridents. Nothing I can't handle by myself. Tabby, wait! We need them alive for this to work! Please! Well, that wasn't that bad, right?
Seriously?
Sorry, yeah, that was pretty tough. But the good news is it only gets easier from here. $1,561 PvP attacks. That's how much life I give each player every time I die as a diamond sword. No matter who it is, it could be a diamond axe, it could be a bow or a trident. Anyone who receives my durability will completely regenerate their lifespan, which is why me being a diamond sword makes me the best person for this job of dying over and over again. Speaking of that job, well, I'm getting better at it. I haven't convinced the world that I'm not the enemy yet, but at least the other civilizations stopped attacking me all at once. It's kind of strange. I mean, my goal is to have everyone not want to fight me, but because I've been fighting everyone so much, I've gotten extraordinarily good at PvP. Honestly, since I've gotten so good, I've already noticed that people aren't giving their all in their fights, which could mean we're one step closer to my plan of having them just accept my sword durability without fighting. But we haven't gotten there yet, so for now, my days will look quite similar for a while. I wake up as a wooden sword, and I get to see which one of my friends is guarding my room. Thanks to them, they'll wait till the door is closed so no one can steal the respawn ability. And then I fight back against the player who I ultimately want to give my durability to. Nowadays, I do a lot of the fighting myself, but if I ever feel myself losing a battle, well, let's just say there's only one person in this world I'm allowed to die by. I've done a lot of things in PvP Civilization, but the one thing I haven't done yet is make everyone realize that no one has any enemies in this world.
You never did check out the PvP marketplace in the Axe Civilization.
Oh man, you're right. Well, I guess that's two things I haven't done, but now that I see how far my sword durability goes when it comes to lengthening people's lifespans, that one will have to stay unchecked. Durability spent at the PvP marketplace could be the difference between life and death for someone in PvP Civilization. So, I'm done wasting attacks. You know what? I take it back. There is one more thing I haven't done. I haven't gotten myself to finish the journal. I guess it's finally time we sign off for good, right? After all, we do need a proper ending. So, I guess this is the time I say goodbye. This has been the story of PvP Civilization, and until next time,
I'm gonna make sure Evbo doesn't die, other than the times when he's supposed to die.
I'm gonna make sure Evbo dies, other than the times when he's not supposed to die.
I'm gonna work on repairing the relationship between the bows and the swords. If the bows stop seeing the swords as the enemy, maybe the other civilizations will follow suit. Also, I'm keeping an eye on the bow named Toph to see if we can trust him.
I am never going back to the Bow Civilization. This place is amazing. My next goal is to buy a mansion here. As of now, the diamond swords don't want to give me more durability yet, so I'm kind of stuck here with just a few PvP attacks. They do feed me for free though, so I'm not complaining.
Signing off.
now you can't just say signing off when you haven't said anything.
I'm probably just going to use Evbo's extra durability to shop. I mean, now that he's done wasting PvP attacks, someone's got to be the one to do it.
I think I will try improving the way I communicate with others. I've been told I often come across as very monotone.
And well, you already know what I'm gonna do. Signing off.